It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody, to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's 5:01 p.m. Pacific. It is Monday, September 25th. It's over, everybody. The season is over. LA Super Motocross race was great. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the series. Look ahead to maybe some Motocross the Nations. We got the Millville Ride Day coming up. PulpMX Millville Ride Day. We'll take your phone calls at 702-586-7857. Thank you for watching and or listening. We appreciate it here on the show, and we'll keep trying to do these things all throughout the off-season. We have a full off-season of shows planned, so stick around. We'll take a few weeks off here and there, but I can't let the minions get too comfy, so I'll have them in here a lot. And again, thank you. Appreciate it. I got a great panel of in-studio guests for this week. Some real friends of mine in the industry. And, we'll talk about the SMX and more tonight on the show. Thank you to Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin, Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing. Love the guys at Guts Racing. PulpMX 23, the code to save. All things seats. From foams to covers to bases to complete seats, quads, dirt bikes, they got it. Guts Racing, everybody. Thanks to folks at Guts. Atlas Neck Brace, of course. Dylan Wright, Kyle Chisholm, just a couple of top riders wearing Atlas Neck Brace. Works Connection, MidNorthSecondAndIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, EVS, Manscaped, all on board with us tonight, as are you. Got a great lineup of guests tonight. Why not keep it rolling with Phil, right? We just got to keep it rolling with Phil Nicoletti. He'll be calling back in. The surprise, the shocking, the perfect LCQ season, whatever it is. Phil Nicoletti will talk about it tonight on the show. We'll have Ron Lechien on, the Dogger, national champion, Motocross the Nations champion, working for Maxima USA. It's almost 9:27, everybody. So we'll have the Dogger calling in honor of that. 2024 Supercross schedule has dropped. And Mike Muye, director of Supercross from Feld, will call in to talk about that schedule, the surprises, a couple of new venues, Atlanta gone. There's plenty to talk about when it comes to the Supercross schedule. And then Adam Seen Cirillo's mechanic at Monster Energy Kawasaki, Justin Shantie, will call in. Shantie also worked for Joey Savacci, so maybe we'll pry him for some Savacci stories as well, who was here last week in studio. So, lots to get into tonight. 702-586-PULP. Thank you for watching and or listening. Really love to introduce my in-studio guests. From Main Event Moto, Orange Brigade, Daniel Blair. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, Steve? How
I think
are you?
I almost said like NBC.
Almost did
I
it.
almost did. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah.
Supposed to come last week, had some issues with the traveling, but
yeah, we
I'm here
swapped
now.
Kiefer out for you.
And then I get dark.
You get dark.
I get dark.
And then we got to talk about your return to racing.
Yeah, it didn't go very well.
It's on
No.
Instagram. It was, yeah. Well, you know what? Listen, there's my start from the World Vets is out in the Ethernet. It's out there floating around. This will be haunting you as well for years.
Yeah.
So there's at least that to look forward to.
Well, the video of Randy Richardson yelling at me, and then my crash, because that's what this whole thing's about. Is I had a pretty bad crash.
Yep.
Verb posted it on Instagram. It has over 500,000 views in a week. And everyone I saw this weekend at SMX, it's the first thing they asked me, and it's pretty obnoxious by the 100th time. And I was like, dude, how about that crash? And it's like, that actually hurt really bad.
It was a good one. It was a good one.
It was, and I'm okay now, but my pride and ego are absolutely annihilated and probably won't be rebuilt for some time. So,
also in studio,
what's up, Steve? Thanks for having me in.
Vital MX, Pony Pod.
How are you? I've never listened to that show. Yeah, everything's great.
You went to LA.
Was that
10 Cycles athlete hat?
Absolutely. Justin Brayton, great shop, great show, and
great job.
Charlotte.
Why have you? How do you know that? Maybe they screw people in the service department. You don't really know.
Do you really think Justin Brayton would allow that? I don't think that he's the kind of guy that would do that.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Lots to get to tonight when it comes to you. And also, friend of the show, former Supercross racer. He's worked at Maxima and Pro Filter for the longest time. He's been in 3 or 4 times already. Trevor Reis. What's up, Trevor? How are you, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Nice little intense e-bike ride today for me, and analog bike for you.
Team Intense.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Gotta say, man, you're a little off my pace today. Normally, you're a manimal.
I know.
I've promoted
I know.
your skills on a mountain bike for a long time because I'm on an e-bike and you're right behind me.
Yeah.
Today,
it was tougher today. I'll give you that.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
No,
I don't know if it's the new bike.
No, I don't think it's me. I think it's you. I don't feel any better.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I don't have the seat time that I normally have.
Okay, all right.
That's the only excuse I'm going to give it right there.
So I was driving home from the race. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was thinking about the show on Monday, and I was like, dude, I bet you Daniel and Trevor have raced 125 Supercross main events because he was a West Coast guy, you're a West Coast guy, and I was like, I'm going to break it down. I'm going to look at the results, who beat who didn't make the main, who did make the main, like all this shit. And then neither one of you guys just missed each other. So my whole plan about a 20-minute like skit went to shit.
Yeah, should have probably looked at the results before you planned the skit because we literally missed it by a year, I think, right? You were 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2013 for you, and you were done by 2012.
Yeah.
So you were in arena cross by then.
Yeah,
yeah. Damn it. I thought you guys would be like, when you had the cape on and the LBZ stuff.
That was way earlier, dude.
I thought that was Trevor's era.
Daniel was running. He heard Trevor was coming in, and he went to arena cross.
I checked out. I knew.
Right.
That was 04. That's how long ago the cape was.
God damn, I know.
2, 3, 4
Dude,
when he was around.
I do find myself telling people, it's just a few years ago.
Yeah, he's thinking the cape was 2013.
Dude,
in his mind when he's driving home.
You know what I mean? Look, Budds Creek moto win was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Summercross?
A few years back. Yeah.
So, anyways, looking forward to having a good show. SMX, lots to talk about. Jet Lawrence, $1 million winner. Chase Sexton's last Honda ride goes out like that. But let me talk about the series, first of all. Something new for Feld and MX Sports this year. I thought being back at the Coliseum, Dark, you were there. Daniel, you were there. I was there. I'm older, and I'm, kind of moto geek historian dude. I thought being back at the Coliseum was super awesome. Peristyle, the photos, all of that. When Feld is hyping up the return of the Coliseum, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm not buying into everything they hype up because I just got my own feelings and thoughts. But I got to say, being there, it was cool. It was cool.
I loved it. Yeah, for those reasons too. And I barely caught it, but I actually raced in the Coliseum in '91 on a KX60 before they were 65s. This is
that's how old that was.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I actually got to race and go up and down the peristyles, and I did X Games in 2010 in the Coliseum also. And it's always had that weird feeling to me too because of the races you see on TV. I always think about the Rick Johnson, Guy Cooper battle with the S-turns at the end. I think of that one, and of course I think of 91. I mean, there's memories from there. So yeah, being in there and seeing the sport in modern form, but in that building and being able to take the photo of the Coliseum and see them shoot off the top, it did have all those feelings. And I heard the review show, and you said a lot of people might not have those because of their age, but that nostalgia was huge for me and probably everyone that did catch a piece of the Coliseum.
There was a lot of old-timers in the pits, and they liked it too, right?
Oh,
there was a lot of the people in the industry that thought it was pretty cool. Of course, the first ever Supercross was held there in 1972. Marty Tripes won it.
Was Summercross was 99?
Yeah.
Is that when it was?
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was 98 or 99, but they had like a 50 exhibition race that I raced there, and I don't remember if it was 98 or 99, but it was – I was on Cobra 50s, and they had
at Summercross.
Yeah, I don't remember. It was either I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think it was 99.
The Supercross series went there in 97 and 98.
Okay, so it was either 98 or 99. But they had a 50 race that we went up there and did, and I remember I can remember that race, like the track and being on the floor and things like that. Like
I was looking at some of the Align photos that I used for social and stuff, and like they just got like Chase and Jet jumping down the peristyle with the Coliseum.
Yeah.
And, I just think of Bradshaw and Stanton and all the great, and I'm just like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. And it was neat to be there.
And the algorithms caught wind of it on Instagram this week because all week I was seeing old school Coliseum videos like the Brooks one where he flies off the back.
Yeah.
All these old videos, like, I remember that one.
Yeah.
It's like it all caught the algorithm because all of a sudden my search is just Coliseum. And it was sick. It was like all these things I forgot about.
Brooks was like, dude, everybody's fucking asking me about that. I'm like, yeah. Like, it was pretty good. What'd you think, Dark? So first time for you at the Coliseum.
Yeah, first time. I missed the only times I saw it was on Moto World or Spills, Thrills, and Chills. Those videos. So it was, but it still brought back all those memories. And I could feel the vibe of the history.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
Just in some of the events that were going on with the Kawasaki intro and different things just brought all it back, having all those guys there.
We had a
I thought it was awesome.
we had a celebrity ride
Yeah.
on Friday.
Yeah. I missed a little bit of that because I was in the pits doing interviews, but I heard you guys talk about it, and we know that Kiefer was out there for the media part of that, and there was a little bit of a celebrity ride.
I do want to talk about that a little bit because
Which
there
part?
Kiefer's double.
Yeah, well, you gotta include Michael Lindsay in that too.
Okay, all right.
Because he didn't do it either.
So,
I'm not scared.
by the way, taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down, coming in for one of his rare Pulp Show appearances, not always here.
Yes.
The Tits Legendary. Tits, what's up?
Hey, I'm mildly happy to be here today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
How's the golf game?
Oh, strong.
Yeah, okay.
Strong to quite strong.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thank you.
Also, working the camera angles and all of that, working on the app as well. Dropping any day now. I think it's Friday. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Nice of you to recognize the help.
I know. Last week I didn't introduce him.
Yeah.
Just
No
went the whole
intro?
show. Went the whole show.
Just over here, greasing the wheels.
The minions were not happy
Maybe
about
things going.
Maybe that's why you had audio issues 2 minutes before showtime.
the minions were not happy that they were not introduced last week. I was so surprised Savachi showed up. I think I just was rattled. And
your excuse tonight?
No, I normally get things started, then we bring you in. Yeah. Marks, tonight, PulpMX Fantasy, we are doing the random draw tonight for a 2023 YZ450F. So anybody who plays in the championship league, if you suck at fantasy like Dark, you still have a chance to win this bike. So we're doing that tonight, Marks. And we had a winner of the Formula helmet that doesn't ride, right?
Correct.
And so just said give it away. So we're going to do 2 random draws tonight of anybody who paid to be in the fantasy championship league. And we will give away a bike and a helmet.
That helmet winner, that's an incredible gesture.
Yeah, did the helmet guy get anything else? Did you send him anything cool?
Yeah, we'll give him a high five.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
We'll do something.
But so
Maybe this Red Bull.
we're giving
Stewart
away.
helmet.
We're giving away a bike tonight. Thank you to folks at Yamaha and PulpMX Fantasy players as well. We're all done for the year. A successful year. Thank you for playing. We gave away Intense Taser e-bike for the 3-race SMX series. So, all right, here's the part I thought we'd get into right away. I want to talk about the results and Jet Lawrence and Kenny and all that because I think the Kenny thing is still relevant because of what he said on the show last week and then what Jet said this week, which was bizarre. But we'll get into all that. I want to get your guys' takes on this. But for now, look, I think the SMX played out a little different than I thought. We had one round at hybrid, one round of motocross, one round of supercross. The LA Coliseum was a supercross one. It was a little tamer track, but that quad on was cool, by the way.
Yeah.
That quad on was sick. Rank the 3 races. I was at 2 of the 3. We were all you were at 2. Us 3 were at 2.
We were all at
yeah.
1 and 3. 1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3, and
Missed 2.
2 of the 3.
Oh,
and then
sorry.
Trevor, you just watched them from the couch. No. This you have another aspect. You have another angle to give. So absolutely. Rank them for, and I don't even mean the racing, but you can include the racing. But I just mean design and format and everything else.
I mean, I like the whole thing. Just the point accelerators. I like the tracks. What's weird is I didn't like the tracks as much the day of. But now that it's over, I look back and I'm like, okay, I get what was being done. They were unique, and it was meant to conclude at LA with more traditional supercross. So with that being said, now I look back and I kind of like Chicago because it was so weird and different, the track. And it was not supercross really at all. It reminded me of some big giant fair races that I have done. Some really weird ones, but a good version of that. I did one in Sparks, Nevada one year that was like that, but super death cross.
Yeah.
And we all, as riders, were collectively trying to get this thing to either shut it down or change the track. It was so dangerous. So it had those types of vibes, but really good, well done. And I just liked it because it was different and new. And I look back now and I appreciate that the tracks were what they were. Because in the moment I was a little I don't like this track.
Yeah.
But now knowing that they were creatively trying to cover a lot of bases just to get to LA correctly, it all makes sense to me now. And I think I'd go with Chicago being the most interesting one for me.
Okay, number 2.
LA because of the Coliseum.
Okay.
Charlotte to me needed an uptick in multiple ways. It needed to be at night, number 1, and the track I think could have been a little bit better there. But I'll go Chicago, LA, Charlotte in that order.
Right. Dark.
Yeah, actually his lineup is the same as me. I would go 2, 3, 1. I thought the track was really cool at Chicago. I really liked the Super Minis race, minus the last lap.
Okay.
I like those guys being involved. I thought that was cool. I did not like the first race at night. I didn't like where our press box was. It just kind of was underwhelming a little bit. Very hard to pass. And then L.A., I like for the racing was pretty good, especially the first two motos of each class and the venue. So I'm going to go, Chicago, L.A., Charlotte.
Trevor?
L.A. was number one for me. Yeah, I thought they did a good job at just watching it, just bringing kind of all the history and everything involved kind of together and the hype and everything. I thought it was good. The series overall, I think, is cool. I'm not super picky on like track specifically. Yep. I think that no matter what they do, the best guys always rise to the top, right? So setup aside, outdoor, indoor,
Dude, there
whatever.
were a lot of complaints about setup.
I know, but I think it's good.
Yeah.
Like I think
that's supposed to be that way.
That's what they wanted, right? So we wanted something that was a little bit more interesting. But again, the best guys, no matter what, are always going to rise to the occasion. And I think that, I mean, when you sit and watch it, the level of respect for those guys, I mean, it goes up even more, right? Like you're able to throw some sort of weird track, bad lighting, whatever it is, but the guys that are in that race competing to win that championship for those 3 rounds, they're in the race. They're going to figure out a way to get it done, make it happen, whatever it is.
I need your number 2.
Number 2, probably.
These are official rankings.
Probably Chicago for me.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I would go Charlotte after that.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Not bad.
And I could go with that too. LA had such good feel all day.
Yeah.
It was a great day.
I agree.
I'm with you. If honestly, if the second motos in LA would have carried on like the first one, it would probably would have number 1. But that second moto, I think we got dealt a bad hand with who started where they did and what happened. But those first motos in LA were, I mean, that 251 was so sick.
It was
even
do you guys remember that Ivan Stewart game? Where
yeah,
he hit the turbo?
Mickey Thompson one. Yeah.
Someone was hitting Jordan Smith's turbo.
Oh,
because about I don't know 8 laps in, Jordan just goes, "See ya."
He was awesome.
And then RJ was right behind him. Like they were just like, "Yeah, we got to go. The old guys got to go."
That was very impressive. Them coming from a few spots back and just checking out.
Because it wasn't easy to pass. Everyone was doing everything right, especially two of the guys.
You watch races and like. Daniel knows. Like you'll see guys, you can
here
tell
we
when.
go.
No,
Here
I mean
we
people.
Yeah, we don't know.
No, like no
It's
people.
like fucking JT is back in.
Yeah,
Hey, you're beating up on me for the mountain bike ride, so we're gonna have this conversation here for a minute.
You know, Daniel.
But no, I mean, so you
race
you
Supercross.
see guys. No, like and
I beat a
I was
Cross
never.
champion.
I was never that level, but I can sit and watch
You're
now.
a main
and,
event guy,
and
dude.
yeah,
I mean,
but I
come
can
on.
watch people where I'm like they're going through the motions.
Yeah,
right. We see races like that all year long where it's like. You know, second is that's where I was tonight, and that's where I was going to finish. And I feel like these 3 rounds, with the money involved, everything, bringing both coasts kind of together, best guys, like I just think everybody was super fiery, and they were. I mean, everybody was getting after it. Like that, the intensity in that first 250 moto in LA was insane.
I do think if the SMX showed us anything, it's like we need more showdowns.
I agree.
We need more showdowns.
I agree.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, that was
absolutely.
great.
Well, I have a solution to that. I think I talked about it last time here. You know how East and West was off-numbered races, so they had to do some whatever.
Yep.
If you were to add, one, there's a way you can add a showdown and then take another one away and make them equal. You can do it. You have to have
just make one of the Triple Crowns a showdown. So.
No, well, you have to have 3. If it's 2, then it's equal. But if you have an odd number of showdowns, you can actually equal out the East and the West. So it's a simple solution. Add one more East-West showdown.
Yeah. What's really sad is none of you asked for my ranking of the races.
Well, we haven't got to you yet. You're next. Go.
Yeah. Okay. L.A., because of the Coliseum and the vibe and everything else. Charlotte, even though Charlotte was kind of boring racing-wise, I like the fact the track in passing-wise, but the track was just different, and it was throwing everybody for a loop. And then Chicago was kind of like, looked really dark.
It did.
Yeah. I wasn't at Chicago, so maybe that's part of why I ranked it last.
Yeah. Okay.
Sketchy track, too. I mean, it's good when riders have concern for other riders' safety, and they do things in the race to make sure that other riders are safe because they're pushing too hard, you know?
Right.
Charlotte gets a little bit of a uptick, I guess, because the split lane works so well. That was good that they did. That they finally seemed to figure it out. I like that. That was a good option.
Right.
And it was kind of the 3, it was the most where you could pick it. You had to decide what suspension you're going to go with, Supercross or outdoors.
Well, I think for round 1 they were all fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I like that.
Yeah. Next year they'll be like, hey, we need to do
No, I think they all should be like that. Fuck them up where they don't know what to do. So you just don't know what you're going to get.
Right.
I like that. I don't want them to know what the hell they got going on.
Trevor, did you triple points 2 motos, 20 minutes, anything that you didn't like or really liked about the formats and the changes that way? Like for me, I wrote about it. I wrote about it this week. I'll talk about it. I think that if they're going to call it the playoffs, and good God, they fucking yelled playoffs 100 times, start eliminating guys like NASCAR and come into the LA Coliseum where there's only 4 guys to win. Everyone races, don't get me wrong, but there's a race within a race of 4 guys. And I don't know about the triple points thing. Like, I mean, I get it because the gap is now 9 from 1 to 2 that it was, 3 normally. So I get that. But maybe they could do a totally separate point structure for SMX that incorporates bigger jumps and we just keep the same points. I don't know. What's your thoughts on any of that?
Listening to some of the people talk about it and just like my perception of it, I think it can go to 1 day. I think that they need to do away with the Friday thing.
It's actually funny. Peyton told me that after the race. He said, we don't need 2 days. They want to do a fan fest is what they did, but Peyton said that too. Yeah.
Well, I guess if you're the promoter of the race and you're putting the race on, obviously your goal is 2 separate days. That's revenue you're generating on 2 separate occasions for one event. If you're on the race team, if you're a mechanic, whatever it is, that's another day that you're there, that you're working. So I can see both sides of it. I think it should just be 1 day. I think it, again, just my opinion on it, but the triple points I think it's a little bit aggressive. I'd like to see it maybe go to where you were qualifying to where you have, let's say you get 1 point or 2, whatever it is, and that gets the top 5 guys or whatever it is to a final where it would be winner take all in that race to where points didn't matter anymore.
Sure.
Yeah. But
what about you, Dark?
I was going to say, the 2-day thing, that was partly because of camping too, right? When
camping,
that was
fan
nothing.
fest,
So,
they had a press conference for fans, things like that. They really wanted to pump up buy a ticket, spend money, and get more,
I still don't know if I'm totally sold on the 20+1 for the supercrossy style. That was a little long in Charlotte, for sure. Felt fine in Chicago. LA was kind of, borderline.
Yep.
So I'd say almost maybe shorten that just a little bit. And I don't care about the triple-double points.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, or I'm not for it either way. They could go away with it.
Right.
I just like the tracks being different than Supercross and Motocross. I want more of that.
Daniel?
It worked, so I liked it this year because it did work, but it could have easily not worked with the points because if Chase would have won Chicago, then he could have put it around in LA and won the thing. So it very closely didn't work. But it did work. It came down to the final race, and it was a winner-take-all. The Deegan-Shimoda one, to me, was the best because, after Shimoda gave him a little something in the first one, I'm thinking, this is great. One of these two are going to win this thing. There's a little bit of something developing in the night. The 451 kind of flattened out for me because Chase was out front, and he was going to lose. So it didn't work all the way.
Yeah, you wonder how hard Jet was pushing. I don't know if he's doing the big brain math. I figure he would. The team would tell him, hey, if Chase is in front of you, you've got this.
He was probably just more concerned with what Kenny was doing because that one could have been affected. It could have affected everything. So I'm with you, Steve. I would like to do an elimination and just throwing a bunch of mud at the wall, see what sticks. It'd be cool if there was 20 guys at Charlotte, everyone's in it, and then the top 10 leaving Charlotte are still in it, and then after Chicago, the top 4 are in it, and you go to LA, and it's winner take all between the 4.
Yeah.
That way, you're guaranteeing no matter what, it will come down to the last one because it could have not very easily. So next year, if they do the same thing, things work out different. Jet wins the first 2, it's over.
But had that been the case, there was a moment where Jordan Smith could have won that thing, right? And then if we had eliminated him, he wouldn't have had that chance to win it. So.
Oh well, yeah.
But
that's true. Oh well.
But if you want to have a playoff that builds to a championship, it's not where it doesn't work is like you're saying. The guy goes and rides around in second or third for the night, and
there's just odds. There's odds you're going to catch that.
The whole playoff thing that we talked about all year long really proved to be moot because they were calling dudes, you want to race?
Yeah, that's true.
Do you want to race? Injuries and different team stuff. It didn't really matter what you did all year. You almost got in, tons of guys got in, and then Cade had a hunting trip. Cade didn't want the money, but there's plenty of people who could have raced this thing, and they pumped this up all year long as a playoff thing, and I get what they were doing. That's awesome. I was talking about it. I'm like, holy shit, Austin Faulkner needs this. And started and let Styles and Dax and Bennett race, and Cade had hunting trip more important, and the Hitman, Marcellisi just said no, and so in the end, it was not really that hard to get in if you raced all year. So if they're going to do that, make it a little tougher.
Yeah, those are super hyper details that I think everyone that's diehard would pay attention to, but the halfway in fans that don't pay attention to that probably just see it more on the surface, which is You're coming down the last round. It's gonna be. I think it worked for the not all the way in viewer, and I think that's why the word playoff is used too, because it's an identifiable word that people know.
NBC wanted that.
Yeah, and it makes sense because it gives the season some conclusion. It gives everyone that knows the word playoff an idea that this is the finale.
This is big.
You're right, but the details inside that don't match up exactly. But to me, that's all tweakable, and I'll give Feld credit on this. They've taken some chances over the years. Futures was a big chance, incorporating that. That's worked. Triple Crowns have worked. This thing seemed to work. They seem to make moves when they need to.
Right.
So I could see this thing being just tweaked a little bit and be pretty damn awesome forever. I think it was great. Just need some tweaks.
Great to see Feld and MX Sports working together. I don't know if I've ever thought I'd see that day come where like Weege is doing Super Motocross and Ricky's doing both, and the MX Sports personnel are working at SMX races, and the water truck for water truck for MX Sports is at Charlotte. I didn't think I'd ever see that. I mean, if any listener of the show has been listening since 2010 when we started this thing, that must be like a rant that I've done 20 times, about how these two promoters just hated each other and would ignore each other. Yeah. And we'd have Ralph saying, we'll see everybody at Anaheim. Yeah. And it's like, what about this fucking 12-round motocross series? Do they die? What happens? Do they just kill everybody? But so I love that part of it.
Same.
I'm on board with that. That was great.
What about the LCQ format?
Is he watching YouTube?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, I mean, I'm just.
He's watching himself.
No, I'm not watching the video. I'm just watching the comments in case there's something I can ask a question about. Is that not? You want it off?
Yeah,
he interacts with the fans.
Right.
Yeah, because
man of the people.
Because if you say something and someone's like, "That's a stupid point," you're gonna be like, "Oh, you're all in your head."
No,
you're
that's fine.
You're gonna be all fucked up.
There was people complimenting you. I was gonna tell you what they said, but never mind. Fuck it.
Yeah, I don't want to know. Trust me. I had a guy today that
there
said,
weren't any compliments.
Yeah, I got a YouTube comment today. I put it on Twitter. The guy
I saw that. Yeah,
guy said Savachi should have walked out on me.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
No, what about the LCQ format? Do you feel like Phil and those guys should have been in?
No.
Keep it.
Phil. No, you don't.
All right,
get
everybody but Phil. Yeah. Everybody but Phil gets in.
No, Phil did honestly say that he thought that he should have been in an LCQ at Charlotte and then gotten in.
Yeah, that's what
I'm. No, I don't know. Whatever.
Indifferent?
Either way, right? I'm indifferent. Yeah,
okay.
I don't care that strongly. Just, I mean, the fact that Phil did it, all year long is great. But
it was awesome. Yeah, with a great result. I'm sure you're going to get to that.
I will say
that
having the LCQ and having the point structure the way they did it did create a lot of end of season talk and fun talk.
It did, but it didn't matter.
It didn't matter, but it was still fun.
But next year, I'm going to be smarter than that. Next year, I'm going to. I devoted 20 minutes to Austin Faulkner's chances.
Yeah.
In the end, it didn't matter.
I did too. I took a close look at his situation and how it might be. But to me, that was all fun because it gave me the feeling.
And I'm not breaking down Cade's chances anymore either.
Especially when you know his priorities in life.
Yeah, hunting's more important.
Yeah,
Cade may need money next year, so you never know.
Yeah.
But. I think it all worked and just needs a little tweaking because it did create excitement. I never once felt like, oh, that was dumb or that was stupid. I thought a couple times we're like, oh, that could be a little different. But I enjoyed the whole thing from start to finish, and I left LA going, that's sick. That's forever. Let that be part of what we do now.
You know what one of the highlights was?
Meeting Dak Shepard?
Yes. Well, yes, but Weege in the booth. In being a part of quote-unquote Supercross.
He thought it was, too. Also,
yeah.
One of the highlights.
Well, and then you were talking about Feld and MX Sports. It's even behind the scenes, they're actually getting along. It's not like it's just a front. That's pretty cool to see those guys.
They're on weekly calls with each other. It's a whole thing.
Like it seems to be a strong relationship, which I think can only improve the sport.
I don't want to go back and toot my own horn, but let me just toot my own horn a little bit.
You do want to go back and toot your
You've
own horn.
listened for a long time, Dark.
Sure.
How many times that I was yelling about we need to do different formats, 20 laps is dumb, let's do something. Triple Crowns came.
69 times, I believe.
Yeah, 69 times of saying, why are we just doing 20 laps? Like, change it up. In 85, they did 2 mains, Doggers vintage era. They did 2 mains in 85. And then we just did 20 laps for fucking 30 years. No matter how long the track is, no matter what. I was always yelling, change it up, change things up, man. We're a sport. We're entertainment.
Seems like they are, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. The sport's running more like a speedboat than a Titanic. It's making quick moves left and right and changing things when it needs to. I mean, Triple Crowns, to me, they're awesome. Right. And they've mastered that format now.
We got a call for you on 2. Go ahead. Oh, are you doing a fireball?
What?
Yes. Wow. Joe, what's up? What's your comment for Daniel Blair?
Hey, first I was wondering if Daniel's going to be at A1, which he probably is. And then second, I was wondering what the predictions were for A1.
Oh, wow.
We can't know, sir. That's much too early. I was asked for my A1 thoughts as well. Let's not give it away now.
Yeah, I'm tired. I mean, I feel like I love this whole thing.
It's right around the corner.
But guess what? 31 was a lot, and I mean, to be into it that much, you got to love it. But I did feel at the end of LA like, whew, that was a long time to be into something. I mean, we're talking 9 months straight of being pretty locked in.
Why does anybody think of the media in this instance?
I just in my interest now, I love it so much that I was in it till the checkered flag. But I did feel like, man, that was.
I was just tired. Joe, we'll revisit that.
Yes.
Right on, man. Right on, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yep.
Firepowerparts.com. Dean Wilson, who tweeted he's all right. Did you see his Instagram video of his crash?
No.
Oh, you got to check it. Dino did a great.
Poor Dino.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him.
He said on Instagram that crash cost him $30,000. I guess in the points, right? Firepowerparts.com. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey. They offer a wide variety of chains from heavy-duty roller to O and X ring. They got featherweight lithium batteries as well, used by a lot of teams, of course. And, of course, motor oil as well. Thanks to the folks at firepowerparts.com. You can check them out at Firepower Parts on social media. And, Privateer sponsored, Firepower Parts. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. And, we got a question about Orange Brigade here. Hayes, go ahead and ask Orange Brigade question.
I got a couple questions, kind of a small rant, but it's also for Daniel. Maybe he has more insight than I do. My son used to ride 65s, Husqvarna, and all that great stuff. We switched to a Kawasaki, and then I'm watching the Loretta Lynn's and the Super Minis, all that kind of stuff. And I think back how Team Green used to be the most dominant mini rider, so to say, 65, 85, Super Minis, all that stuff. And now I looked on the Loretta Lynn's, there was 2 KX65s total signed up, and obviously lots dominated by Orange Brigade and a couple of Yamahas here and there. But why is Kawasaki fading out so much? And do you agree it's kind of sad to see that they've almost disappeared?
You're asking a KTM guy about if it's great that Kawasaki's disappeared?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll give a non-biased opinion.
Honestly, I talked to Ouija.
Good luck.
No, but hey, Hayes, I did a review pod. I was asking Ouija about this same thing somewhere along the line, and Ouija's just like, it's not competitive. They haven't put money into the bike.
Yeah. I'll tell you what Daniel told me last weekend at the race. He said, F Team Green, I'm taking all their riders. We're going to sign everybody. It's going to be all orange.
Yeah, I'm pretty pissed they had 2, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. No, in reality, this is not being biased. Just any human that knows this will back me up. But the KTM Husky Gas 85 platform, which is what turns into the Super Mini, it's just they're like incredible little race bikes. They come off the showroom floor like really good, and they're not done developing. There's new models coming from even these mini bikes because they're just not done developing. And Cow and Yamaha have just not done that in the mini bike. That's not their part of the market that they go after. So you'll see that at the races, 65s, 85 Super Mini, the KTM bikes dominate because they are developing those to be like race bikes.
The Super Mini guy, the Cowie guy won, and then we just like, hey, that guy's really good to win on that Cowie, and Cowie would have kept him, So
their Super Mini, their finished product Super Mini, is an incredible bike too. So it's not like that kid. That's Landon Gordon. He's a really good rider, but his bike's good too.
Yeah. Okay.
On the KTM 65, can we agree they need to move the drain bolt and fix the way we can get to the carburetor?
You get right on that, Daniel.
Yeah.
That's on the list.
That's something I've been working on. Is the R&D of the motorcycle. I'll get right on that and let them know.
Thanks, Hayes.
Daniel didn't even know they had air filters, oil filters.
Couldn't find it on my 250.
Offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Dean Wilson, that ORW butt patch, is Off-Road Warehouse. Enzo Lopes, J-Mart. Marchbanks was really good at SMX. They have stores all throughout America. And use the code PulpMX to save. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products. ORW bring you our first guest of the night. Philip!
Hi, Steven. How are we?
We're good, man. Thank you for the time tonight. What are you going to do with your SMX money?
I don't know. Put it in the stock market, invest a little bit.
Okay.
Hopefully, I can make up for the money that Freddie took from me in Masterpool and Marchbanks and Nichols and everybody else who made a decent paycheck.
With the Democrat president, the stock market's booming, so I'm sure you'll be happy with doing that.
For sure. I didn't lose any money last week.
Hey, we said on the review show that there's some point in the pay structure that is like they just start going down by $1,000 or something or whatever.
Yeah. Guess who was the first one to start going down by a fucking 1,000?
You.
Yes.
He said you were in the first spot that was a massive jump of 15,000. Yes. Congrats, Philip.
Yeah, fucking Freddie, dude. Freddie got me. And it sucked because Freddie and I were talking shit all week, because Freddie doesn't curse. He's all, he's just a good old guy. And I was telling Freddie I was going to break his fucking leg this week for $15,000. And he was just laughing. And guess who got the last laugh? Freddie. So, I kind of... the restart kind of screwed me a little bit, to be honest. I was in a good position. I had about 3 seconds on Fred and kind of getting towed along by Masterpool. And then they had the restart. And I don't know, I felt like a pitcher in the MLB or whoever, whatever. I got iced up. And when the green flag went, they waved us. And I just never got back on track to the lap times I was running the first 3. And, the boys just ate me alive out there. So
was there some confusion down there on whether it was a full gate or staggered? Was there some confusion?
I have no idea what was going on. I didn't care if it was a full blown restart. I mean, I would have been kind of bummed because I was in a decent position and I started second from the outside. But obviously the staggered start's the way to go. I just didn't. I didn't like losing the little gap that I had in the mojo I had going because I was actually flowing pretty decent. So,
did you think about the quad on? Did you eye up the quad on?
I told Jet and Anderson, we were kind of talking, and Dino, I was just like, if there was fucking $1 million on the face of the Supercross triple for me to quad on, I still wouldn't quad on.
Oh, fuck. I would have done that for $1 million. I'll pull the trigger.
I'm pretty sure Phil is the only guy in the 450 class going double jump on, jump off. I'm pretty sure, right?
No, I was not, dickbag. I was going 3-table single. But I was like, no, there wasn't. And Dark, you said you would go for it for the $1 million?
For $1 million, I'll attempt it. I mean, I've crashed.
Yeah, no. Why wouldn't you? You'd have $1.5 million in medical debt too.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to pay that bill, Phil.
Does the body have to get to the jump or the transponder?
You crashed at a triple at
Well, might as well go for a quad.
Right.
Yeah. So
I did the triple for no money at all.
Yeah, for nothing.
Phil, what's this domestic you had with Coop? You're telling me, like, can you talk about it on the air or no? You and Coop got into it?
Oh, dude, we got into it. Obviously, everyone knows Coop's one of my best mates. I don't even know if I should really say it, but I'm going to anyway. So we get back, we get the red flag, right?
Yeah.
And Coop was behind me for about 2 laps, but right before the red flag, he had passed me in Masterpool. So he was sitting 5th, Masterpool, and then I was 7th. So we get back to the gate, right? And obviously, I have a bladder problem. Everybody else does too. So a bunch of us are running to the pisser in between the break while we're all waiting, while they're waiting to get BAM. Well, I get into the bathroom, and the urinals are all full. There's 3 of them. So I go to the toilet, and I'm pissing. And all of a sudden, I saw Coop was in the urinal. So I'm pissing, trying to get back to the gate, and all of a sudden I hear, "You're a fucking squirrel in the rhythm lane, man." And I'm like, huh? And I turn around, and Coop's looking at me while I'm in the bathroom, and I'm pissing. And I said, huh? He goes, "Dude, you're a squirrel in the fucking rhythm." And I pinched it off mid-piss. And I walked up to him in the bathroom, and I just came unglued on him. Coop and I are having this
massive blowout.
Domestic, this massive blow. Well, Coop really didn't say much. It was just me unloading on him. And, I was in his face. I felt bad after, but I was in his face, and, I'm, spitting in his face and saying all this shit, telling him you're on a factory bike and you're 2-time champion and I'm beating you to the first corner and yada, yada, yada. And he just stood there and he tried to step around to walk out, and I still kept chewing him.
Oh,
and
wow!
Then I chirped him from the bathroom all the way down to the starting gate,
Jeez.
And obviously,
impressive.
maybe that's why I really didn't recover when the
Yeah.
Flag flew. My cortisol levels were through the roof. Yelling at Coop.
He got in your head. He got in your head.
Yeah, Coop got in my head, just sitting there being silent. He won the battle.
But now, did he have to go behind you on the restart because it's the lap before?
No, well, it must have been the lap before he had.
Okay,
He started fifth. So
that would have been even better had he had to work through you in Masterpool again. Yeah.
Obviously, he was feeling tension being behind me because of Chicago. You know what I mean? So he had a point to prove and shit. So I kind of, but it was so funny. And
he rode well. He rode well. Yeah, he rode by.
Yeah, he rode really good. And I and obviously in our group chat, I text him. I said, "Dude, you're my best mate," and I said, "I'd take a bullet for you, but I have no problem headbutting the fuck out of you." I almost want to call him right now so you could get his side of it, but
Blue Crew.
We tried.
I know he's just in having a couple of Tito's and soda water in the Bahamas, so we'll let him. We'll let my story live. So.
Yeah. We don't need him.
Well, I do wonder if you hadn't beaten him and then he got beat up in my group text with him and he probably got beat up in other group texts about you beating him. I do think that was probably part of it where he was just like, I can't let this fucking guy beat me. Yeah.
I mean, it was just funny. I'm just like, dude, you got all these start maps and all this, and I'm just down there with a piston
out of a van.
And I'm beating you down in the first corner. I said, dude, you're the problem, not me.
I went to go talk to Phil, and him and Marchbacks were in a sweatshop in this trailer. It smelled like ass, and it was like it was like 8,000 degrees inside this trailer. So,
dude,
Phil, what did you think of that number one plate we got you?
Now that I know, does Muye know where it actually came from? Or
I think he knows it now. But I guess they were pissed. Mike and Feld and AMA guys were like, "What the hell?"
What was your initial thought? Did you kind of know it was a joke and came? I mean, I know you knew it wasn't serious, but did you have any idea where it came from immediately?
No, I didn't know. JT told me after. He goes, "Oh yeah, it was Mathis's idea," and I'm like, "Oh fuck." Well, if I would have known that, I would have blown Steve out on TV. But Steve's like, "Oh, it's good you didn't know. You
still cussed on the broadcast 2 weeks in a row.
You cussed again."
Dude, shit and smart ass is not cussing.
And then you thank Feld and MX Sports for the number one.
He thought it was from them.
Now they have to do it every year.
Yeah.
Next year the guys will be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I mean, dude. Well, so you've qualified second in the first one, and then third in the second one, and I'm like, oh fuck, he's got to win it to get the plate. I mean, I made this plate. Thanks to our listener Nick, by the way, for making the plate for us. A guy out east somewhere. Next day aired it to us. Thanks to Nick. Thank you. But then I'm like, if he doesn't win, the whole thing's shot. And then you were not fastest in either one. And I was like, oh, no. But, dude, you cut over on Moran's. You just cut poor Kevin Moran's off the start.
Yeah,
and then
good.
I gave him plenty of room.
And then you rode off for the win.
Phil's a racer, though. I never doubted him once in those.
So when I was up in the press box being like, oh, fuck, he's third fastest.
Yeah, but it would be
someone said, dude, he's a racer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Paul P. But, we were all saying that would be just like Phil to not to blow it.
Here's the question. Is he a racer or is he not a practicer? Because it could be that, too.
Yeah.
I'm not a practicer. Because if you look at my stats through the 17 years of doing this bullshit, I've never, ever qualified good ever. Like Chicago is my best. I went 7.9. I felt like I rode good in the mains, and I qualified fifth and unseated. I don't know. Ironman, I qualified 24th, and I got 8th overall. I'm just a terrible qualifier. I like doing gate drops, and I like being able to ride races. I'm not a heater guy. Never was, never will be. So that part of the sport sucks. So, and it's kind of defeating no matter how many times you do it week after week. When you come off and you see guys that you smoke during the races and they're throwing down a heater better than you, it kind of makes you second guess. I don't care how many times I beat them during the races, but it's fine. I just got to remind myself when the gate drops, the bullshit stops.
I don't even know, Phil. Were you around when we raced a race qualifiers for nationals?
Yeah, I raced for my first national was 06.
Oh, okay.
So I did so I had to do Saturday, Sunday program.
And Sunday.
Yeah, both sometimes. Yeah. And then if you weren't in the top 10, if you were 10 to 20, you only had to do Sunday morning.
Yeah. If you were 20 and out, you'd have to go Saturday just to get to Sunday, then Sunday to get in, and man, it was all based on the draw. Sometimes you get a bad heat.
Yeah. You want to know? Yeah, you want to know what's crazy? It's crazy how if you're in the top 10 or in the top 20, you're seeded into something. Huh? Weird. Listen, that logic just.
You wouldn't have got a number one plate. Correct. You wouldn't have got a number one plate if you'd been seated
Not
in.
for nothing, but fuck that number one plate. You know how much hair I lost on the top of my head the past 3 weeks?
It's a different series, Phil. It's a different series.
Yeah,
it's
new.
I've literally gained 10 pounds from stress. 10 pounds. Like, I'm not bullshitting you.
Do you get a single digit or what do you get for this LCQ championship? Do you get a permanent number or what do we know? Yeah.
No,
what are you looking at for numbers next year? Where are you at? I saw some provision on this.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
What is? I don't know, like 36 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 36. That's right. Because Marchbanks, we were saying, club doesn't even need to pre-print new numbers or anything.
Yeah.
That won't be confusing next year.
Is Marchbanks in the 20s then? Low 20s?
Yeah, I think G got 26. So got a Marshall number.
He won like 90 grand, he said, or 75 grand. His take home.
No, 120 grand.
Yeah, he was like, he's like, that's the most I've ever won. That's the most I've ever made. Yeah, good for Marchbanks. Yeah, really good. You know?
Yeah, I had to tell G. I said we need to have a sit down and have a chat. What we're going to do with that cash? You know. Remember what Uncle Sam and everything else? It's just like, dude, stuff goes quick after all that shit. You know? So.
Well, we had Marvin on our Re-Raceables pod about the $1 million at Monster Cup, and he immediately went into he didn't take the $1 million, he took the payout, and half goes to taxes, and we're like, all right, Marv,
still a lot of money.
It's about 300 grand.
It's jaded. These guys are jaded.
Wait, that's what he keeps?
Yeah, that's what they get. Yeah.
300 out of the million?
No, they don't get a million.
Oh, they lose the 300.
No. If they don't take if they took the money, it was 600 grand or something.
If you take the money, it's about you get about 600 grand, you know,
or $1 million over 20 years. So.
Oh, I take it up front and take the hit.
Yeah.
I don't trust things are going to be around that long.
That's true.
So.
Right. Good point.
Oh yeah, I would too, and then invest the rest of it and be done with it. Fuck that.
Yep.
You know.
Hey Phil,
give me the money.
It's like the lotto. It's like take your money in 26 years. It's like no, I want it now.
Yeah, exactly. Let me get the interest off it, or try and figure out how to make more money off it. I don't trust you people.
Exactly.
Yeah, to even be around. You know. So thanks, but no thanks.
Hey, minus the LCQ every week issue. What'd you think about this series? I mean, everybody keeps saying it's 3 more races, which I guess technically minus Monster Cup is really just one more race. But the format, the track differences, like as a fan and as media, I thought it was great. Now that it's over, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before the past few weeks. No one wants to do more races. Obviously, it kind of comes out to being about the same. But, I just look at it as like, okay, Saturday ended, and they're already posting it's 11 weeks until Anaheim. Well, 2 weeks from now, they got this Nations, then guys got Bercy, and then, there's just, like I said, there's no off season. But again, when you talk about, for me, for instance, I made $35,000 plus the AMA purse money. So I made about 45 grand in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
like I'll suck it up. Nowhere else really are you going to do it. Doing what I love to do, riding a dirt bike and making 45 grand. Obviously, I wish I could add Freddie and made another 15 grand and done better. But it's good for our sport, and I'm glad our sport is finally to that level to give guys money. So I'm for it.
But also, on the flip side, no factory rider did every race this year.
Yeah.
There is that.
Well, our sport is like, if you want to talk about risk level, 10 out of 10, our sport is a level 10 risk. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday in the off season, you're riding. Okay, like, dude, you know how hard it is to be perfect every single day, every single lap through the year, including racing and everything, dude. It's almost impossible. You're not fucking in the NFL and bubble suits and playing flag practice or whatever the fuck they do. Dude, the risk is just as high on a practice day as it is on a Saturday, and it's hard to do that for 9 months out of the year. And obviously you're going to risk it in practice because there's combos you want to put together and be faster than your teammates. So the the limit is high, but what is more important, a Tuesday or a Saturday? And it's just, it's pretty fucked up. So I don't know. And you have to ride during the week because you need to be sharp for Saturday. So how do you really, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, I mean Daniel and Trevor know.
The week leading to Chicago at Club, we had a bunch of rain. I was there, and so you only rode one day. Did you notice a difference by riding only one day than two?
No.
Okay.
No, not me. But I rode Tuesday. Obviously, I was still really tired and beat up from Chicago, from Charlotte, and I was already planning whether they got because I rode Tuesday. I was already planning not to ride Wednesday because I was still smoked from Saturday, and Tuesday I didn't feel great, and whether it rained or not, I wasn't going to ride Wednesday and just save it for Saturday. But you still perform on Saturday, but I still have a huge base from outdoors, obviously still getting back into it and everything like that. Like a guy like Jet could not ride during the week and still perform on Saturday. He could go almost 2 weeks and not still perform on Saturday. So for us it's okay, but you can't take more than 2 weeks off a bike without losing that skill. I mean, Daniel and Trevor know you got to stay sharp and
that's right.
and at least have the skill and the eyesight, and or else you kind of lose the muscle memory a bit.
Yeah, it's again, like the powers that be, like Dark said, will tell you it's one more race, but it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah, I think it's because it's drug out longer.
Right.
Yeah.
I met a lot of teams, managers, mechanics, that told me they're tired.
Well, especially mechanics, because they're.
Yeah. And then I think about those poor saps at Honda going to or all the Team USA and Aussie guys.
Yeah.
They're grinding even harder, dude, for the next 2 weeks. They had to build bikes and ship them, and all of that.
I mean, I was at KTM this morning, and they are fully getting ready. 2 Huskies, 1 KTM. They are going, and there's no break. It is full prep for that. And then their break. Yeah. I just know this because I was in there. As soon as I get back from that, it's like testing on Tuesday.
Yeah. My Yamaha, we ended Steel City, and Wednesday was Supercross testing. Wednesday after Steel City, we were working through settings. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. Well, and Adam Cianciarillo and Jason said that they were asked that at the Kawasaki intro to take a break. When he said, "No, man, Monday or Tuesday of this week,
AC's coming here to golf. He's going to get hammered every day in a few weeks."
They said they were about to start testing for the new bike.
Yeah.
It starts maybe next week. But
yeah, you got to get the parts into Japan early enough to get the order because it's a long wait for ordering parts, right? So
yeah, I think that for me, that's one of the things I feel worse or the most bad about for our athletes is they really don't get any time off. No. And, us as normal people, Steve, you go on a vacation for a couple weeks or, regular people, they take weeks. Well, you go to Cabo a couple times a year anyway. You go for a week at a time, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, either way. These guys don't get their full weekends off and get to sit around and hang out with their family. And then, in July, we're going to take 3 or 4 days off. They're lucky if they get a week off in the whole year. And most people don't realize, like Phil just said, they're riding during the season Tuesday, Wednesday. They're traveling Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or they're at the race Saturday, traveling Sunday, hopefully home Monday, but they're in the gym or whatever. There's almost no days off.
Yep.
And I feel bad for the guys. I mean, and they don't get paid well enough as it is for what they do.
Think about the amount of guys that are doing this for $30,000.
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, and you got the privateers that maybe they're not training during the week because they're traveling.
At least Phil's making $300,000 to $400,000.
Yeah, Phil's getting rich, but still.
Right.
Someone's getting it.
Off-Road Warehouse bringing you Phil Nicoletti on the show. PulpMX code to save at ORW. Please check them out. They install everything they sell as well. So use the code PulpMX at offroadwarehouse.com. Get your truck to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Thank you to those guys. So Philip, and you're doing the World Rounds. We talked about that last week. So you have stuff coming up too. Like you probably will do East, right? We don't know for sure, but I'd imagine you do East. But you still have the World Rounds coming up.
Yeah. I mean, we go the 4th and 5th of November, and then, I'll be gone during Thanksgiving. And, I know, like, you got your ride day, which is a fun day. I'll hopefully make it to that, but they schedule the ATVs and more.
Yeah, are you coming to that, or I don't know what the thing?
I'll be there Saturday night, so I'll go to the ATVs more thing, open house on Saturday, and then I'll come to your thing Saturday night and ride Sunday, and then the following week club has an open house, and it's just like, weekends are smoked up. But again, it's everyone says like, oh yeah, you ride a dirt bike and shut up and you could be working a normal job. Like I get all that, man, but like still it's tiring, and it's stressful,
Okay, so Phil, before we let you go, sorry to interrupt you. But take aside your results. Put your results aside. Rank the 3 super motocross races. 1, 2, 3.
Well, I think Charlotte would have been good if it was a nighttime race. Daytime kills the vibe.
Okay, that's what Daniel said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's got to be automatic forever too. It's just it
yeah,
has to be at night.
It's just like, dude, you can't do daytime bullshit. So it's kind of Chicago, Charlotte, LA.
So you put your fucking results into this thing, Phil.
Wow,
No,
LA was last.
I liked the Chicago vibe. I liked how it was kind of
no big jumps.
It was actually. Yeah, well, there's no big jumps. Are you kidding me? You know how big those fucking doubles were? I couldn't even believe those
Super Minis were doing it.
Phil, yes, they were big for the Super Minis, but if they're doing them, they're not big for you.
Oh, okay, Daniel. You can't even hit a left-handed corner.
That's
boom.
Yeah,
it's not a bad.
You want to fucking. Yeah, exactly. You know.
I'll take the L. I'll take the
You
L.
head out there. Let me know how you're going to end up looking like Kenyon Richardson and Vincent Way out there in Chicago. You know, only you won't be getting up. You'll be laying there.
There goes Phil's Orange Brigade support in the future.
Yeah. He's off my consideration for the future.
His vet racing national. Yeah. Phil wants to go back to Loretta's. They won't be on an orange bike.
No, well, I mean, if we were going to hire a vet, we want him to inspire the kids, not terrify the kids either. So he was already off the list.
It's never an option.
Dude, I'm telling you, Chicago, I went out there for first practice on Friday, and I'm like, dude, I can't see the landings of these jumps. You know? Like, what the fuck am I doing out here, man? You know? And, dude, I got done Friday night, and I had to take 1,000 milligrams of ibuprofen because, like, my wrists hurt, my ankles and my knees because they either went long or I went short. Like, nothing was perfect, you know? And then these super mini kids are out there, 12 years old, just hucking shit. And I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, obviously cleaned out half the field during their main event, but I mean, they were out there jumping it.
I do think the super mini needs a rethinking for next year.
Qualifying was brutal. The finish line was so bad.
Yeah.
I think somebody had a video they posted on YouTube from their qualifying.
Austin Camden came up way short.
I think it was Burkeen. Someone on YouTube. It was just like the whole practice, and literally it's just kid after kid just framing the thing.
How does Nick Way do it from the inside? Or Vincent Way do it from the inside? Nuts.
Yeah. Like, I actually have a bone to pick with that. Why, for the love of God, do we have the super mini kids on the Chicago track, and we have the next future of our sport, All-Stars, riding in L.A.? The levels of the track weren't even comparable. You know, like L.A. was a basic track.
Yeah,
obviously, it created mayhem, but it was just like, dude, Super Minis could have done that track all day long, and
easily.
The kids could have been totally fine.
Super Minis would have done the whole LA track, no problem. There would have been no problems on that track.
Zero problem. But no, let's stick them out on Chicago and let's see if they fucking survive.
I don't think that was the intent.
No,
that wasn't what they.
I don't think they
schemed that.
It wasn't in the meetings.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up.
Phil, was it dark?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. They can't look at the track and be like, "Come on, man." I don't know if that's good for a 13-year-old to be out there fucking trying to jump that fucking 75-foot finish line, or, dude, like that double that Vincent Way crashed on, like, not for nothing, but that was one of the hardest jumps at the time. I know on TV, like, everything on TV looks a lot fucking easier, but that double was gnarly. It took me 4 laps to jump that thing on Friday, and I'm like, dude, I have to follow somebody. You know?
Super Minis did it in second lap.
Was it dark? Was it dark coming down from the peristyle in the sand? Was that dark? It didn't look lit very well.
Lighting sucked. I couldn't see shit, you know? And, like, not only that, but I'm behind AP, and he hits off the wall, ejecto mundo.
Yeah.
Next moto come down off the wall, Dino right in front of me, ejecto mundo. You know? I come around, and I see fucking Sexton buried his head in the sand. I'm like, dude, what are you digging to China with the A-Stars visor? You know?
That thing stayed on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Visor stayed on.
You know?
Dino's was nasty. Dino's was nasty. He posted it today on Instagram, yeah.
No, dude, actually AP's was way worse.
Was it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, trust me, I had front row seats to both of them.
Right.
You know? And I'm like, dude, what is going on? People died out there. You know? Yeah, it is. I don't know. I'm just glad to get out of L.A. I hated that fucking place. I hated the pits. I hated how I was a mile away from it. I understand there's a bunch of history there and this and that, but yeah, it's not. That place wasn't for me. You know.
Doesn't sound like it.
I mean, I would think that going in, it's probably not the best fit for you. That's a easy guess,
No, and it all started with parking.
Just do the jumps.
The parking? The parking? Yeah. Tough go with the parking.
I didn't have any problems.
All right, anything else for Philip before we let him go? And we're not calling you next week, Phil. You're not coming on next week, so you get a Monday off. Yeah.
Do we?
Thank God.
Do we have any updates on 24? I know there's a press release, and we don't really know what's going on. Do we have anything official yet? Have you made any decisions?
Nope, nothing.
Should we talk about Enzo, or no? Do we just move on?
I'm officially signed with no deal. So whatever that is.
The first rider in history to be put out a press release that he signed.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is I don't even understand. It is.
You want to talk about Enzo, or we're just going to move on?
He's back in Brazil chilling.
Okay.
Living the dream.
Sounds good.
He should be back, start getting ready, but I don't know. Enjoy some time, plenty of time to lay one. Obviously, they told us Saturday night, 11 weeks. So.
All right, Philip, as always, thank you for the time. Congrats on the race. I think you were the breakout star of the SMX series with the LCQs and everything.
He's definitely one of the most exciting. When he gets in the lead, whether it be at Anaheim or
well, you can see the announcers, people who know Phil. We all know him. Everyone's giggling like Ricky.
It's great.
Everyone's excited. Yeah.
I wish the whole fandom was in on it. Like everybody in the stands knew because
I got people that said I got here early to watch Phil. I got tweets on Instagram.
But there's people that I don't know who this guy is. Everybody should. He's the best.
Yeah.
Yes, but doesn't it look bad? Okay, like the last couple nationals, I got top 10. I should have been top 10 a bunch more, but I did okay outdoors. And then Charlotte, I got 13th. Chicago, I got 8th. And then LA, I got 9th. And it's just like, no, man, you still got to go to the LCQ.
Here we go. There's rules, Phil.
What?
I mean, I asked that question a little while ago. Like, should that be something that gets changed? And we're kind of all indifferent. I understand that you're not. I mean, it just is what it is. You just got to accept it. Now, if they change it, that's fine too. But, I mean, I don't know. It just is what it is. So...
if they change it, it'll screw Phil over
should
next year.
They do it.
Should a guy that raced all the series or whatever and got more points be penalized just because he had a bad race and then go into the LCQ when he had more points going into the championship than you? I don't know.
Phil's going to complain. They're going to make a change, and it's going to screw him so bad next year.
Yeah, next year they change the rule. You get in, and then maybe the next week you're in the LCQ.
Yeah, that's what'll happen.
That's on me.
That's true. Yeah.
I'll take it.
But it was on you to get into the show.
Do better in the regular season, bro.
Race them outdoors.
Yeah, I'm sorry I got hurt. What do you want me to do?
Don't get hurt, man.
Hit a left-handed corner. What the fuck do you want from me?
Be better, Phil.
Just be better.
Yeah.
Just do better.
I mean, you got one guy that can't fucking jump a triple on a corner track. That's basic, and you got somebody that can't hit a left-handed corner. And it's just like, typical fucking comments from the peanut gallery.
Yeah, from the media. Yeah. Typical media.
Fucking keyboard warrior.
Notice Trevor hasn't said anything. Trevor's just sitting here. Trevor's classy. Yeah.
And the host of this radio show can't ride his own ride day because he's got tennis elbow or something.
Oh, he's riding. He's riding. He's riding. Phil.
We don't know.
You said you were riding.
I'm going to try. Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going to make some laps. You'll be fine.
All right, Philip. Thank you for the time. Good job at SMX, and keep in touch, Benny. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you, fellas. Talk to you.
Appreciate it.
Phil's the best. Honestly, he's one of the best.
The left-hand corner was really fucking.
It was good. I had that coming. I walked into that, but
I had that coming.
Yeah, but it is so weird how so many things turn out being so funny because of him. Like the leader light thing. The fact that he was the test guy, which we all found so comical. Like Phil would never lead. And then there he is in the SMX on the track that took him half the day to learn the doubles. Mm-hmm. And that's the one he's out leading. You know what I mean? Like it's like unbelievable how it all lines up for him.
Number 69.
I don't even get it. It seems fake and scripted. Do people think it's all scripted? It is. It all is, guys.
Either that or a sim.
How foolproof is that lighting system that they put on the bikes?
Some of it didn't work for Jet. I don't think it was on for Jet or Chase or somebody.
But they have the teams not mentioned anything about it, like a safety issue, anything like that.
I haven't heard that. And I will say, from the fans' perspective, maybe I'm speaking out of line here for don't want to speak for everybody, but I like that a lot. I actually can't
I
believe because I would. If someone told me ahead of the season, hey, we're going to put lights on bikes so the leader's bike lights up, I'd have been like, that's dumb.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's actually really cool, and it's easy to see, and it's cool when they pass, and you're like, it worked. 100% worked.
Let's get to our next guest. DecalMX.com, promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works #1 for many reasons, and thanks to the folks at Decal Works for coming on board with us. And when you think of Maxima USA, which is on the show, you think of 927, which is on Wednesday, and you think of Maxima, Trevor, and the great Ron Lechien. What's up, Dogger? How are you, man?
What's happening, Steve-O, and everybody in there? Nice to be on the show. Big fan.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's not always easy to get you on, but Trevor and I, we guilted you into it. It was great, Dogger.
Yeah, no, I owed you, man. I'm a big fan of the show, and like I said, Observations is one of my favorite columns to read every week. So
thank you.
I owe you a little bit.
Thanks.
There.
I appreciate it. 927 Day coming up on Wednesday also, by the way. Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save. Dogger, it was cool being back in the LA Coliseum. We hadn't been there since 99 for Summercross, since 98 for Supercross. You've raced there a ton. Like, when I think of you in the Coliseum, I think of a couple of great races in 89. I think of the Rodale Cup. What about you? What did you think of when racing the Coliseum?
Well, my first experience with the Coliseum was when I was an amateur, so I did win a race there. I think I won the 9 to 11 expert class there in 1978.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it might have been a GNC race, Grand National Championship race.
Yep.
And Jimmy Weiner presented me with my trophy, which is pretty cool. I have some pictures of that there in the infield with the Toyota truck in the background. So that was my first experience with the Coliseum, and then I raced there in 84. I don't think we went there in 83. 84, we were there. I was leading the main event, got the whole shot, and lost the front wheel in a slick turn, man. You just, that dirt gets so hard based, and when the night hits and the dew, man, it just front end just went. So that was that. But that was the night they also had the Miller Masters race. Which,
with the pink gear. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, so I got second to the Golden Patch that night. And,
what was that a winner's take all thing, or did you take money for second? I don't remember.
I got $15,000 and the winner got 30.
Yeah, which at the time, 30 grand, 10 laps or 5 laps or something. It was huge.
Yeah.
Huge money.
Yeah, I forget if it was 10 or 12, something like that.
Yeah. I was stoked because Rollerball got into that. Some sort of Canadian guy got in. I was stoked that Rollerball got into that thing because it was like,
That's cool. Yeah, they had two of them. They had one in Seattle and one in LA Coliseum. I got second in both of them, and the one in Seattle, O'Mara won.
Was it cool to go up and down the peristyle? Like, do you have any memories of that? Like, it was a long time ago, but was it cool to do that?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was super cool. I mean, I obviously went there as a kid, and I went there, I think, in 82, watching, maybe 81 or 82, the year they had all the reflective tape on all the Yamahas, Mike Bell.
Oh, yeah.
RJ and all that. It was, like, super cool looking, and, it was very nostalgic, and I was pumped to go. There was always fun. You had to be a little careful. The lighting obviously wasn't as good as it is now, and you just had to be a little careful.
There was also, too, maybe one of the most famous ones. I don't even know, Dogger, if you were there. Maybe you were hurt or whatever, but RJ, first turn crash to win. Guy Cooper was leading.
Yep.
Cooper never won a Supercross, led 3 of them on the last lap, and never ended up winning one. And that was 87, Dogger. I don't know where you were in that, if you were there, or I don't remember.
Yeah, I think I went down in the first turn in 87, I think.
Yeah.
I might have won the heat, and then there was a big pile up in the first turn, and I was down and out. But, there's been a couple of them. A good one was I thought 86 was the year they had the big quad, and I cut over on RJ.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one, yeah. That was the one where Hannah was putting his hand up and not jumping it. Yeah. And then I remember watching it, and they were like, Hannah, he's 28. He's so old. And nowadays, of course,
he got a nickname that night. I love Bob, and he's a great guy, but he got the Hurricane Crybaby nickname that night.
Yeah, he was pissed about
about that jump.
Yeah, he was pissed about the jumps, right? It was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Dogger, what'd you think of SMX, the 3 races? I know you're a big fan of the sport. You watch them. What'd you think?
I thought it was awesome, man. I was super stoked to get 3 extra races to watch and check out. And I was I mean, in the last one, the intensity was so high, and it was really worth something, and you could see the guys that were, it wasn't just laying up, man. It was, and the different tracks and the way it kind of worked out, and I wasn't sure how the Coliseum would end up being. I wasn't aware until probably when I talked to you that they were going to use the whole floor. They used to not be able to use the football field, so I thought it might be kind of just run around the outside, but man, it looked like it turned out bitching, and I wasn't planning on going, and then I found out late that Kawasaki thing was going on, and I hadn't made plans, and I thought I'd lay back for a year and see how the first one went, and maybe check it out next year.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it was cool. You weren't at the Cowie thing, were you?
That's what he's saying.
No,
you didn't go. Right.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it till like Wednesday, and I was like, well, shit, it'd been nice to. I'd have had to go up, stay for a couple of days to make it right.
Yeah, no, it was cool. It was awesome to see it. Maxima USA, by the way, 927 day, Trevor, coming up. So the company basically started with Maxima 927 oil, right?
Yeah,
that's how it started.
That's when it all began.
Dick Lechien, Ronnie's dad's first product, really, with two-stroke mixing oil.
Yeah, so Ronnie he knows the story perfect. He was, really close to it, and a big part of the testing and development and everything that went into that. So it's kind of the day we all sit back and kind of reflect on what the brand is today, and how it started, and 927 is a product that's still very popular. We still sell a lot of that product.
That's what's crazy. So like you see these brands, iconic brands, Fox, Axo, whatever, Maxima. There's brands in the industry that are iconic. They're not necessarily selling what they sold on day one, right? Like JT Racing made their name in socks, right? And Fox made their name in shocks and things like that. And they're not selling anymore. But you guys are like, the first product that we still sell it.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean the guys that are still using. I mean, you could talk to Mitch about it. You could talk to 10 different engine builders that have been around that product or around the brand. I mean, they swear by it. I was just talking with Mitch at Mammoth a little bit, and I mean, he'll tell you exactly the ratio, the jetting, exactly what you need to do, everything to the spec for what should happen at Mammoth. And it's very cool.
Ronnie, what's your first did your dad I don't know, did he maybe this is a dumb question. Did he put you to work at Maxima early? Were you doing bottling or shipping, or were you 10 years old? Because my dad owned a gas station growing up, and I was pumping gas at 10 years old. I really was. Because my dad's just hey, kid, start doing this. Were you doing that, Dogger?
I feel the same way as Trevor. I mean, it's just, for me, it's, I was there, the very first bottle that was ever made. We tested it in my 80s. I think there was about a year in 78 when we were doing testing and tearing down the bike. Somebody just asked me today, how many motors blew up, when you were testing? I said, none. My bikes never broke. We'd tear them down. Dad would change the formula. Maybe the next week we'd race again. He would tear everything apart and just kept working on the formula, and, until he came up with 927, and it's been a stable product in the industry forever. And like I said, I reflect on where it came from and how the brand is today. And I remember 10 or 15 years ago, we were trying, how can we make oil cool, and it's, it feels like we finally reached that pinnacle, it's a cool brand, and, it's great product. I mean, it's just quality product. And my dad tried really hard to get me to work in there. I'd go in for, can you just come in for maybe 6 hours a week? And I don't even know if I could pull that off back in the day, man. I had too much jet skiing and, chasing and too much fun to have to be sitting in there twisting bottles caps on bottles.
I mean, by the time you were pro when you were 16, and you're basically a full-time racer at 14, 15, so I guess you're pretty young already and practicing, quote unquote, all the time anyways, right? So
and he was pretty tough, man. When I luckily I did what I did and I made it big, and I got to get out of the house and get away. I'd had enough by that time, and I didn't want to go and deal with him at the shop. But I made a mistake one time when I was working in there, and we were filling FFT, and there was a floater switch on the tank or something, and I forgot to flip it. Man, the FFT rolled all over the floor, and man, he just was, it wasn't good. And that's it. You don't want to.
What a mess.
Your dad's like, hey, just ride. Just go riding, Ronnie.
Yeah, stick to the bike.
Yeah, stick to the bike. Has it changed much, though, Trevor, the formulation of 927 or no? Like,
no, I think
this is like
whatever
Dick settled on back in the day?
Well, I think there's, as far as, additives, base oil, supplied things, you supersede a formula or things like that, or things are going away and they phase in something that's comparable to it or a different name or something like that.
Yeah.
But the overall, the overall makeup of 927 is very much the same of when it started. So.
Oh,
I don't know the history. What does 927 stand for? Does that number come from somewhere?
It's a great question.
I think it was it kept a bunch of different formulas. I was thinking about it last night, and it was the ninth thing of the second thing or this, and it was just a formulation. Okay. And at the time, there was Castrol 747, and I know my dad wanted to make a number that was higher.
So that's the story I know too.
Okay.
It's like the Castrol 747, the plane. I think it was so what's bigger than the 747?
And 927.
The numbers and the batches and all these things came together, and it was 927.
One thing though, Ronnie, all those years of running a Maximus sticker, you probably could have got your own sponsorship money for another oil company, but you were kind of screwed. I'm sure your dad. You weren't on the payroll back then, and your dad was just like, thanks, Ronnie. Yeah.
Listen, I've they definitely were using me back in the day, and I was taking one for the team, and I'm like I said, I'm really really happy and proud that I got to invest in the company early in '84, and I'm still a original shareholder and part owner, and it's a great company, and I have a lot of fun working there, and it's my life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I changed the subject. That's okay, but I just want to talk about something Steve just touched on. You were pro at 16. I think you actually raced a pro race at 14 at Mammoth, and you in your career, you admittedly ran into some pitfalls. And now we see these kids like a Jet Lawrence, who's so successful at such a young age. And I just kind of wonder what you think about that and having the right people around him and how to avoid those pitfalls. What your thoughts are?
Yeah, I think the sports just changed so much, and I believe everybody was trying to do the right thing with me when I was younger, whether I was going to let them or not. But like I said, I was so not confined, but my whole life was racing, and it all just kind of culminated when I turned pro, and I got off away from my parents, and then I was going on the road, and I didn't have a team or I had me and my mechanic, and that was it. And on a couple of my mechanics, I don't know, 83 was great because I had Keith, but once I got with Chris Haynes at Honda, it was like, well, we're going to have some fun here. And, I just didn't have a big team around me, and I was doing good enough, and I could just kind of do whatever I wanted to do. Whatever I said I wanted to do, I was doing it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Remember, too, people, like I put this into context sometimes. Ronnie won a 450 Supercross when he was 16.
Yeah, because he rode 250s outdoor.
There was no 125 class.
450 outdoor,
there was no 125 Supercross class, right? Ronnie shows up right out of Loretta's 4 months in, whatever, and wins a 450 Supercross, and then wins his first national a week later.
Yeah,
so just put that into like the thoughts of we talk about Bradshaw. Bradshaw made the podium when he was 17. That's awesome too, incredible, right? I think Ronnie's.
It'd be like Deegan. It'd be like Deegan beating Jet this weekend or something like that. Or last year.
Right. 16, and you're beating Bailey and Bomber and Hannah and Bailey and And
those guys weren't nice guys, man. Those guys were back then. It was kill or be killed. And luckily, we had the CMC, the Golden State Series, and I had been racing those guys, and I did ride some pro races, and the local races at Saddleback were like. They'd run all three classes together on Saturday Saddleback, and I was battling with dudes that were 5, 6, 7 years older than me, almost from the beginning. I mean, even when I was coming up on 80s, I was racing Burner and these other guys here that were 3 or 4 or 5 years older than me.
Hey, you've mentioned your dad a couple times, and I remember in some articles you've mentioned it. So I guess clearly he was a little hard on you with your racing. Do you think had he not been so hard on you that maybe you wouldn't have wanted to go out and party or kind of lose focus at times? Do you think it would have been any different?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's hard to say. He was tough on me, and I thought you were going to say if I thought I'd have had the success I had if he wasn't like that. And I don't think I would have because I needed that drive, and there was a million times I wanted to tell him to stick that bike up his ass, but I didn't have the guts to stand there in front of him and tell him that, and I just kept doing it. And down deep, I wanted it, but I needed that pushing and I needed that coaching and everything and to get me to that point. I don't know about the other part of the partying and all that stuff. Like I said, I got out on the road and I was by myself, and I mean, I don't want to bag anybody, but I mean, if I won the race when I was 16, 17, 18, whatever, Miller sponsoring the race, I get up on the podium, they hand me a fresh, cold Miller 40-ounce beer. I'm like, I can't get this on the street, but I can. Yeah. If I win the race, I can get it. So
no, you got a point. You absolutely got a point.
Yeah, it's just a different time.
Yeah, did anybody think about this?
No, of course not.
He was motivated to get the beers.
They were probably like, kid won, give him a beer.
Yeah.
Maybe I spraying the girls and pouring it on their head, and then there was many a times the Supercross would have a party after the race on Saturday night, and I could roll right into the bar, go sit up at the thing, order whatever I wanted. So it just, I don't know, it didn't help the situation.
Right. I think about how talented he was and how smooth he was. Yeah. Had he been in this era, he would have probably been a Jet.
I tell people, they're like, you watch Chase, you watch Jet.
Yeah.
The comparables are Bailey and Lechien. They also were you watch them, they look like they're aliens compared to Bomber and Hannah and RJ. Right. RJ was really in shape and a bulldog on the bike. Bailey and Ronnie look like Jet. They look smooth. They stood up. They cornered standing up. All that stuff. You could really see the genesis of that kind of riding style. Obviously, Jet's refined it and Chase have refined it. But I was talking to Buddy Antonez about this too. And Budman in 1990, Budman was Stu or Alessi coming out of Loretta's or Ronnie, right?
One of the fastest kids ever.
Was on the same level, and Suzuki's like, "Hey man, see you on Sunday." There's no trainer, there's no coach. Budman flew into the wrong airport. He couldn't rent cars because he was 16. He had to get rides everywhere. No one gave a shit about a 16-year-old kid like Buddy Antonez or Ron Lechien about what they were doing.
To that point, I was very lucky that Brock and Ricky lived in my town.
Yep.
And the first year that I was on, factory Yamaha, I did ride to the airport with Brock quite a few times, or most of the time, and he knew the airports. He'd been going. He knew the way to the track. He could rent. I started renting cars at 17 too, and then then they changed the rule or the law 5 or 6 years later that you had to be 25 to even rent a car. I was renting cars on my own at 17 and checked the insurance waiver and let's go.
It's Ron Lechien on the show, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, by the way, decalmx.com, PulpMX23, code to save. Maxima 927 day coming up on Wednesday. We'll be posting on social about it and all of that. Ronnie, I was talking to Trevor today. We were mountain biking and kind of laughing about your stories. Like, your 88 MXDN story, you're up all night. You come back to the hotel. You win the race, overall race. The Geneva Supercross story, you missed practice. Chasing down the trophy girl and tackling her in the middle of the crowd. My point being with Trevor, like, all of the old motocrossers exaggerate shit, and all these old guys talk about the stories and things they did and everything else. But your stories, and you talk to people who were around there, the mechanics, the riders, there's stories about you, Ronnie, that are incredible, and they're all true. That's the point where you're like, wait, I heard Dogger did this, and they're like, yep. And they're like, I heard Dogger did this. Yep. Like, your stories are out there, and we've told them, and people know them, all the things about you did and still won races and all the it's really phenomenal, and they seem all true, Ronnie. That's what's the best.
Well, most of them are, and there was a few guys who were messing around like I was, but they weren't messing around and winning the frickin' race the next night.
Right.
He wasn't alone.
Like that.
Yeah, that's what's funny about you is you're like, hey, Dogger told me a story where he like soaked the champagne, the trophy girl, and she ran her down. She was running away from him, and he tackled her.
Yeah.
And Dubach's like, yep. Yep.
I had the video of that, and she was actually Brutus Beefcake, the professional wrestler.
Brutus the Barber.
Girlfriend at the time. And I had the bottle of champagne, and everybody had just been drooling on her all day, and I popped the thing, and I looked there, and she looked at me, and I just came at her, and she started running. And she started running, and then she turned right down the middle of the football field. And I'm running with the champagne bottle. I'm looking at her ass, and I go, fuck, I'm just diving on that.
Yeah. Can you imagine Saturday morning we hear, or Chase after the Alpine Star State. Oh, he left with one of the Monster Girls.
Chased her down, sprayed her down with champagne.
He just showed up 5 minutes before the race in an Uber. He's ready to go.
And 88 Destinations, like, you're out with another girl, and you're in France. And Wardy, I'm like, hey, Wardy, like years ago, I'm like, Wardy, Wardy's like, yep. Yeah. Roger told me, like, Jeff, can you watch Ronnie? Can you keep him? Can you keep him straight? And Ronnie's like, or Jeff's like, yeah, no, not really, man. Like, Ronnie's gonna do his thing. Like, I can't really control him, man. And then you won. You went 1-1 on a 500 the next day. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that whole trip was. We started out in Amsterdam. That was a 3-week trip that started with the Amsterdam.
3 weeks. 3 weeks in Amsterdam.
Right there. And,
yeah.
And, the Nations was the second weekend, and by the third weekend we were in Italy at Majora. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't explain it, guys. I really can't. I don't know. Some supernatural.
But, I had another guy tell me, and I think it was Holly. I'm not sure. Another guy told me, look, if Ronnie, because it's all the whole, if he had trained, if he had took it serious, he would have crushed everybody. Jimmy or someone's like, and I don't know if it was Jimmy for sure. They're like, no, dude, like he needed it. He was who he was. He was going to win every so often. He was going to dominate every so often. And other times, he wasn't. And if he had trained and all that, he wouldn't ride the same. He wouldn't be the same. Right, yeah. Ronnie, like that. I don't know. Yeah, people, somebody told me that too one time,
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of pressure, and it was there. I mean, think of how young I was and what I was trying to do, and the guys were like, man, you get in front of that stadium, and my only defense mechanism was to act like it wasn't nothing. This is no big deal. I just roll in, I do whatever. All this shit doesn't matter and everything. And that's just, I was telling Berner the other day when we were doing some Maxima 927 interviews last week, and I said, that's just how I took it, man. I was like, dude, this ain't no big deal. This is just, another race. And that was my mentality. I don't know if it's because I was stoned or whatever, but it just was. And Berner's like, shit, I should have done that, man. Maybe I'd have won some races or something. But.
Yeah. Trevor?
No, I was just, so like, for me, like, so I've known Ronnie since, and Dick since I was maybe 7 or 8 is when I first met them, and I had just started racing a little bit locally and things like that. And so I spent a lot of time with Ronnie when I was a teenager up until, working for the company now. And so I wasn't a part of what he did in racing. I just knew him as the stories that I had heard and how good he was, and he's at Maxima and he's taking care of me and rider support and things like that. But like, we would go, I mean, how many times have we hidden in the bushes together going somewhere fishing, or like that's how I knew Ronnie. Like I would go, he'd take me riding, we'd go on some Indian reservation or some turn track and go ride till they ran us out of there. We'd go hop a fence and go fish together, and that's kind of how I've always known Ronnie. So he was always, really good to me. And again, I've been around him and his family and the brand for a long time. So it's cool when it kind of comes full circle. And I mean, we'll catch up. I'll go sit in his office, and once every couple weeks or whatever, and we'll just tell stories for an hour, Nice. So I've got to see that side of it and be a part of it for a long time. So it's again just full circle is cool.
One thing about Ronnie, one thing about Ronnie that I find in the media is there's some guys like Tim Ferry. He couldn't fucking tell you what result he got at what race or what happened. There's a lot of guys are clueless. Bailey.
Hey, lucky he's got you to remind him.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez, and remind all my audience over and over. But like, there's some motocrossers that they just don't know. And Ronnie, you have such a great memory for your career. It was a long time ago, and you remember the turn, the double, the celebration after. Bailey's that way too. Justin Brayton's really good that way. Just certain riders just can remember their races, and Ronnie, you're one of them for sure. Like, you got a great memory for that.
I think it's something to do with, when you get good at motocross, man, you got to have a really quick memory, a really good memory. It's just reaction. You got to remember that bump was there last lap, and I don't want to hit it in that, but then you got to raid the rest of the track and remember that spot. And, I guess, I got a good memory, and I'm my biggest fan, man. I was a fan of the sport growing up. I made it to the top. I made it into the Hall of Fame. I'm really proud of my career. And like I said, I used to really like looking at all the photos, and I used to do all the stickers on my helmet. I wanted it to look super cool. And when I see a picture, I go, yeah, that looks fucking cool. And like I said, I grew up a fan of the sport and looking at guys on the cover of magazines going, man, I want to be that guy someday. And lucky for me, it happened.
I showed you a photo of you on the cover of MXA in Vegas, and you were like, dude, that sticker kid, I cut that sticker out the night before. You know what I mean? I cut it around it. I cut it, and I put, that sticker looks cool. Or palm trees or something you had on your helmet. You were just, this shit you remembered. I was like, holy shit.
I love that he's proud of his career and that he remembers it so fondly. That's good, man. I think that's really good that you still have that. And you clearly still have that passion.
And I'm glad you got into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was ridiculous.
Thank you very much, Steve.
That was
I
ridiculous.
appreciate it. That's a lot of it's you're doing and some other guys. And I was super stoked to obviously get in, and I have my mom and dad there, and my sister and my family. It was more for them than it was for me, but just to share the whole experience with my family that spent so many years and so many hours of their time to get me to the races and their money and everything. It really felt like it came full circle, and that I was proud to be able to give that to my dad and the family for all the
you deserved it. I mean, you looked at some of the guys in there, and I'm not going to name any names, but you had twice the career of some of the guys in there, and it just was like something that bugged me where I'm like, this guy won the Motocross of the Nations twice. One time won the overall, won a national championship, won indoors, outdoors, every size of bike. Like there was just no reason. It was just like I was just like so pissed that but the motocross side wasn't represented for a long time. Now it seems like you can't stop it. GL, Dunge, Travis.
Floodgates are open.
Yeah, motocross guys are in every year, but for a long time, no motocross guys were getting in. It was ridiculous.
Respect finally.
Yeah, it was absolutely a no-brainer to put Ron Lechien in the Hall of Fame to me. So
it was cool to watch those guys, to see Travis get in and GL and Dunge and all that. I like to watch their speeches. I'll tell you that for 3 years I was petrified that I was going to have to give that fucking speech. And, the first year they said, "Oh, you made it in," but Nicky Hayden had passed away, and he's going to get in. And they go, "You'll get in." The next year, I forgot what it was, but they said, "You got in." And then I freaked out that whole year, the next whole year, and then the next year they called me and said, "You're in, man." And then I really I'm like, "Oh man, now."
No, that's awesome, man. Hey, Ronnie, thank you for the time. Decal Works bringing you Ronnie Lechien on the show. Maxima. 9/27 day Wednesday. We'll post some stuff up on our social, of course. And you were a huge part of everything Maxima has done, Ronnie, obviously. And man, thanks for the time.
Are we out of time with him?
Yeah. Why? You got one more?
I would like to ask one more.
One more question.
2 MXDN wins, as Steve said. Do you have any thoughts on our MXDN team this year? Because obviously the keyboard warriors are hating on guys that can't go or maybe don't want to go for what I think are decent reasons. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy we have a team. Number one, to not have a team after we won would really suck. And I think we've got a decent shot. I mean, I know France is going to be really tough. Australia, we'll see. I don't know how Hunter's playing out. I don't know but they're going to be tough if he's healthy. And I think Belgium and. I think we've got a pretty good shot at getting a podium. I mean, we might not have all the top guys, but it just seemed like it didn't work out that way. And some years it does, and some years it doesn't. And like I said, I'm just proud that we're at least sending a team. I know Craig's really stoked to be on the team. I know he wanted on really bad last year, and I think that's cool for him to get that experience. And I think they'll all give it their all. It's going to be tough. I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like you said, I think all three of those guys want to go, which most of our guys want to go. There's just circumstances this year that they couldn't. But, yeah, I don't like that people are hating on the guys that couldn't go or whatever. It's like, I'm glad we're going. I think it's great. So, I just wanted to see what you thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And, man, thanks for having me on. Trevor, I appreciate it. All you guys, like I said, I'm a big fan of the show, and maybe I can get on again sometime soon.
What would be really good? In studio.
Oh, wow, yeah.
In studio, Ron Lechien.
Him
here.
and Holly.
He's got a bike.
Yeah.
He's got an e-bike.
Yeah, you got an
e-bike.
e-bike?
Him up here,
yeah.
We'll ride.
Yeah, you've been e-biking, dog.
Yeah.
I got an e-bike. I better start from here and then ride all the way over there. By the time I get over there, I'll be in shape.
Gotta get that. Hey, you gotta get that spacer in the shock. It'll make it way better, Dogger. You'll enjoy your ride more. I'm telling you. So
I know. I liked your comment, and I've already done that. So yeah, there was no way I could do it.
Oh, okay, good.
And we had to bump it up a little bit.
Yeah, it works much better, and bike settles better, and all of that. So yeah, I'm stoked you're e-bike, and that's great. Trevor, of course, refused the e-bike offer today. Ronnie, he rode his regular bike, so you know.
Oh, he's an animal.
I know.
Look at him.
I know, right? Yep, absolutely. Thanks, Ronnie. Appreciate it, man. Keep in touch, buddy.
All right. Have a good day, guys. Thanks again.
Yep. Thanks, Dogger. See you.
Ron Lechien, everybody. Legend.
Yeah.
You work with a legend every day, Trevor.
Yeah.
He was excited to be on. That's awesome. Yeah, he's great.
You think he was?
He sounded like it.
I think he was
happy.
He did. He's a great guy.
I told you we'd make it happen.
He's a great guy, but he has turned down a lot of invites over the years.
Yeah, he's done that to me too. He's like, I've asked him to be on my show. Well, if we could do it between like 12 and 1.
Yeah. No, Dogger.
Lunchtime.
Right.
Yeah.
Dogger's again, awesome guy, but he's not outside of work. I don't think he's putting in the radio show.
He was good.
So. Yeah, he's great. 927 day, of course, coming up. And like I said, though, there is so many stories. We've told them on the show over the years, but
they're endless.
I mean, he missed practice in Geneva, missed it, showed up, won the main event.
Clearly
didn't know where the track was going for the heat race.
Clearly didn't need it.
There was the champagne banner story too. Which we didn't talk about.
No. You got a prize if you hit.
If you hit the banner, like in the race, like tap the banner, and every lap, and it was like a bottle of champagne for every time. I swear, like that's
yeah.
Got to find someone's motivation. That's all. It sounds like got to find what drives them.
I never thought about it when he's talking about like I'm 16, 17 on the podium, and here's the 40.
Back then,
no one even thought about it.
The only way to get it.
Those are the days also too where you just French kiss the trophy girl. Like didn't matter. Yeah, you just did it. Like whatever.
It's just different times.
Different times. All right, everybody. Thank you to Ron Lechien for coming on. Our next guest brought to you by the Wiseco folks. They've been manufacturing pistons right here in the USA for over 80 years. Wiseco's involved with the Honda HRC guy. Had a pretty good year this year.
Did all right.
HRC guys. Yeah.
I'd like to see a little more out of them.
They didn't win to the SMX.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of.
He got stopped by the Deegs.
Yeah. Wiseco pistons, full range of performance components. Pulp 23 is the code to save with Wiseco. They have 2-stroke, they have 4-stroke pistons. They got the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits. I used Wiseco products for Darkside's piece of shit project bike that he gave me to build it. So thanks for that. We'll get into that later.
Welcome.
I have a lot of things to say about that. Thank you to Wiseco for bringing you our next guest of the show, Feld Motorsports Director of Supercross, Mike Muye. What's up, Muye? How are you, man?
Steve, how are you, bud?
We're good, man. Thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it. Big news. Let's before we get to the schedule though. It's over, Muye. Season's over. Let's all exhale a little bit, right? But SMX, what'd you think? What did you hit on? What do you want to do better, if anything?
It's over, but I think it's 103 days till Anaheim 1. So
here we go.
It's really over.
Really? Shit, that's how you think, Muye? Yeah, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, we're our own worst critics sometimes, so I could probably point out a million different things that we do different, but overall, we're pretty excited. I think we hit the benchmarks that we wanted to hit. From the track to the experience, and a lot of growth that we'll see in the future. And just overall, we're excited.
I was pretty stoked to be at the Coliseum, Mike. I didn't realize I've been there a bunch for races, and I know we were going back this year. Just walking in the building, I love history. It's a historical landmark. The 1936 games were there, Olympic Games, and going up and down the peristyle. It was awesome to be there, Mike. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, no, us too. We were like, little kids all week as it was coming together, and I think it turned out a good mix of history, of new age and the future of the sport, as well as it was a cool racetrack in my opinion. When you're inside of a stadium, it's a little hard to replicate motocross, but I think Dirtworks did the best that they could with what they had to work with, and turned out great.
Yeah, I thought so too. It was pretty cool. We don't know the venues next year as of now publicly, but do you anticipate some of the venues staying the same, or all of them, or none of them?
None of them.
No, I don't know. I'm just like, what do you anticipate?
The the super motocross. So
yeah,
it's tough to say. We're pretty early right now.
Okay.
I mean, there's a few in the hopper. You know, but I don't foresee us moving into a stadium again. That was a unique, iconic experience to signify, you know, the start of a new championship. We're 50 years in. I would expect to see more of the speedway style drag strips, places like that have an infrastructure, but still gives us an ability to, you know, start with a blank canvas and build something cool and unique.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I really liked Muye. I loved hearing the teams and riders just bitch nonstop about their setup. I like that. I thought that was great. Like, yeah, guys, it's supposed to be tough. It's supposed to be different, you know?
Yep.
Like, it's,
So, honestly, I had one team, I'm not going to name names, that complained a little bit about it. But overall, they're like, this is cool. This is what we get paid for. We're learning. We're working on this. So I got actually pretty good feedback that, you know, we were challenging them. Sometimes when you do 17 rounds of Supercross or 11 rounds of motocross, it's hard to challenge those guys. And I got the impression in the feedback that they were enjoying it. I mean, of course, you know, the suspension guy probably doesn't really enjoy it, but overall,
the one guy,
you know, I think it was positive.
I thought it was no problem with seeing the riders be like, my bike worked like shit. I don't know how to do it. It's something different.
As I said earlier, I don't want to see these guys have it easy. I want to see them struggle. It was great. I thought it was great.
We had a Mr. Nicoletti on earlier, Mike, very upset about the LCQ format.
I know. I'm sure he is, but he did pretty good.
Right?
I know.
Yeah, he was fine. And then what about that number 1 plate? Great job giving it to him, Mike. He I heard you were not.
Did you hear that reaction?
Muye, I heard you were not pleased. So I don't know who did that for sure, but we'll figure it out.
I don't know who did it. It was just a little shocking at the moment when you see those things on the Diamond Vision for the first time.
Yeah, you know, it happens. Yeah, for sure. Hey, 24 schedule dropped. Interesting to see the new venues. Philly had a race back in the 80s at some point. Alabama's brand new. Can you take us through going to Philadelphia, back to Philadelphia, and going to Alabama and the decisions that came into it and all that?
Yeah, I mean, Philly is a market we've wanted to get into. I mean, I don't think it's any secret we want to go to new markets. It's part of expanding the sport and get new eyeballs on it. And Philly made sense. We have a great relationship with them through Monster Jam. So last summer we took a ride up there, looked at it. It's a cool facility. It's beautiful. You know, and it made sense in that Northeast market where we are sometimes a little bit limited in where we can go.
And Alabama?
And then Alabama is it's actually a new stadium. I want to say it was finished in 21.
Okay.
It's very similar to Snapdragon. You know, it's predominantly an MLS stadium, and you know they have indoor pits. It makes sense. Again, back to that new market thing. You know, it's a place we haven't played. And bringing Supercross there, we think is going to be successful, especially with the success that we've seen in that area in the past.
Right. Okay.
Mike, San Fran's back. That's a sweet spot for me because it's NorCal. Maybe we're way in front of this, but logistically, what would that one look like, just pit wise? And do you guys have a plan? I mean, you obviously do. What's it going to look like in San Fran?
Yeah, we're meeting with them bi-weekly right now. It's going to be a logistical challenge. As you remember, the bridge, there's the drawbridge. We'll be utilizing that. Where we used to have the pits there is actually a set of high-rises. So
it's gone.
Office buildings, condos, but they own the wharfs. I think it's Wharf 48, and it's an enclosed dock space. So all the race teams will be in there, and then our sponsor, FanFest sponsor village area, will be just outside of there on the streets and some parking spaces. So it'll be a unique layout. If you guys remember Chase Field, I would liken it to that when we were at Chase Field.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, which I thought that was great. It was really packed, but I thought that was great. Yeah, the Chase Field pits and all that. Thank you for going back to San Francisco. Thank you for just making that happen.
Is that just so we get away from Oakland?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's probably the problem, right, Mike? Is that market's good. The Northern California market is a good moto market, so you've got to be in there somehow, which is probably why Oakland kept it around, because people fill up in that place, man. They like it.
And
it really is. I think we kind of touched on this a little bit on the last time I was on, probably a year ago. Trying to move around in that area, and San Francisco. Again, it's logistically challenging to be downtown San Francisco. There was a lot of benefits operationally to Oakland, but in talking with the teams and lots of others, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a couple questions. You mentioned indoor pits at Alabama. Is this indoor pits that fans can come into, or is this like Minneapolis where there's really no fans?
Yeah, no, like St. Louis. It'll be very similar to St. Louis with indoor pits. It's an exhibition hall right next door.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. And then obviously Nashville was a huge favorite amongst the fans, the media, the teams.
The wives.
and I know there's reasons as of now SLC, Salt Lake City, is the finals. Could you ever see Nashville being the finals because it's such a favorite?
Yeah, I mean, we love going to Salt Lake City, but I do see other opportunities for the finals in the future. That could be Nashville. It could be a lot of different places.
Mm-hmm.
We like Nashville, obviously, back-to-back years.
Yeah.
It's an experiment, and hopefully it pays off. But we'll see in a little while here where we go with that.
People tell me, Mike, that Vegas is back on for the new stadium. The little bit of change of maybe presidents or building operators, or I don't even know. But people tell me Vegas is more open for Soupy.
That is news to me.
Okay.
I don't. That's actually the first I've heard that.
Okay.
But,
moving on.
We continuously have conversation and a great relationship with them.
Yeah.
It's just not in the cards right now.
I could see the Speedway. Maybe we can do some of the Speedway.
Yeah.
For Vegas. I don't know. I'd like to see. I mean, I think everybody would like to see Vegas being back on the schedule and somehow. And maybe it's just me because it's 20 minutes.
Yeah,
away from my house.
Most people I talk to, well, maybe it's a lot of me. I'm always pushing for Nashville because I loved it so much.
Yeah.
But most people do say, hey, we want the finals back in Vegas one way or another. So I think no matter where they could hold the race in the lot behind your house, as long as the finals are here, they'd be happy.
Yeah. Right.
They just want to be in Vegas.
And honestly, like they could run right through your downstairs with the ceilings and be fine.
Great.
It's like Peristyles.
Hey, Mike, no Atlanta. I thought that the Speedway was great. Out of Atlanta, obviously there was a lot of logistical stuff with going to the Mercedes-Benz Dome and all that. But I think it's the first time since, 93 or something, Atlanta not on the schedule, which is a big market. And we used to have two of them sometimes. Talk about that a little bit, leaving Atlanta, and if it'll be back or what the thought and the thinking behind that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was like 92, 93, but Atlanta's a great market. Sometimes you've got to give to get a little bit. We wanted to try Birmingham, see what happens there, and not to say we won't go back to the stadium or the Speedway again. The Speedway is probably more now in the wheelhouse of a super motocross style facility, but not to say that we wouldn't ever produce another supercross there either.
Sure, yeah.
It's really just experimental. Let's see how Birmingham does, and kind of take it 1 year at a time.
Week off early on, so I heard some complaints this weekend, of course. Some of the drivers, Muye. By the way, the truck drivers run the industry. You just got to ask them. But
absolutely,
the truck drivers know everything. They're bitching. They're But the truck driver union this weekend very upset about the Glendale, Detroit, and back or whatever it is. But there's a week off after the haul, so you're making it as easy as you can.
Yeah, and believe me, there's nobody that wants to go back and forth cross country less than us. We have 22 trailers we're moving back and forth, so it's not easy.
Yeah.
But it made sense. We had an opportunity for network television that we had to flip Glendale and Detroit. And, it's for the greater good. and that's really what that decision came down to is trying to get more eyeballs on the sport. And even though it's a bit of a pain point for us and everybody, it's overall better.
And we've talked about this. There's no schedule that is going to make everybody happy. And when people talk about that drive, you just touched on it, Muye. You guys also have that drive with your trailers. You know what I mean?
They get out of it.
It's not like you're sitting back and throwing $100 bills in your fireplace like Scrooge McDuck and laughing at the team. I mean, you guys are doing it too. So it can never be perfect for everybody.
Yeah, no, and not to get too far into the weeds, but we spend painstaking hours trying to work with our routing and tours department and work with the venues to try and get the best possible routing that we can, because it does make a difference.
Yeah.
It just doesn't always work out that way.
Sure. Also, Mike, new contract with NBC, MX Sports, Feld, all in one package, SMX, all of that. What's been, and I know this isn't exactly your territory, you're the operations guy, but I'm sure you're in meetings and I'm sure you hear from things. What's been the response from NBC on the streaming platform and the viewership numbers and everything else for us being back on there?
Awesome. We've gotten great feedback. They're very happy to have us. I think our younger demographic lends itself very well to streaming. Mm-hmm. So overall, great feedback, and we'll have recap reports in the coming months here that can kind of paint a clearer picture. But top level, everybody's happy.
All right.
If it's okay, I'd like to step back into SMX questions for just a minute. The points thing, we were kind of talking about it. Double points at round 2, triple points at round 3, and I can't confirm these numbers, but a buddy of mine sent me that if we had stayed single points, Kenny would have won the championship and Joe would have won the 250 championship. Just do you feel like the double, triple points work? Do you think it's something you guys want to stick with? Why are you giving me that look, Steve?
Nothing.
Okay.
I don't know how Kenny would have won it. I'm trying to do the math of Kenny.
I don't know.
Jet beat him. Okay, all right, okay.
Well, I can promise you I'll be reaching out to Clinton later and asking him to run it so that we can see. But we liked it. It brought it down to the end. There's, must-win situation. So from our standpoint, it was cool. It was fun. A lot can change between now and next September. But really, I think we're pretty excited about what we built, and I think we're just gonna enhance what we have, not necessarily try and reinvent the script.
Yeah, and then I know Steve kind of said, hey, the SMX schedule it's to be announced later on, and there's been talk that the LA Coliseum might have been a one and done, and I know there's a lot of logistics around the Coliseum, whether USC would have to have, like they did this year, 2 away games, I think back to back, and I think this was on the review show that Steve did where they talked about you guys had to resod the field. So there's a lot of struggles to have the race this year at the LA Coliseum, it sounds like, just to have the history and bring that back for one race, it sounds like.
Yeah, there was. So we've been working with them for a couple of years now on trying to make this happen. So it's a natural grass field. As you know, USC plays there. Our original date was a window that early on, the NCAA doesn't release their schedule for quite a while. So they thought that their open window was going to be mid-October. Schedule came out, that wasn't their window, and that's why we switched back to last weekend, because we would have had to have ended the race on Saturday night, pulled all the dirt out, laid the sod down, and they would have been playing on Saturday. And honestly, I think that's the tightest turnaround we've ever done. So in this schedule, it gave us the ability. We have a whole week in between. So our guys actually were just sending pictures a little bit ago. All the dirt's out. The underfield layment, the product is being pulled up right now. They'll resod it, and then it gives it a whole week to set and get in place. So much better logistically that way. Mm-hmm. And just overall, it's a logistically challenging venue to get in and out, for the teams to get in and out. You saw the pits are not the largest footprint that we have. And really the Super Motocross final is supposed to be that big Vegas feel, remember? Mm-hmm. And that's, what we'll look for in the future.
Yeah, Mr. Nicoletti was also not happy about the walk from the pits to the stadium.
It's better
as well,
than Houston,
Mike. So he was also not happy with that.
I'm taking notes. I will make sure I address these concerns.
Okay.
Was it worse than San Diego, Petco?
No, it was not.
I think that's probably the worst.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's why we were in Snapdragon, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is way more convenient.
I thought Snapdragon worked really well, Mike.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I thought that worked really well.
Yeah, I mean, again, speaking operationally, we couldn't have, Glendale is probably the best, and Snapdragon's right there next to it.
Yeah. Mike, and maybe this is a better question for Alex at the Dirt Jerks, but last time we were in the Coliseum, it was 252 strokes. Did anything have to change going up and down peristyle and the turn or the dirt or anything for 450s? I don't even know. Again, maybe not your department, but like, did they have to think about like, hey, now we're on 450s and we got columns on each side of it and all of that? I don't know.
Well, I think the big thing is to having to go. We decided that it would be best to go up through the center, which is wider, and then let them split to come down. At lower speeds, they would be coming down.
Right.
But other than that, no, there really wasn't. Too much different, I think. I mean, I wasn't around back then, but
yeah.
I don't believe there was too much different in going up and down. It's solid concrete there. So unlike when we did it in Vegas, we didn't have to build a structure over the seats. We just put it right down on the concrete, and that saves a ton of time, money, and resources.
Was that portion, the up ramp and the down ramp, was that over those concrete bleachers? Is that what was there, or was it like the steps? What was there before the dirt?
Concrete bleachers.
Yep, okay.
So what you saw on the sides was exactly what was in the middle. We just had to have them remove and sleeve the railings.
Yeah.
But it was the same underneath.
Mike, I have probably been a little too aggressive in my pursuit of this information, but I've texted you multiple times about the future schedule for next year.
Oh, boy.
I do know it now, but I didn't find it out from you. And my question is, was I too aggressive or what happened here? Because normally I get this info and you just went cold. I know now, but you never told me.
Daniel, you're never too aggressive when you call in January for the following year's schedule. That's not too aggressive.
That is an over-exaggeration. That is not what I do. But when's the future schedule coming out?
October 3rd, so we'll release the future schedule, the East-West, Triple Crowns, all that. Track maps are all coming on the 3rd.
Oh, tracks too.
I got a rogue copy of the Supercross schedule like a month ago.
Maybe. I had that too.
Yeah, and I was like, I asked Sean, I'm like, hey, I got a schedule. I said, I'll trade you, Sean. Let's do some bartering here.
That was at Charlotte.
I said, if I show you my rogue schedule, can you tell me if this is correct? And then I will book my live podcast shows on the Fridays. Some of them, like some venues, we do that. And I said, if you don't tell me it's correct, I'm blasting this out on social. So I need a confirmation of correctness.
I don't remember you saying that.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
And then so Sean was like, okay, so you won't put it out if I confirm it? And I'm like, yeah. And then honestly, I found out it was coming out the next week or whatever.
He said that.
And so I didn't worry about it. But I'll tell you what, my rogue schedule was wrong. It was wrong. So I'm really glad I didn't look like an idiot in posting it, Muye. I would have looked like an idiot. More so than I already do. So, yeah.
One of these years, I'm just going to put out like a completely random schedule.
Yes.
We're going to Des Moines in February. Be ready, something like that.
You got to make it at least seem like it could happen. So Steve, Steve puts it out.
Just a couple little nuggets in there. Don't do it over the top.
Yeah.
I took a photo of a photo, and it turned out wrong. So, anyways, we got a question for you, Muye, on 2 from Matthew. Matthew, go ahead. You're on with Mike Muye. You want to talk about the Supercross schedule?
I was just wondering if they ever have talks or any plans to maybe go to like Charlotte or Bank of America or anything, and maybe like Raleigh or anything. I know market's pretty good there. I was wondering if they have any relationships there, any ideas or plans about that.
Yeah, we've looked at Charlotte or Bank of America in the past. Charlotte, obviously, we showed it with going there with Super Motocross is a great market. We love it. Hopefully, I hope so. I like Charlotte. It's a great city for Supercross.
Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. All right, anything else for Mike Muye on the show here? Any other questions you want to grill him over the future? Can we get more showdowns? Can we get more of those? I feel like this SMX thing really showed that the best of the best 250 guys are really great, Mike. So, yeah, work on that if we can. You know?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do like the showdowns. I think it's awesome to see the best of the best going against one another. So maybe in the future.
Right.
Showdown, Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Showdown, Triple
Absolutely.
Crown.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I do have one.
The teams would push back super hard on that, though.
I have one other question. I don't know if this falls under your title or not, but at Charlotte, we had the 65s on TV, Super Minis on TV at Chicago, and then the 125 All-Stars were not on the live show or the main show. What was the reason behind that? We had the K-Team Juniors in the stadium. I don't know if they were on TV or not.
Yeah, so we wanted to try and squeeze it all in, but when push came to shove, the futures takes up about 6 more minutes, and that's literally how tight the formats get. A minute is a lot.
Sure.
And we were gonna, not be able to do full interviews, and I just said, guys, this doesn't really make sense. And as a company, we collectively decided we want to give them the spotlight that they deserve and not try to rush through this thing. So that was the decision to move it up. It literally came down to the timing.
I'm sure all the amateur parents and all the amateur guys like Daniel screaming and yelling about not getting any spotlight on the show.
Mike?
Yeah.
Did I?
God, what happens if no one can see Grant?
No one cares about us.
Yeah.
I think Daniel probably understands it from the backside. That, we don't want to make that decision. Like, we want these kids to have the opportunity, same as the pros, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way.
I mean, pure math, like he said, it's so tight, but
right.
Yeah, you'd love to get it in, but if math is math.
People don't realize how tight that schedule is. I've talked to those guys because I'm working on an article about the TV program, and why don't they show second, third, and fourth in the heat race all the time? And it's because they have a schedule in there, like literally each talking point is on that schedule by the minute.
Right.
And when the time's up, the advertisers are paying for certain things, and it's very, very tight. There's no we'll take this minute here, and they don't have that.
Right. Muye was cool. The Triumph thing was cool. That was awesome. The Triumph thing.
Yeah, no, that came out good. And to that point, though, like our operations live event team and the TV team are synced minute by minute. So when they're in break, we're doing this, and if it's a minute off, like everybody has to kind of reset and get back in sync, or else the show just doesn't work.
Yeah, and then there was the red.
So it is that tight.
The red flag that throws you guys into mayhem almost, and you have to make up that somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It gets pretty tense upstairs, but it's a dance, and everybody kind of understands their roles in it. And between our girl Kat and her team and Mondo on the TV side, they've done it a lot of years. They got it down pretty well.
Really, I didn't know Kat at all, but she got my PulpMX logo up on Denver on the scoreboard.
Kat's rad. She's rad.
I'm a big Kat fan.
Yeah,
after
she's
that.
rad.
Yeah.
Kat makes things happen, man.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else for Mike? All right. Hey, what?
I was just going to mention I like the inclusion of opening ceremonies a little bit in the beginning of the broadcast. I think that's something that should continue in my
pre-race
opinion.
stuff
when they do those 30-minute windows before.
I think it's great.
Those are cool.
I think because everybody, opening ceremonies is. I've been to how many Supercross races in the stand, everything, and I look forward to opening ceremonies.
It's Peacock, right? You can do that. You can add some extra programming. You can do that. Muye, I was talking to RV today. He thinks he's the greatest announcer ever in Supercross, so he's looking forward to coming back. So.
Yeah. No, he did great for sure.
All right, Mike. Well, hey, you've been along long enough. I was grilling you. Thank you for the time. I guess we'll announce the 17 race Pulp LCQ series later, but
we'll work on that later. I got to get to bed. I was up late last night watching my team win, so
Steelers Nation.
I'm not happy about that. Does Jimmy G, does the G stand for garbage? Because I'm over this guy, so thank you, Mike. I appreciate the time. Thank you. All right. That's Mike Muye, everybody. Brought to you by Wisco Pistons. Always good to have Mike on every year. He's good. It's great to talk about everything else. Look, the schedule will never be perfect. We got callers on the line want to know about this and that. It's not going to work out.
I was bummed KC got knocked off again.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to KC.
Yeah, I thought KC was coming.
Yeah.
I had a schedule that had
Pittsburgh.
On it. Yeah, that's right.
I think Philly took that place, right?
That was my wrong schedule.
Yeah, but you know what? The fact that it made it on the almost one tells me it's at least in
Yeah,
play,
it
which
works.
would be so sick to go to
that'd be
Steelers
great.
Stadium.
Have you talked to them already, like last year, about the privateer LCQ thing?
Yeah. I was hoping to announce it tonight.
Yeah.
They want to talk about it some more.
Okay.
So I hope it comes back. I don't know.
But you think it will so far?
I would bet odds it comes back, but there's certainly a chance it doesn't.
Sure.
I think it worked out really well. I want to get on race day live. I want to kind of hold strong. Like those guys, they don't want to do it on Friday because they got to pay cameramen. Daniel, you know all about that. They got to do everything to have it on Friday. And I'm like, well, how about Saturday afternoon after the last practice?
Couldn't they squeeze it in between? Like, there's a lot of downtime in the race day live.
I don't know, man.
It's just interviews. Like
from your mouth to God's ears.
Yeah.
I feel like there's time.
I know those times are paid for by like Dunlop, but it seems like they could squeeze
it's
it.
an 8-minute race.
Yeah, but it would have to add, because think about it, the amount of time that they add on the Triple Crown races on Race Day Live to fit it all in and get those races in. Like, it is more. So they would have to treat the format like
more what?
Time.
Oh, yeah.
Shows
Okay.
longer
Okay.
to make it work.
Right.
So, yeah, you would have to run probably a Triple Crown formatted RDL to fit that in at the end, because normally it cuts off right after the last day practice and it's done, except for Triple Crown races. So
well, let's figure it out.
Yeah.
I think it could be done.
Let Dunlop sponsor that, and we don't see
easy on that. Easy.
Oh, okay. Well,
Problem is, Steve, is if it's on Race Day Live, then I probably won't be able to do the podium interviews for you this year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yikes.
You're gonna lose me.
Yeah. You were too expensive, anyways. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Because free is pricey.
It was more me texting Daniel, "You're doing the podium again," and then yeah.
I was like, okay, I guess I'll be down there.
Exactly right.
Whatever it takes to see Will Hahn with his shorts tucked up. And
again, that couldn't happen this year either.
Yeah, that wouldn't make it on RDL either.
Sounds gay.
All right, everybody, we'll take a commercial break here. We still have Justin Shantie coming up. JT, we got to talk about Jet and Chase. Much more celebrity race
Do we really?
stuff. Yeah, Dark and Daniel.
Talk about Jet and Chase every week.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Well, Darkside's now controlling the show, everybody. Daniel Blair, Darkside, Trevor Reis, all in studio. Mark's working the cameras, Tits working the phones. Be right back after this, everybody.
Lame.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions, including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motorsport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At Motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what Motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at Motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team. Longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands. Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Cole Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Reis Tech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Reis Tech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Reis Tech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Reis Tech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motorsport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works Fly Racing. Thanks for coming in, Tits. Appreciate it. Lots to get into when it comes to the SMX series still. And, yeah, we're going to dive right into it. Jason Thomas coming up here. Justin Shantie as well. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Race Tech Rant. I don't really have a great rant tonight. Maybe I'm just happier as a human being. What do you think, Dark?
Yeah, I don't have anything stands out either. I was trying to think something and not very negative right now.
Yeah.
Trying to be positive.
Yeah.
Dark. Yeah.
I mean, one of my rants might have been, your constant crashing at these media events, but I mean, we kind of covered that already.
It's not really constant, but okay.
Okay. All right. All right, let's get into 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Will Hahn won a championship with this. Justin Brayton did as well. Dean Wilson, Max Yancey, pour it in right now. Renegade Race Fuel is the only fuel going into JB10's tank. They don't just say they make power. They engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot, to be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors for Renegade Race Fuels. We thank them for bringing us a 7 o'clock hour tonight. And speaking of the 7 o'clock hour, it is time to talk to Jason Thomas. You saw the Fly Racing Evo LE gear this past weekend, like fire red out there, and they did a good job with RJ Hampshire getting on the podium. And Jalek Swoll was up there. Hawkins as well had a good race.
Mark Finnis was on the podium.
Mark Finnis. All right, Fly Racing's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not much. What's going on? I've been watching you guys a little bit.
Oh wow, look at you. Jeez.
Yeah.
That bored, huh?
Sure. Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Right.
Just nothing else to do.
Well, no, really. I mean, come on. Let's be real. I had was it Dino? Some good rider, top rider. I was telling him or he said something like, "I don't watch your show," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine with it." Like, yeah, man. Like, I get it. Like, yeah. Like, I don't know who it was. It was some big name rider.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you're not home Monday night watching my show?
Right.
What the hell, dude?
What's wrong with you?
Okay.
Was it Anderson?
yeah, maybe, right?
Hey, what if closet hombre just watches every week, just loves it? Like, what if he's just a diehard fan? He sits back on the couch, puts it on his big screen, and what if he's just diehard fan?
Yeah, no,
and that's why he won't come on. He doesn't want to break his cover, but he loves it.
That could be. All right, JT. I didn't prep you on this, but I asked everybody in studio, rank the 3 SMX races, 1 to 3. And I just mean, whatever
LA,
you want.
Chicago, Charlotte.
LA, Chicago, Charlotte.
Gee.
Okay.
No waffle.
Yep.
Same as you, Trevor?
No,
Yeah.
Pretty clear for me.
Okay. Coliseum was cool, wasn't it? It was cool being back there.
Yeah, I really liked it. I think the track was okay. I think it was so slippery that the guys couldn't really charge very much, but that's just it's LA in late summer. What do you expect, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard and slippery.
Yeah, I heard a lot of Salt Lake talk, from riders.
Yeah, and getting to talk to them right after they come off the track, you get that feeling. They're just like, man, I like talking to Shimoda, talking to Kenny. Like you can't push. Like if you push, you go slower. If you spin up. Like aggression is not your friend, but you want to be aggressive. So I think that took away from the racing a little bit. If there would have been a ton of traction, I think you would have seen guys like Shimoda or Kenny or these guys really go for it to try to make a move, but you just couldn't. The track didn't allow that. But to your point on the facility and the venue and the history of it, and we haven't been there in so long, I loved all of that. It was great. Yeah,
it was pretty cool. By the way, when Muye was on the phone, the reason I rolled my eyes, Dark, is you said that Roxon would have won the championship with the regular points.
I also
or that's what you heard?
I said I couldn't confirm those points. Yes.
Yeah.
TJ.
So I was thinking to myself, wait, Roxon, Jet beat him in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Jet beat him in Chicago. And Jet beat him in LA.
Right. Yeah.
And
what did Jet get in Charlotte overall again?
Fourth. Yeah.
Fourth?
Yeah.
And Kenny was
fourth?
Second. No, he was on the podium. He was second. Or
Second.
third.
Charlotte?
Oh, yeah. I don't have all of them up here.
Okay. Anyway,
I don't. TJ's an idiot. Sorry.
Okay, so Jet would have won by 2 on regular points.
But I guess apparently the points on 250 were right. Joe would have won with regular points, and I still can't confirm that either. I'm
all right.
Yeah.
Sorry. JT, Honda did not win the 250 SMX. Failure of a year for them? Yes or no?
Yeah, just horrible.
Losers.
Right.
Their worst year since 2004.
Yeah. Okay. All right, just checking.
No, I talked to Lars a little bit after, and he's like, man, I was just like, man, you guys had such a great year. You should be really proud of yourself. And all, everybody on your team should. He's like, yeah, you could just tell, it would have been so sweet if Hunter, could have been able to pull it together there and not hurt himself and won it. But yeah, you can't focus on that. It has just been just a an embarrassment of riches for Honda HRC this year.
Do we know if Hunter's injury is affecting MXDN? Does anybody got anything like any talk of that? Or
I
like,
don't think anybody knows yet.
I saw him on the way out, and I just said, hey, is it a pinched nerve? What do you think? He's like, man, it feels like it, but don't really know. Going to get checked out this week. So that's, nothing.
His crash was bad, too.
He was pretty stove up.
Looking crash.
Yeah.
He was pretty stove up. He couldn't really move much.
Also, from the first hour, JT, I don't know if you heard it, but Dark said if you put $1 million on that quad, he's going for it.
Yep.
He would not be moving similar to Hunter Lawrence.
That's fine. I'm $1 million richer because I'm not paying the medical bill. I'm just
You're going to need all of it.
No, I'll heal up. I'll heal up. And
yeah.
I'm not sure that you would. I'm not sure that you would heal up.
You know, to be honest with you, this is going to sound harsh, Darkside.
No, just have at it, man. I'm used to it, PulpMX.
I just got to say, like, it's not like it's just a wide open fourth gear jump. It's not just balls.
Yeah.
With the little double forward and the technical, if he went for the quad, he doesn't maybe even get to the third one, let alone to the table. Yeah, I don't think he even gets near the table anyway. So it's not a matter of trying. I don't think you even get the front wheel to the top.
Adam clipped it. Adam came up short pretty good, and I thought the rear end of his bike would do more. And
Jet 2, like the second or third time he did it, came up short.
Yeah.
But that was with everything timed, perfect lift. Like Darkside, I raced Darkside a week ago. He did a great job, but there is no way that he is going to even get himself near the tabletop to land on.
Yep.
That's
just think Parker Ross, but worse.
Oh my gosh! Did you see that?
That was terrible.
He's got the award for the best crash. Hammaker's second, but they were similar.
Dirty.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
The futures main had some rough ones too,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
On a parade lap.
I missed that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was in the tower, and all of a sudden I heard, brrr, and I looked over, and Blecka just over the, and I thought he was hurt, and he hopped up, ran to his bike, straightened his front number plate, and was on the gate before anyone even knew it happened.
Oh, wow.
He just hopped and went so fast, but it was brutal.
Fly Racing, at Fly Racing USA on social media. Evo LE gear drop this weekend. Get it at motorsport.com or your local dealer as well. JT, what are your thoughts initially on the 24 schedule? Like, what'd you like? What stood out for you? We're going to Philly. We're going to Alabama. And there's 2 weeks off, obviously. And hopefully there's no rain out where we miss the race and we get a week off after the first weekend. So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I would be fine if we never went to Oakland again, right? So getting out of there, I think, was necessary. Like, it's got to a point where it's not even about where I don't like the venue. Like, literally everybody's getting their stuff stolen. Like, can we just not go there anymore? You know what
JT
I mean? Like,
witnessed a mugging. That's right,
yeah,
right?
I did.
In person.
I watched it right in front of me. Yep. So whatever. The race itself is fine, but dealing with all the other stuff is just not necessary. So I'm very happy we're going back to San Francisco. I think Philly will be cool, right? I'm a little like the fan base there, which I doubt Eagles fans will be at the race, but I would be scared for Daniel going there.
I'll never go there.
As
ever.
a Cowboys fan, yeah. But I like the
Philly
variety.
fans.
I'm very interested to see how the Birmingham race shakes out, right? Without an Atlanta, you have to think you're going to drag in like a regional type crowd, right? You're going to get some of the Carolinas, you're going to get Georgia, you're going to get the Southeast, like the typical New Orleans crowd. You'll probably drag some from Texas. So I think it'll do okay. I'm just curious to see what that one looks like on the backside, right? When we leave there, what is our opinion of how it went?
Muye said it was an MLS stadium. It's MLS.
Like Snapdragon,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, the pits will be inside. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think for everybody, that one's like the biggest head scratcher of like, what is this going to be? The rest of them, I think, all kind of make sense, right? Some new venues, some old ones. Nashville is obviously a hit. But yeah, the rest of it all kind of made sense to me. So I'm still looking forward to get back to Vegas one of these years, but everything else looked good.
Somebody told me Speedway SMX round in Vegas. So yeah,
I don't know. I have not heard that personally. I think it's either Allegiant or bust.
This person had a few drinks at the A-Star thing though. So, but that's what I heard. SMX Vegas round, and Muye didn't really confirm or deny it.
They may want to check in with the people that race the World Mini out there and just see how that used to go.
Not the best. Well.
Not the best conditions.
Make sure your canopies are punched into the ground. That's all I'm saying.
This could be a really ridiculous question, but how far is Birmingham from New Orleans?
It's 7.5 from me in Texas. From New Orleans, it's
That's
probably
the other way.
No, it's not. It's in between. New Orleans is in between.
Oh, Birmingham to Texas, you're saying?
Yeah, so I'm
saying Birmingham. I'm saying Birmingham to New Orleans.
Probably half that.
Yeah. I just didn't know where he was going with this. He's like, well, from Texas.
Well, yeah, I was trying to think because I think New Orleans is about half
So
that.
the people from New Orleans drive to Texas and then turn and then go to Birmingham.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm going to guess 4.5.
Here's my
5
point:
hours?
is New
5
Orleans,
hours.
Okay,
5 hours. So New Orleans had a good base of fans. I felt like the Superdome was a good crowd. So maybe they draw a little bit. 5 hours ain't bad. So that could work.
Yeah, I think you'll get all the Atlanta people. I do. It's not like Georgia's right there. It's not far from the like if you were going to go to Atlanta, it's certainly doable to go to Alabama.
It's close to Nashville though too. If you actually, I'm looking at the map now. It's like a triangle. So Nashville's not that far out of this market either.
Oh, okay, all right.
But you'll get that Mississippi, Louisiana, probably like you said, some of that Texas market too.
We got Ryan wants to talk about the Philly race. He's on 5. What's up, Ryan? You got some insight into the Philly?
Yeah, I mean, so we had MetLife last year, and that usually that switches off of Foxborough. So Philly, you'll get all the Jersey fans out there.
Yeah, for sure, right?
I mean, New Jersey's a huge motocross area of Raceway Park where they do the K-Rock every year.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
I think it's gonna be great. It's a lot easier to drive for people in Central Jersey
instead of going to Foxborough. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So it will be great this year. It'll probably be a good turnout.
There's will there be Eagle fans? Will they be booing everybody like the Eagles do and all that? I don't know. So we'll see.
I mean, I don't know. New Jersey isn't really big Eagles fans. I mean, there are Cowboy fans up here, so Daniel may be safe.
All right. Cool. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. It should be interesting to schedule. And the motocross schedule came out too. It's the same.
Exact same
dates.
Most of the day.
Yeah.
But I feel like that when we talked about that last time I was here, that one is so established. All those tracks are good. I don't know if I want any creativity in the outdoors.
The only one that
good.
needs to go is Paula, but you can't.
You can't.
You need a Southern California National, and MX Sports and Glen Helen aren't getting around anytime soon, so you can't really. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad one.
Paula, it is. I mean,
I don't mind it. Okay. I don't mind the first one. The second one,
yeah,
right.
That one can just never come back.
Yeah.
But the first one, like the weather's good. It's it's typically like high 70s. Like it's pretty nice. I'm okay with it.
And it's round one.
It's not the best track.
Just viewing's so bad.
Yeah, but it's round one, so it the hype of the race can carry the location. But if that was round 6 in the middle, it would be a flat spot.
And then whenever you think about Paula not being good, JT can tell you, listen, I raced Elsinore.
Yeah, sure.
Me too. I raced
Elsinore. Nothing
Elsinore.
worse than that.
Yeah, Trevor, you raced Elsinore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was I think it was 13 when you went out into the core truck area.
Yeah.
It's literally one of the worst tracks.
Worse than the Salt Lake one? What was that one?
Oh, I raced that one too. That was at like a
Miller
Motorsports. Pretty bad too.
That was when JT was Soul Man.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, JT was out in the middle of the track and the wind and the dust. He couldn't even see him. Yeah, it was great.
Elsinore is probably one of the worst national tracks that I'd ridden.
It was the last round.
Yeah.
And the comments from everybody was like,
I just remember it was extremely hot, which is pretty typical that time of year. But yeah, I just remember the difference in the track and going from what was like the muddiest, slipperiest Elsinore ever to then the Blue Groove core truck track that they decided to build jumps in between it was insane.
Yeah.
And the track had massive jumps too, like big jumps.
So JT's last ever pro race. That's how he went out.
That was it?
Yeah.
Well, that was I raced it in 12. Trevor's talking about 13. Which it doesn't matter. They were both awful.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. JT's last ever race. He went out at Elsinore.
Oh boy.
Just remembering the memories.
Oh boy.
If there was ever a sign like I don't want to do this anymore, Elsinore put a cherry on top.
Yeah, that's what finally pushed him to. I've had enough.
Yeah, I think it's time to hang it up.
Yeah.
And this track tells me that as well. So Millville Ride Day coming up, JT. You looking forward to it? Should be fun. Bradshaw's coming up for Fly Racing. That's awesome. So.
Yep. Weston will be there. Damon. Yep. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't ridden in a really long time. So if I'm going to get to ride or anything like that, I mean, Millville's a great place to do it. So I think the biggest thing is just the weather. Like that's all I'm really worried about.
I know. Last year was shitty, but then the Farmer's Almanac the previous 4 years was really nice. So I don't know. Bradshaw RV's coming up, and I'm asking him about like riding, and he's just talking about drinking whiskey with Damon. Like he's not real
Are you
focused.
staying at the track? Are you going to stay at the track?
I don't think so. No, I don't. Those guys are, but I think I'm out. I don't know. I'm not a big stay at the track guy.
You were debating this.
Yeah. If I could get like a super nice motorhome, but like a Prevost or something, you know.
Jeez. Okay, cool.
If someone's got a Prevost that they would like to lend me for Millville, I'll stay in there.
Looks like you're driving to a hotel.
Kenny has one.
What's that?
Kenny has one.
Yeah.
Borrow his.
Roxanne, can I borrow your bus for Millville?
Can you send your driver up?
Right. Yeah, Ken Sauce. Jason Thomas here on the fly racing or for fly racing on the PulpMX show.
Yeah, I think I'm staying with Checkers in a RV. I think he offered me a spot, so that's.
Did you get an invite to the ride day though?
Yeah, you told me I could come. Stop.
Did I?
You
I?
Did. Well, I'm showing up either way, so.
We'll just roll up there and be like, Dark.
Okay.
And you
just,
get in.
When he gets to the gate.
Yeah.
He'll be like, yeah, I'm here at Darkside. And she'll be like,
Don't.
That's not what I have written down here. It says it needs to be in character. Yeah. Can you try again, sir?
Let's talk some TV coverage before we let JT go here on the show. I was talking to somebody earlier today, a former top rider. Daniel was up here as well. Dark was up here as well. We were talking about the TV coverage. 3-man booths don't work, JT. They just don't work. I don't know. Like, I know they love Ricky and James together, and obviously for all the history and everything else, but I don't know. What do you like that? Do you like the 3 people, and then sometimes there was you and Will, and it was a whole thing, and Wygant's running around the pits and all that? Like, it's a lot.
I thought it made it feel more like a Super Bowl type feel. You know, having all the stars come out, Dungey and Tomac and Stanton and Bradshaw. I liked all of that. But to your first question, the 3-man booth is difficult. I know it's really challenging for them, trying to find any cadence, right? Because that's really important is you build chemistry with your, co-broadcaster, and they know when to jump in. And, like Lee is trying to be traffic cop of directing when these guys get in and out, but he has things he has to say, right? And he has to get these segments in and all these things. So it's a challenging dynamic. I don't envy it because I know it's really hard, but I don't know. I think if they're going to do it, let's do it for like really significant events, like the finale. Sure. Okay. But I don't think it should be like an every week thing. I think 2 is better than 3 for most races.
Daniel, you agree?
I'm not saying a word on any of this. So.
Well, I'm just asking you about 2 or 3-man booths.
I just want to keep my opinions on all that to myself.
When you watch a Cowboy game, do you prefer just Buck and Troy, or would you like Emmett there too?
Okay. If you're asking it that way, I prefer 2. I prefer your traditional play-by-play in your color.
Right.
But I'm with JT. I understand there's moments where you be creative for different things, but as far as my full opinions, those are mine, bro. Quit trying this. It's like every time I talk to you, you pry in a different way.
I'm asking your opinion on a 2 or 3-man booth.
I know.
I didn't think it was the Warren Commission here.
No, it's not. It's just that's just a topic I stay out of.
Yeah, right.
JT, also, we had Mike Muye on the phone earlier, and he said it was a little shocking to see. Yeah, he said it was a little shocking to see the number 1 plate handed out to Phil.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really torn. Like, okay, I don't think they were thrilled because it was a surprise for them, but I got permission, right? I didn't just go rogue and like just break it out of nowhere. But there were definitely people that didn't know about it. But in the end, like, I didn't get in trouble. I think everybody was like, all right, no big deal. Just maybe don't do that again. But for the show, I think it was amazing, right?
Yeah.
Like, if nobody's like really, really angry, and I wouldn't apologize to people I needed to apologize to just because they simply didn't know. But I think it really added to watching the show. It's the most DMs about people laughing about a story that I've ever gotten. So that enough should be like proof that it was good for the overall show.
It's Race Day Live too. It's not the NBC broadcast. It's
I would never do it for that.
Of course,
I think the only challenge is like people could think it was like something official, which it wasn't. Right. That to me is like the only thing that in hindsight I should have made sure they're like, hey, this isn't anything official. We're just having some fun here. I probably should have done that. But whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know that
it's done now.
Like anybody that thought that was official. I mean, how's it really affect them? I'm not going to remember next year. Oh, what they did last year, so who cares?
Like imagine 2 guys having some beers in a bar, and they're being like, "Hey, Deegan and Lawrence won, right?" And the guy's like, "No, Phil too. Phil's an SMX champ too, man. I saw it.
Got to play."
And the other guy's like, "No, I'm pretty sure just Deegan and Lawrence won. No, Saw the plate.
He's the LCQ champion, first ever.
No, we're having fun. It was great. Look, the guy was up there with you, JT, bitching about the LCQs. And
his reaction was.
I think for Steve would never have cared in a million years. But I'm so I'm so averse to getting in trouble. Like I don't like when people are angry with me. I don't like getting in trouble. So I was like, when I heard some people were angry, I'm like, oh no. Like I went around just on an apology, fest. Right, I was just like, I didn't mean. I thought it would be awesome, whatever, But I really do. In a vacuum, I think it was really funny, and I think it added to Race Day Live.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely,
I guess there's that.
And Phil was legitimately like, oh,
yeah.
He was like, yeah.
Well, I can tell you that the press box was loving it. That's for sure.
I was in the stands watching it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was just when it happened, I'm just like, this is great. And I had no idea. I actually thought it was organized and approved. So to me, it was funny. Just that I thought it was funny that it was allowed to happen. I was like, dude, that's great. That is great. And then I started hearing that maybe it wasn't. Then it got funnier a little bit.
Well, just with Phil too, just his reaction. He
called everyone. He called someone a smart ass or y'all smart asses or something. He did say something to make it pretty funny, but it wouldn't have worked with Starling.
No,
it had to be Phil.
It had to be Phil. You can hear Ricky is laughing and Lee's making everyone knows Phil. Everyone likes Phil. Everyone knows, and so then when he was leading, they're like, "It's Phil."
You think those guys thought it was real? The booth?
Probably. I don't know.
This wasn't brought up in the meeting.
You should, JT. How many times did I bug you about it? 30?
Oh my gosh, you got I got mad at you, and then you got mad at me for getting mad at you about how many times you asked me.
I just really want to make sure it was done.
Yeah.
I just really want to make sure that this happened. So.
Well, I hope you're happy because I got in trouble.
Yep.
So, and everybody was angry.
I love the part that you got in trouble. Even that's the best part of it.
That makes it better for you. That's probably the whole reason you did it.
I'm just I'm just the guy. I'm Austin Powers petting his pet cat, Dr. Evil, and I'm just pulling the strings. Right. We got a call about the payout for Nicoletti. Seabass is on 4. What's up, Seabass?
What up, dude? I can't believe I'm on the show. I called Tits, and I wasn't looking to be on the show. I just kind of want to know about my guy, and and he's like, hang on 1 second. I thought I was just going to get a flat-on answer. But
wait, you're just calling the show to talk to Tits? He don't want to talk to you. You don't want to talk to anybody.
I mean, dude, I just called. I just wanted to be discreet, and I was like, hey, how did Phil do? Because I'm a musician, and I just got home, and I got to watch the mains, but I never got to see past 10th. I just want to know what Phil's payout was because that's my guy. And I was like, I hope he's doing all right, but
Phil.
I never got to see how much cash. How much cash did he make?
So typical Phil. He was on early. He was on earlier. Typical Phil.
I know. I'm sorry. I just jumped on.
He's more angry about losing $15K to Freddie. Freddie beat him at the race and cost him $15K. But Phil made what do you say, 75?
I thought 65.
65?
Or no?
No, 45.
45. Sorry,
45 plus 10 in purse or something.
Yeah.
After tax. So with taxes taken out.
Yeah, he didn't bring that up, actually. I'm surprised. But, before taxes.
He's the type, too, that would win the lotto, like $10 million, and then just bitch about the taxes.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Completely in his world.
Do you blame him?
Phil rode pretty good, Seabass. He was good. He got some money, and he's happy, but then he was talking about all the risk he had to take and everything else. So, typical Phil.
I give it to you. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem, buddy. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next up is Jason on 5. He's got suggestions for us. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. Great show tonight.
Thank you.
So, first off, LCQs and SMX, it's no secret that they were having trouble filling the gates. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a playoff, right? So, as we move forward in the rounds, what if we take seeded riders, 5 in round 2, now racing the LCQ, and then another 5 more racing the LCQ in the last race to give more tension.
Like the last 5 or the last 5 or what?
Yeah, so no. Like 5 more racers are added into LCQ.
Oh, I see.
So
dude, they were having trouble finding a full gate. Like Cade's off hunting. He ain't gonna do this.
Well, if they knew ahead of time,
so the seeded racers are now battling to stay a seeded racer
right.
and not go into LCQ.
Yeah.
Just an idea there.
Yeah.
And then a question for Daniel and Jason is me and my dad, huge fans, we're always wondering how fast the guys are actually going. And in Chicago, they actually mentioned it on the broadcast, 65 for the 450s and 62 for the 250s. So I was just wondering why that's not a talking point on the broadcast, to, add drama. So, like, you could say, oh, Tomac's going through the whoops at, I don't know, 30 miles or 40 miles or whatever it is. But, someone's faster or, just as another talking point. I was just curious why that's
Can
not
you
a
answer
thing.
this one, Daniel, or no?
Yeah,
You
I
still
mean,
wanna
I
just
can tell
keep
you
your
why.
feelings to
Well, I
yourself?
can tell you why I never looked into that is other than a track like Chicago or maybe like, say, Glendale because it's so big, they don't really get going that fast. So when you would say the mile per hour, it's not as impressive.
It's not impressive, right?
Yeah, it's actually a
that's
bad
what I
look. It makes it look slower because people are like, wait, because he's not going 40 in the whoops. I can tell you that right now. Like if you actually did the mile per hour and look at the lit pros, it's not like a super attractive number that would make people go, wow, it actually is the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Chicago paid off, and then the outdoors you could probably get some of that. But on Supercross, you just don't get going very fast.
We had a radar gun in Millville Whoops one year, right? A few times. So
Didn't they do it at Vegas?
I heard it like 40,
Although,
45,
that
something like
the
that.
number may not floor people, I think, it is still as fast as a human being could possibly go through a whoops or a rhythm section or something like that. So maybe it's,
Jason, Dark would go that fast if it was $1 million at the end of the straightaway. So
true, yeah. Just freaking
shift into fourth and
you
look,
might make it
hope for the
onto that
best.
tabletop.
The same guy that just told me this weekend, I can't get used to the 450, man. It's just too much bike.
Yeah, but there's not $1 million on the line, guys.
Okay.
You know that, like, $800 is a lot, right? So we already took, so
good point. Great point.
I'm allowed to make that joke, guys. So yeah, $1 million. You don't know what I do for $1 million.
Okay. Thanks, Jason.
I know what you're
Thanks
doing.
for
You
the call.
crush your freaking brains out.
Thank you.
JT has zero faith. That's fair, though.
Yeah,
it's fair. I mean, it's a fair opinion, but damn.
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
I'm just telling you, that jump is gnarly, Darkside.
I know.
It is gnarly.
Look,
like, you would crash really bad.
The reality is,
Dark went to club to go ride their bikes, crash, ended up in the hospital. Dark went to Italy to ride gases, crash, ended up in the hospital.
It's 2 crashes. I mean, it happens.
Bradshaw?
You're talking about one of the biggest, gnarliest jumps we've seen in a couple of years.
The reality,
The
reality is, I would probably puss out. We're just talking shit here, but yeah, it's $1 million, so you never know.
You wouldn't get to the tabletop. You wouldn't even get there.
You know what? Fuck you guys.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm being just factual
We're not
here.
trying to insult you. Just
You're not.
Like I'm.
Like, think about this.
I am, like,
the difficulty in skill that is required to get it done even scares like a Cooper Webb who never did it.
True.
So if he looks at the math and goes, I don't think I could even pull this, means you couldn't get it in your wildest attempt.
Cooper Webb already has $1 million.
It's not even that. It's calculating the math needed to get it done.
Do you need another fireball shot? Or
I'm thinking about it, but, you know.
Shot? What are we doing?
The setup
Yeah.
to get to attempt to go
damn,
for
I'm
on.
regretting
They
even
make
making the
that's what I'm
comment.
saying. They make it look a lot easier, but to carry that amount of speed and make that hop to get downside clean, to even have an
Let me ask
opportunity
JT.
to then
I
pour
gotta
on.
come from all sides.
Let me ask JT this.
Sorry.
JT,
Sorry.
JT, if Darkside was to do it and give it his all and give it a straight up attempt, does he even get the triple part?
We already said no.
Like, I don't think he gets the triple.
He could jump far enough to get the triple, but
Does he get the height?
He's going to crash.
Does he get the
He's
height?
going to crash. No, he's going to clip it.
He's
just
going to clip.
get to it.
So he gets to
he's
the
gonna
third
clip
one.
it.
Look,
'Cause he's not going to get the bike position to get to the downside.
Right.
And you got to get up to get down.
Dark, the double going up the peristyle, it looked like you could hit it on a 60 and clear it. Our guy Chris Kiefer couldn't do it on Friday.
Or
He didn't the double before you go up?
No.
Well, they have excuses. Are we getting? We'll get to that later, I assume.
I
or-
don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kiefer's listening, and he can call in. He should
I
call
doubt
in
he's
because
listening.
we're going to probably savage him here shortly.
We did a little pod at his house yesterday. And he's like, I know it's coming. No, it's fine. I was a pussy. I
About
accept it.
that?
Like,
That- So he didn't double it?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
bike was cutting it bogging.
He said
Apparently,
his
they
bike-
found a jetting issue, and then ML said his was doing the same thing. But A-Ray did it.
But then A-Ray and Mosman's,
Yeah.
no jetting issues over there. They jumped the double. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Got
But Chris
Got
is
it.
Chris is 100% prepared for the backlash.
Okay.
He accepts it. He said.
If the
Fair
bike bogs, the wheels don't leave the ground.
Yeah.
For me, if I'm Kiefer, bogs once, I'm good.
Yeah. Right. All right, JT. Anything else? Off the destinations
No,
for you?
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
He is?
I cannot believe you're not going.
Are you
Yeah,
going there as a
believe
fan,
it.
or are you working, JT?
I'm in the booth again, which I'm very excited about. It's gonna be
Good
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'd go too if I
Having,
could be in the booth, but otherwise I'd just be out in freezing cold France weather. So.
Well, I stepped into the land of Steve Mathis by doing that number plate thing, and I know why I don't do things like that. So yeah, I don't. That's what you would do every single weekend. So I think there's a lesson to be learned there.
I just want to have some fun. I want to make motocross and supercross fun again. I don't know what's wrong with that. So, all right. Hey, thanks for the time, buddy. Appreciate it. FlyRacing.com and motorsport.com, local dealer, all of that. Thank you, man.
I have one last thing to say.
Yes.
Darkside, you would have never made that jump.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you, guys.
All right. See ya. Yeah. See that, Darkside? Never would have made that jump.
I knew that was coming.
All right.
Like if $1 million was on the line and you were going to do it, as your friend, I would just pull you aside and tell you no. Like you won't get there.
All right.
So you act like we're being mean here. We care.
I don't think you're being mean at all. At all. I'm fine with the fact that you're right. I just said I might pull the trigger and at least attempt it for $1 million. I didn't even say I'd make it.
Do you guys want to talk about Jet and Chase and Kenny or no?
I kind of not really.
Okay.
Not really.
All right. Okay. Faith's on 2. Faith, you got a mini race tech rant?
Yes, I do. I'm wondering why Honda and Suzuki are having fans get wristbands for tickets to meet the riders.
What? I missed that.
For autographs, you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know they were doing that, but typically when they do something like that, this is because their lines are so long, and I didn't know Suzuki was doing this, that they have to No, I think she said you got to get a wristband, which probably means you got to be there early.
Oh.
Like, remember how they used to do a time you'd have to go get.
Well, what they want to do, Faith, is they don't want to get Kenny's autograph, you'd have to go there at noon and miss all the practices and everything else. So they'd rather give you a wristband or a ticket, and then you can go and walk around and be back, which is a better thing than just going to the race and sitting in front of a damn empty truck for 4 hours.
Does it cost anything?
No, they're free.
So you just get there early,
Okay.
get the that's actually really
Whatever the number is, say it's 50 or 100, it's just easier for the first 100 people. Here's a wristband, and that way that's it, because the riders only have limited time. And then you can go wander around instead of sitting there for 3 hours, so you're first in line.
And why doesn't Star do that on the 250s?
Just
with the fans, like for Deegan and stuff.
Because the long line looks better on YouTube.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't really.
Or they just hadn't thought about it yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
There was a line this weekend, though. They had it very organized this weekend. I was there. I actually met you, Darkside.
Yeah, I remember. Tell Steve what you said.
Oh, boy.
Do not let Steve bully you.
Yep. See?
Did you see Darkside's social media bullying before the World Vet Race last year?
I don't have social media. I don't have Instagram.
Your hero here, Mr. Side, almost put me into therapy with all of the talk about beating me on the track and what he's going to do and how fast he is and all of this, and I had to withstand this bullying. So
Faith knows that I just had to give a little bit back to you because of all the crap you give me.
Yeah.
So, Thank you, Faith.
And all the dirt bikes I gave you too. All right, thanks, Faith.
Thank you, Faith.
Thanks, Faith. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's a mini race tech rant.
She was sweet.
Lee's been on hold for. Lee, you there?
Yeah. Hey.
2 hours and 48 minutes. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Not much. Hey, I got to hear the show.
Get a wristband next time.
Had to mute it out. Yeah, I was just. It was too bad I missed Mike on there. And I kind of agree with you on the playoff, Steve. On there needs to be a little something there, but instead of actually eliminating them completely, how about if they change the scoring after the first race? Only the top 10 get the double points in the second round. And then in the second round, only the top 5 get the triple points.
Sure.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all either.
It's not that way, you still have people racing for the big money at the lower ranks because you still can move in position from 22nd up to whatever. But then on the last one, you got the top 5. And they're the only ones getting the triple points.
Okay.
So that was just something I throw out there.
I mean, you're on hold a long time to just throw that out there, but I appreciate the dedication, Lee. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just glad it was a good idea and it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
You had to hammer him on the way
people,
out.
We've had people wait on hold for hours just to be like, "Hey, man, I think Chase Sexton should change his helmet."
Does he want a Maxima kit?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Lee, do you ride?
Oh, of course.
Do you want a Maxima USA oil kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
It's a T-shirt and oil. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, Lee. Trevor here is taking kind to your call. Stay on hold. We'll get your information.
Get a good idea.
And we'll get you a Maxima USA kit. All right, buddy?
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right. It pays to wait on hold, everybody. Get his T-shirt size, too, please. Thank you, Tits. And Ryan's on, too. Ryan, you have another Race Tech rant.
I do. I got a Race Tech rant, boys.
Fire away, yeah.
So we spend all year, we hype up the SMX finals, right?
Yep.
We get there, the tracks are tamed down because we're having the features ride it. Now listen, I get the whole thing behind the features. It's cool, right? We had more features rounds this year, as well as the combines coming in. Can we keep those to the regular season? And can we not tame down the tracks during the playoffs when it's supposed to be the most difficult out of the year?
But
I don't really understand.
Yeah, I had someone else echo this sentiment also. They'll tell you that they didn't change the tracks for the 60s and 80s and everything
I don't think
else.
they did. I mean, I was there for the 65 stuff, and I was there from every moment of the discussion on what they were going to do, and there was no modifying for them.
Right.
So, and I will say this, too, because I have heard that in the past about mellowing out the tracks. Last year, Anaheim 2 was one of the gnarliest tracks of the entire year, and that was the first Futures round. So, again, being there, knowing the track guys and knowing everybody, there isn't like a softening of the track for the Futures kids. They have to adapt to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think your point would be that maybe it affected these last three and changed these from being gnarlier, but I don't think they were tamed down just for that. I think it was meant to be hybridish, which is why they were a little mellower.
I'll tell you what's coming, and I'm not a fan of it, but I think what's coming is Feld is looking at the incredible, phenomenal financial windfall that is amateur motocross. And how do we get that? So get ready for more camping, amateur days, all-star, 60s all-star. Get ready, because that brings money, and they like money. So get ready for that. I believe that's.
And I'm all in. 17 rounds of Futures, 11 combines.
Yeah.
Let's go 31 with the kids.
Yeah.
I'm curious, BB. So most, if not all, the riders were complaining about all three tracks being pretty one-lined. You think that was a result of the track design itself, regardless of the features being there? Because I feel like everybody was complaining about the one-lined, and I just wonder if the features did have something to do with it, but you say they don't.
Yeah, I have a theory on that, and it could be wrong, but I'll throw it out there. I watched at Charlotte after the first motos, the track crew go and groom a lot of the track. And I remember watching that going, no, don't. Like, it's just getting there. Like, leave it alone. And I understand for safety, like faces of jumps, and there's certain things you have to do just for pure safety. But then the same thing at the Coliseum, Shimoda even said on the podium, they groomed the track, and it was too fast. It was too fast.
Yeah.
I wish that it was, and I understand the track crew, they are masters. I've done nothing but compliment them. But I wish that the track stopped being groomed all the dang time throughout the night. Just do the safe stuff like the face of jumps. Let it all just go to hell. Because that's when all the mistakes happen, and that's when everyone, lines, and you got to start finding new lines. If it's good and groomed, these are the best dudes in the world. They are going to go all wide open the exact same speed and not make mistakes. That's what we saw in the second motos. That 250 main event, nothing happened for 20 because the track was too good.
Yeah.
It needs to go bad. It needs to get gnarly ruddy at the soft ones, and it needs to get gnarly dry and slick and all over the place in the dry ones. That's what creates mistakes. Mm-hmm. That's what creates opportunities. Now you got to get defensive because someone's on you. So my suggestion would be fix the face of the jumps and let the rest of the track just go.
I feel like in your day, Trevor, they didn't touch them as much as they do now. I don't know.
Me neither. I remember them being
pretty
gnarly or broken down, but on the 250 side, but they didn't freshen them up as much, I don't think.
I mean, if you get a fresh track to start the night for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's why typically like in a 250 heat one, you see guys that maybe get a good start and they'll run up there for 3 or 4 laps because the track is the best that the track's going to be that whole night. And it's like, I mean, everybody that's rode a freshly prepped track, I mean, it's the best time, right? So it's like
heat one is
you go anywhere you want, wherever you want, as hard as you want into the turn, things like that. But as the night goes on, I mean, I think that I don't remember them touching it as much, I guess.
Yeah.
So
that to me
Ryan.
that would
Ryan.
create the one line situation.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show.
Thanks.
If you have a track that is one line and you're kind of stuck with it, the track deteriorating will take care of a little bit of that, in my opinion.
The riders are talking now, so we'll just.
I'm watching football because I don't know what I'm talking. I don't know. I don't even understand what they're talking about.
The riders are.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking
about. Bentley, what's up, man? You want to talk about the venue at LA? Bentley.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, what up?
Oh, not much, man. Yeah, I don't think the people on the TV got to realize how good a venue and how good a track layout that was the other night. I've been lucky enough to go to a bunch of the races over the years, and that was, for me, hands down the best. The other thing I had was nobody, especially on TV, because we were right in front of it, nobody realizes how big that 4-ohm was.
Oh, Dark said he could do it.
No, there's no way.
Nobody has faith. That's fair.
It was
except for faith.
It was 2.5 seating sections long. So
2.5.
There was, I think we counted it out. There was 18 seats per section, and it was 2 of those sections and a piece of the other one was the landing.
Okay, fine. I'm out. Jeez.
Okay, all right, there we go.
That's all we've been waiting on. I mean, move on.
Hey, when you say people on TV, do you mean the people watching on TV or the commentators?
The people watching on TV.
That's
Because
what
I come home after we left, and when we got back, I went straight in and rewatched the race, and I'm like, this doesn't do any justice to what it was being there.
I think that's one of the scariest things I've seen on a Supercross track in a long time. Them doing that, every lap they do it, I was like, because the window of error is so there. That tabletop is so little.
And the third, if y'all, I don't know if you've seen it, but like the third, or I think it was the third time around when Chase did it, he almost overjumped it.
Yeah.
Like he was at as far as you could go.
Jet didn't practice. He went long and then hammered out of that thing, kind of sketchy. But, yeah, I mean, it was so much commitment. But then once they got the line down, I noticed that they started kind of being able to back off a little on the takeoff. Because at first it was everything.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they moved lines because all of a sudden they did start letting up just a little to make sure they didn't go long. Because early it was just get to it.
Just ask Trevor. I don't know.
Yeah, it was right.
I was looking at you.
Yeah, straight. He's talking to you.
Thanks, Bentley. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
No problem. All right. Dark, you're the host of your own Pony Pod, and
Never heard of it.
Here a bunch, right?
Moto X Pod Show.
I think it's time for you to do this intro. Are you ready?
Oh, jeez.
For the X Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment?
Hey,
You're going to do the intro. All right, you ready?
No, I'm not.
3, 2, 1. X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Here we go. Let's do this.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
I don't know what you want me to do.
The intro. Do the intro to the segment.
I don't have it in front of me.
I don't either.
Well, it's your intro.
You've listened to enough shows.
Yeah, I don't have it memorized.
You're an X-Brand guy.
Yeah, well, X-Brand Choice of Champions everywhere. Used by multiple GNCC riders, Supercross riders, like Freddie Norn, Bryson Neal, Craig DeLong, many others. Choice of many privateers because it is one of the best goggles, and also just won a championship with Hunter Lawrence in Supercross, even though they don't really like to maybe announce that. But that's what.
Good. Yeah, and,
okay.
This is the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
Yep.
Say it.
Okay.
Rapid fire. So yeah, give us your questions.
Do the thing again. Do the intro again.
I mean,
the drop.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for that at all.
I know, but I figured I could throw it to you.
No,
obviously you couldn't.
The X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
You want me to do it again?
Rapid fire.
Come
on.
Rapid fire.
Jeez.
How does this guy host his own show?
Yeah, I don't very well.
Okay, all right. So these questions are submitted.
Hard to find good help these days, huh?
By Moser, some guy named Moser. Never heard of him.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Here we go. 30 seconds on the clock for Trevor, Dark, and Daniel. Let's do this.
Daniel, what do you miss the most about doing the broadcast?
Jesus, it's every time.
Crushing it.
Honestly, nothing. I have like the fastest move on switch ever. I'm completely moved on to my next chapter, and I'm in the trenches of it, loving it. Nothing.
Darkside.
What about anal bleaching?
Whose bike do you hope to fuck up at the PulpMX ride day?
Steve's.
That was
you
rapid
bringing
fire.
the Cowie?
As far as I know, yeah.
I was the one about 2-strokes, so I didn't know, yeah.
No, I'll bring the 4-stroke, yeah.
Trevor, what's Maxima's #1 seller?
SC1.
I think these questions are all the same that we asked you last time you were here, I'm sure.
Oh,
Moser.
the Maxima
I
questions?
don't even know who the guy is. So.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
All right.
Daniel,
Steve doesn't get any?
Nope.
No.
Oh.
What do you enjoy the most about not doing the broadcast anymore besides the travel?
Family time.
Besides the travel.
Yeah, I mean, travel would be part of it, but being home. To be honest with you, nothing has changed yet. Like, I only work Supercross. We haven't even got there yet, so nothing's changed. September to me is always like this. So is August and July. So the reality is I have no feelings yet because I'm not to January yet. So I never have feelings right now. I'm just living my September life.
I never have feelings right now.
Not about that. It's just another September day right now.
All right.
Darkside, what's an event or race you haven't been to yet that is on your bucket list?
That's funny. Michael Lindsay actually asked me to make a list. So there's a couple that I would like to do. The Daytona Amateur Supercross thing would be fun.
Dude, I'm doing that, dude. I'm racing that this year.
The vet race at Southwick I think would be cool. I think there's one at Redbud also.
Out on that one.
I think there's one at Redbud also. Just almost anything like this, going to some tracks that I've never rode at would be fun. Maybe a couple of the GNCCs.
Do Daytona. So I can get a rematch.
Not much of a challenge there. You got me.
Trevor, who was another rider that even came close to the dogger on and off the track?
Man.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
I mean, Jim's pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
That's off the track.
Pretty close.
How about when we surprised Daniel with Uncle Jim the last shot?
That was good, yeah.
I've never been so happy in my life as that moment.
Yeah.
That was 10 seconds of an
Well, speaking
unexplained
of
emotion.
Jim.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
J-Law's a little dogger-esque, a little bit.
Yep.
If I had to pick one.
See, but I don't know Lechien stories as well, but was he as self-destructive?
Yeah.
Like, that bad?
No. I don't
That
think
seems
so.
like a different type of rebel. You know what I mean?
He took it up a step.
Not, I think, not.
He went to 11.
Not, maybe violent. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's a different type of gnarly. You know?
Daniel, is Danger Boy the next generational talent, like some said that Jet would be?
Already is. 100%. And I will tell you right now, I know this is like super future thinking, but, and I joke around, I use the term danger and donuts, but that is where the sport is headed. And Deegan is going to be absolutely legit on a 452. He's strong, and I just, the Jet Deegan era, we're going to get a heavy dose of it in a couple of years, and it's going to be good for the sport. And he is that legit to me. Deegan is.
Darkside, what was your biggest takeaway from riding and crashing at PulpMX?
That place is awesome. So many tracks, 10 tracks.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
beautiful
it's
place. Lots of different types of dirt. It's not all just one type of dirt. Just a great facility. They have laundry, which that's a stupid thing to lead with, but you know,
They got laundry.
They got a laundry room, gym, you know, a nutritionist.
Cafeteria.
Yeah, with the nutrition and the cafeteria, obviously, just cabins for people. It's
Laundry.
just 200. Laundry's fantastic. When you ice baths,
great garbage service.
200 acres, I believe it was. Yeah, it's amazing.
33
Have
seconds.
you been
Yeah.
there
Sorry.
before?
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
A couple of years ago.
All right, last question. Trevor, Sexton's crashes, are they caused by the bike or the rider?
I think it's still mental. We talked about this last time I
Yeah.
was here. We had a big argument on this. I think that it's, I think it's going through his head, the type of track he's on, the situations that he's in, and what's happened in the past. And I think that that's a factor in what's going on. I think it's more mental than anything. And unfortunately, that's my opinion. But
29.8.
We'll see if the new bike fixes that. I think change is good.
Yeah, these guys will always be pumped on changes, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, that's the X-Brand Goggles house, right? X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. PulpMX. Pulp Show? PulpMX? Marks, what's the code?
Not my department.
Okay.
No.
Check the code. All the codes are on PulpMXShow.com. They're all there, so do that. And,
Links,
we appreciate
links
that.
and
Links
everything.
Pulp 2023.
Pulp 2023's code to save with EKSbrand.com. Choice of champions everywhere. Let's do that draw if we can, Mark, so you can dial it up. MTX braking. I got to get you some of these for your mountain bike. They've been on board with us for a little while. They're great pads. They got a red race compound. They got a regular compound and a red race compound. Make your mountain bikes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. Inspired by motocross and power sports. They're available in over 800 power sports dealers across the nation, mtxbraking.com. Code PulpMX to save. mtxbraking.com. Use the code to save. Great brake pads. I love these things. I've got them in all my e-bikes, and they really work well. So thank you to those guys. And also, of course, 927 day on Wednesday. Maxima Pulp20 is the code to save. Does it work on suspension clean?
Works on everything.
Does it work on SC1?
Everything.
Does it work on FFT?
Absolutely.
Does it work on MPPO? Does it work on contact cleaner?
All the above.
Okay, thank you. MaximaUSA.com.
Are we going to talk about the 927 day? Like, what are there discounts that day, or are we going to talk about what that is at some point?
Didn't we just do that with Dogger?
A little bit.
I guess I missed it. Like, are there actually is there a special discount that day? Did I miss that?
I don't think it's anything to do with discounts.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Like, was there something for the consumer that particular day?
927% off your order.
So we've done all kinds of stuff. We've had events, we've had ride days. Last year we did a video contest. We gave away $927 gas card. This year we'll have some giveaway stuff. It's more of kind of a social event, I guess, this year. So all our athletes, riders, partners, everybody will have something specific to them post, and it's just a way to hype up the day.
Sweet.
So,
927 on Wednesday. Pro Filter as well. How's Pro Filter doing? Good?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Everything's working well?
Yeah, it's been good.
Daniel, you don't even got to clean your air filter. You just take it,
unbelievable.
throw it away, put a pre-oiled Pro Filter right into your bike.
Nice.
It's a good product. And I mean, that's the number one selling product in that line, and it's still kind of niche a little bit, and at that price range, I mean, we sell a lot of those filters.
Profilter.com, Pulp20 is the code to save with those guys. Air and oil filters for side-by-sides and street bikes and dirt bikes. So, please check out Profilter.com. Pulp20 is the code to save. The code's been doing well, right? So our listeners have been responding to this.
Yeah. Thanks to all the listeners. Appreciate
absolutely.
it. Yeah.
Maxima's great. I like being partnered with companies, and a lot of my guys, but Wiseco and Maxima and Renthal and Guts and like high-end quality companies that do good stuff. So it's great to be partnered with all you guys.
Yeah, likewise.
And I guess whoever I left out there is going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you don't like those guys. Sorry.
Right. So, that's a great job. All right. Okay, so PulpMX Fantasy is over, and we're going to do a draw for a new dirt bike. Daniel Blair's going to help with us. Darkside's going to help with us. So these are all people, you don't got to be that good at fantasy. If you enter the championship league, you have a chance to win a brand new bike. And so we just do all the you get 3 entries if you buy at the beginning of the year.
You get 2 entries if you buy all 3 series at the beginning of the year, and you do have to be entered. So you can buy them all separately, but you have to enter all 3 to get into this drawing. And then if you get top 99, you'll get a number plate plus 1 more extra.
Yes, if you're top 99 national number. And then we have a listener who couldn't use the Formula helmet. I want to give that away too. So Mark hooked up his randomizer here. And there is the thing there. And so, Dark, let's do the helmet first, shall we?
Okay.
We'll do the helmet first, Dark.
When?
When you see the number, the names or numbers going, on the bottom, you just say when to stop.
Yep.
Just try not to make it like an hour from now.
Okay.
Because that'd be awkward. And
Sure.
Like a gate drop.
So
3 to 5.
This is for a fly racing Formula helmet.
Love it.
All right.
Ready?
Stop. Thumper 1311. Thumper 1311. You want a fly racing Formula helmet? Mark, so you need to write that down.
Got it. I'm a professional.
Okay. All right. And now for the bike. 2023 Yamaha YZ450. Super awesome of Yamaha to do this. I think it's the 4th bike they give us to give away. These guys are great. Actually,
this year.
Yeah, and when you count the LCQ challenge, that's 5.
Yeah.
So our guys at Blue Crew, fantastic, much better than the Orange Brigade. The Blue Crew guys absolutely doing great things. 5 bikes for us, Daniel. So
you obviously weren't at Loretta's, but
okay. So you are going to tell Marks when to stop on this.
Okay.
So the fate of a new motorcycle is in your hands.
So the unfortunate person who has to ride a Yamaha. Let's go. Press start.
Wow.
I'm joking. Come on. Stop.
Whiskey throttle.
Wow.
Ping won it. Ping got it, dude.
That's
yeah.
way.
That's ironic.
That is ironic.
No way.
Is that him?
No way.
I don't
There's
know.
no way it's him.
No, it's not.
I doubt he's giving
no.
Steve money.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Darkside. Really don't think so. But Marks, maybe you can dig up some info.
I will.
Okay.
I will do
Just
that,
double check, maybe. We might have to do it again.
No. We're not doing it
So
again.
David Pingree?
Mr. David Pingree.
Yeah, no, he is the winner if that is the truth, if that really is something that happens. All right.
If it's Ping, he has to call in to accept the award.
It's not
so
him.
you guys can make up.
No. Again, he is not giving me money.
No.
There's no way. But yeah, thanks. Congratulations to Whiskey Throttle and Thumper1311, I think it was. Thank you, everybody, for playing all year long. It's been great. The game is very,
Rigged.
very much successful.
Torturous.
Torturous and rigged. Great. The PulpMX Fantasy Positivity Campaign carries on.
It had its highs and lows this year. That's
It did.
For sure.
It did.
It's just, you know what? It's so hard to play. I just got to throw this out there. When you have a sick team and you're watching halfway through Moto 1 and all your dudes are crushing it and you look down and you're in 2400th place, it's freaking frustrating, man. Because I'm like, dude, no one's beating that team. And then there's a bunch of dudes with 50 that. Who picked those guys? Who took the gamble?
Who picked Trevor Reis
from
San Diego?
They won money.
Yeah.
So it's just the game is hard to be happy. I was mad the whole time, Steve.
I said
even when I do good.
I said all outdoors. If you want the streak to end for Jet, all I have to do is pick him.
Yeah.
If I pick him, he would have been over.
What's his name? Del Nicky.
Travis, yeah.
He
won our
just
league.
dominates that game. Like, what the hell is he doing to be that good like every week?
Again, though, the guys who win aren't getting prizes every week. Del Nicky got one prize, I think, or maybe not even one.
I don't know. I have to look, but yeah.
When you just have to be like super consistent every week. You don't got to win prizes
But even
every week.
that's hard. It's not like it's
But
like
I'm just saying,
it's not
like,
like you can just go, oh, just be consistent.
Just stay away from the A-Rays and the
I don't
these
pick those
dudes.
guys.
Oh,
I pick the guys that are normally finishing decent, and then they don't.
I pick smart at the first two rounds.
Yeah,
I'm then getting worked, so I'm like, all right, Hail Mary's coming. So I just start going Robin and A-Ray, and then that obviously doesn't work either. And then by round 6, it gets violent internally. So just... I know that's not the best branding and promotion for your game there, Steve, but dude, the thing pisses me off.
It gets
so
violent
bad.
internally.
Internal violence playing that game.
Let's not clip that for the next year's marketing campaign.
I almost punched McElrath a couple years ago on the podium because of this game.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Upload your resume for free today on there. And if you're a company looking for people in the industry, you guys use these, Maxima? Do you use,
yeah, we ran multiple ones on there.
I thought so, right?
Yeah.
So MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com has done good things for a lot of companies. If you're looking for good people to hire, go to there. Job of the Week. Look, you want to get involved in professional motocross and supercross? Team Tedder. Looking for a dynamic team player who have the ability to work away from home 6 months of the year on a professional supercross circuit as the Class A driver and race team member. So you're gonna be driving the rig, and obviously as anybody knows, truck drivers don't just drive the truck; they do a lot from cooking.
It says 6 months on there.
Yeah.
So that's just confirmation. It's Supercross and SMX, right? Because that would be 6 months.
It just says January through May. I think it'll depend on your job performance if you go back for.
If you go to SMX,
yeah.
You got to earn us. You got to qualify.
If you're in the union,
so you got to live in the responsibilities
the
include living in the team motorhome during race season, drive to 17 professional supercrosses, film riders competing in supercross, maintain the team race shop, schedule maintenance for race vehicles and equipment, and as required. So, all right, there we go.
I wonder what that job pays. Just out of curiosity.
It says right here, 55 to 75.
And I'm sure expenses are paid. So, yeah, if you're a single person and you love the sport, that'd be a cool job.
That's a cool gig.
Yeah, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Please check it out. Job of the Week.
I'm assuming Hill's
back.
I
think they're back.
Like they do the same thing.
They were the SMX was so weird for
it
the
was
Hill
weird.
Brothers. It was just all over the place.
Yeah, I think they're back, though.
All right. Michelin. Thank you to folks at Michelin. Do you guys know anybody at Michelin?
I do.
Bo Bindum.
Guy's a jerk.
Bo Bindum?
Yeah, I know Bo Bindum.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Guy's a jerk?
He's a jerk.
Yeah.
He yells at people.
MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires, and follow them at Michelin Motorcycle as well. Available in 6 versions at Michelin Starcross 6 tire range. I just put them on my project bike.
Starcross 6s, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you said he had 5s on that. No? 6s?
I put 6s on.
Okay.
Thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. We used to have a guy doing a wrap-up show. They were sponsored by Michelin bicycle tires, and I've got those on my road bike and mountain bike. So thanks to the Michelin guys for coming on board, and hopefully at some point the ramp gets returned.
Never.
That's it?
He had it in his hands this weekend, actually.
Probably why he treats me the way he does. I should probably give him his ramp back.
Yeah.
Randy walked to my truck and he said, "Did you get that ramp from Daniel?" I said, "No, that's mine. I have one too." He was going to try to take my ramp.
I'm sure, right. All right. Hey, by the way, Darkside brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. You've done a write-up, or you've got the new...
Working on one, yeah.
What the hell's it called?
The Dozer.
The Dozer.
It's awesome.
It's a 3-wheel gear bag.
Yeah, it's bigger than the 9800. It's 3 wheels. I actually have the dimensions right here. It's 37 by 17 3/4 by 12 1/2. 3 pockets, 3 wheels. It's massive. Helmet. I can get like 4 pair of boots in there. Multiple sets of gear, helmets. It's really good. It's a retail of $299.99, I believe.
Okay.
Massive bag, and I love it.
All right.
Yeah.
And I got the rig bag myself for my gear.
So. I have a couple of I don't have the rig. I just have the 9800, but the rig's just a little bit different, right? Like we talked about that. Just somewhat different shape.
It's square.
Yeah.
As opposed to the 9800.
Sure.
Backpacks, traveling bags, carry-on bags, all of it. OGO Power Sports website. Pulp15 is the code to save. They're bringing you Mr. Side on the show tonight. Thank you to those guys as well for doing that. And use the code PULP15 to save. Absolutely. Coming up with Justin Shantie here right away. But did any of you guys watch the celebrity race? Celebrity ride for Yamaha? Wasn't a race. So they had media guys first. Mosman, A-Ray for Swap Moto, Kiefer for Pulp and Racer X. Michael Lindsay was out there. I think there was somebody else out there. And they were doing laps, a little mini course, and then they put celebrities on Yamahas. There was a couple of skateboard guys.
Caballero
Alex
was
Van Halen's kid was out there. A couple of reality show stars, and that was just chaos.
I heard, yeah.
Like, I don't know.
They didn't do the same part of the track that Kiefer did, right? Was it
it
exactly the same?
Same
I
part.
thought it was a little
different.
different.
So they went over the underbridge, over the bridge, double peristyle, up peristyle, down peristyle, and then just right back to the bridge.
Yeah.
So a circle, basically.
So they didn't need to do the quad.
No, they didn't do the quad.
Caballero would have made it. No problem.
Right.
Some of these celebs couldn't make it up the bridge.
Really?
Yeah.
They just...
Kiefer said that I guess they started the whole thing from up on top of the peristyle or something, and to bring the bikes down to do the ride.
Yeah.
Some of those guys were like, "Hey, can somebody else take the bike down for me?" Because they were definitely not prepared.
Yeah, that went a little rough.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That went a little rough.
That's great.
There was also at one point, one of the guys on a 4-stroke went over the bridge, could barely go over the bridge, got over the bridge, and ate shit down it, and just flopped, and bike was, and he was laying there, and no one saw him because he was on the other side of the bridge.
So you just heard it?
And the bike shot off eventually.
Okay.
And I looked over, and the Yamaha guys are doing selfies, with other celebrities and everything else. No one sees this dude. He is out. He is out.
Really?
And then a flagger, 5 minutes. I'm not kidding you. He's laying there. The bike on its side, people just riding by.
Yeah.
A flagger comes down the peristyle, walking down the peristyle, walks to the guy, leans over at him, I assume talking to him or something, and then so then that guy you thought would have walked over to the top of the bridge or to the other side of the bridge and started
done something.
Get somebody's attention over that was standing over. He just walked back to his to his spot, and this guy didn't move. I'm like, he's dead. He's dead.
Just gonna leave him.
They killed a celebrity on press day.
You could see the flagger looking up at his flagging spot because he had vacated it.
Yeah. Oh shit!
And then looking over, he chose to go back to his spot.
Yeah.
Dedicated flagger that he is.
So what he did, he must have gone down. He's like, dude, he went down and checked. He's like, oh yeah, he's dead. I'm just going back up to my
Or at the very least, well, he's out of the way.
And dude, no one was helping this guy for the longest time. We're dying. We probably shouldn't be that way, but we're dying laughing.
You're supposed to wait until you know they're okay to laugh.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Well, he rolled over at one point and then fell back down. So he was alive.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And then I heard he hurt his shoulder or arm.
Shoulder popped out. I don't remember if it was Pete, which was the
Pete Davidson.
It's like one of the Real Housewives' husbands, because Heather was telling me about this. His name's Pete. I actually met the guy, talked to him for like 20 minutes, had no idea what he did. We were just talking, and he told me, I think that
OC.
It's too late.
Which Heather would know, but Heather would definitely know if she's listening. But anyway, that some dude's shoulder popped out.
Tamara
that
Judge?
sounds. Yep, I think that was
Her
it.
husband?
Pete. Yeah, I think so.
He
that
just
sounds
laid there.
right. That sounds right,
dude. Finally, I mean, I'm not kidding you. If you don't count the flagger checking on him, 20 minutes out.
Come on, 20
Bike
minutes.
on the side. Ask Kellen. Ask some. We were all like, "Oh my god." Okay, maybe 10.
Yeah.
10 to 20, including the flagger coming down, looking, and going back up.
Wow.
It was great.
That just seems.
It was
so
fantastic. And then some guy rolls the double, and then there was a little single up the peristyle, right?
Yeah,
Not to the top, but
Jumped the little goalie. The 50s were doing it.
He jumps it and nose picks and goes.
The little 50 kids were jumping that.
And then another skater guy that I met the next day told me he was the guy. He was up on top. He crashed up top after the other jump. Again, I don't know how. And his bike was on the side, and he couldn't get to it. It was laying on its side. And he said, somebody comes down. I got you, buddy. And it was RV.
Oh, yeah, you said
RV
that.
came down to grab the guy's bike. And this guy thought it was the coolest thing ever. He's like, I look up, and it's Ryan Villapoto.
What an experience.
It was great.
What a great story.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The celebrity ride was a little rough.
So did these bikes get beat up then? These are a bunch of Yamahas
Oh, yeah,
on
yeah.
display?
Yeah, you could probably get some YZ135s pretty cheap.
I know there was another guy that used to race arena cross. Now he does country music, and he kind of had like a mullet.
Red Farron.
I think that was it.
Yep.
Yeah, he rode too.
And then Caballero was out there on a Cowie, which was not again, I'm like
for the Yamaha.
Did he bring his own bike?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm a Buku guy. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, time out here. Because Yamaha paid for that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyways, Cab had no
they
problem.
paid
Cab
for
was
it.
shredding, right? He's a good rider.
Right.
So, dude, the celebrity thing was, and then there was 2 magazine guys, media guys, that just could not do that double.
Yeah.
Just couldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, they blamed it on the bike. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I wasn't there. I wasn't on the bike, so I can't tell you.
Right.
I'd love to just hammer down, but if the bike is doing some goofy stuff off one of those things, you don't want to.
If someone is listening that was in the press box with the guy laid out, please call in and back up my thing of 10 to 20 minutes without moving.
Call Kellen.
Without moving. It was great. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Renthal, by the way, Bringing you our next guest on the show, a fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Renthal won 500th championship this year. 500 championships for the folks at Renthal.
500. Oh, okay.
500th championships.
I thought you said 500 trips this year. I was like,
no.
That's a lot of series. That's a lot of. That's like
with Deegs winning the SMX, they didn't sweep everything this year, but they came pretty fucking close. Renthal.com. Please go to their website. They got a Works Fit tool as well. They got inventory locator on there, USA only. And you go to your local store to find, locate, hold, ship, purchase Renthal inventories at dealers near you. Love the Renthal folks. What bar band were you a guy?
997.
997?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How could you beat that? Classic.
Kevlar.
You were a Kevlar grip guy?
Yeah, half waffle, half diamond. Yeah.
I never understand
No,
that.
I never got
I don't
those
get
Kevlar
how that
grips.
happened.
this new one.
I think I liked how they looked, honestly.
And you put up with it?
Yeah.
All right, bringing you our next guest of the night. This gentleman, Monster Energy Kawasaki mechanic for Adam Cianciarilli. He worked for Joey Savacci at Pro Circuit and Kawasaki, and one of the best guys in the pits, Justin Shantie. What's up, Shantie? How are you, man?
What's going on, guys?
Thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. Hey, we had Savacci in last weekend. He flew in. He flew in from Florida. He came on the show. He was great, Shantie. He was awesome. He was really funny. Low-key funny, right? But he's a little different guy.
I'm surprised he showed up.
Me too. What was he like to work with?
He's great, man. He's like a brother to me. He's been begging me all summer to come out and work on his bikes. He's been trying to persuade me with some free flights out there, and I ride on his pontoon boat.
Yeah, he was awesome on the show. Yeah,
he's definitely impressed me since he has been doing his own mechanic work. I remember when I was putting my race engine in for Anaheim this year. He called me and needed to switch his engine out, and he didn't have anybody to help him. So we FaceTimed for like 4 hours while I was doing my bike. He was doing his bike.
That's cool.
I had my phone set up on the workbench, and I was like, all right, this one goes here. All right, pull that out. Dude.
Did it work, or was it a clusterfuck? Did it actually work?
Dude, It ended up working, I guess. It was just for his practice bike down there, but he didn't really have anybody working on his stuff, so he called me more this summer than I've ever heard from Joey.
Oh, God.
And you probably slid him some parts too. Let's face it.
Yeah, Dan was letting me slide him some stuff, so
yeah.
Yeah, all that was good. I just remember one time he called me, and before he had anybody come over, he kept having this problem with they didn't want to idle. His bike didn't want to idle very well.
Uh-huh.
So then he got in a little deeper than I think he wanted to get in. So he's like, I need to call somebody over to help me. So he had maybe, don't quote me, but maybe Hampshire's mechanic, crack site guy, or somebody from Eldon's or something. Somebody came over to help him, and by the time he calls me back on FaceTime, I'm like, wait, something doesn't look right, dude. Like, what? Show me. Dude, they had the engine in. It was mainly Joey. I'm not going to bag on the other guy. Mainly Joey. They had the engine in, and the throttle body was still outside the frame. And I was like, boys, that ain't going to work.
How do you do that?
I don't know. Joey, it's first time. He got pretty good at it. It's funny. He has Oscar and I in a group text.
Uh-huh.
And when I get busy, I won't text back, so he bags on me pretty hard.
Yeah, really right. He's low key funny, man. He had some real good digs.
Dude.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he gets a bad rap. Like when I first started working with him, even at JDR, I didn't work for him at JDR. My buddy Richie did when I was working for Malcolm, but we all became really good friends, like me, Malk, and Richie and Joey. And yeah, he just has a real funny, low key. Me and him quote movies all day long, and he's just he lived with me for a while when he come out here with Mitch, and Mitch would make him test out here. And actually, basically was it last year? Yeah, all summer last year. He started living with me at the beginning, then he ended up getting an apartment. He drives my wife nuts sometimes, but
that's great.
Dude, he's so low key, super mellow, great guy. He used to bring out his PlayStation console because he loved to play online gaming.
The only thing that got him excited, Shantie, all show last week was gaming talk.
That's all he does.
Yeah.
So the first couple times he would do it, and he'd get so freaking pissed at me because I didn't have fast internet, so his shit would glitch really bad. And this was at my apartment. I was like, dude, I'm not getting internet just so you can play video games. So the next time he came out, he left all the shit at home and just watched people play video games on YouTube. I guess it was the same. I don't know.
Yes.
I asked my wife, I was like, what has he been doing all day? Because he'll get done at the track. Let's say we're at Glen Helen testing. Then he'll come back and do gym, and then he's just at my house for 3 hours before I ever get home from Mitch's. And I'm like, what has he been doing all day? Oh, he just watches people play video games on YouTube.
Someone told me they went to his house in Florida. Somebody told me this story this weekend. And they had dinner. It was a couple's another couple, and they had dinner, and it was a nice talk. And then at some point, Joey's like, "When are you guys leaving?" Because he wanted to start gaming.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
He likes to take he'll come to my house. He'll just take over the TV on his phone. Go on YouTube, and he'll just whatever we're watching, he'll just take it over. Oh, you gotta watch this. Oh, you gotta watch this. Just one more. We'll be up till 2 a.m. just watching the dumbest, most random YouTube videos.
Right.
If I wasn't busy this week, I wanted to call and have him show you the stupid shit that he watches.
Yeah, he was great.
I don't know how. I can't figure out how he finds this stuff.
Who knows, man?
But super low key, low maintenance, super easy to work on the bike. Me and him are super good. He's my brother, basically.
Yeah.
So
it was great to have him in there. Hey,
it was
Shantie,
great to work with him again last year.
Yeah, that's right. Right, you filled in, right? You were back. The super team was back together.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shantie, you were tied with AP and Sexton for only 3 missed races this year for you and AC. So you guys did them all just about.
Yeah, did we miss 3?
Yeah.
I thought we only missed 2.
No, 3.
Well, I was at all of them.
Yeah. It's Adam has had some injury problems. He's had some issues, but he stayed basically pretty healthy this year.
Yeah, that was basically our talk up the tunnel after the second moto. He had a way better second moto, obviously, and it hasn't been easy, that's for sure. I mean, he can tell his own story, but from our point of view, it's not been easy. Just trying to do the best we can do with what he's dealt with right now, and to make it to the very end. We were saying all summer, cause he was showing up, trying to do his best work, and we were saying all summer we couldn't wait till the last 3. I know it's a longer season and everything, but he felt like From what he told me, that he feel like he could do some good work in the last 3, and it was kind of his cup of tea for like tracks and format and stuff, shorter stuff that definitely helps his hand and shit like that. So
right.
No, it was cool to see him finish all the rounds. Minus I guess you said 3 there in the middle, like right going into middle Supercross. But yeah, he rebounded okay, and I think. Well, I mean, obviously we missed those 3, but I don't think I've ever actually had a ride. Like I haven't finished the whole season myself.
Yeah. I've never done a complete year, either as a media guy or a mechanic.
Yeah.
Never did a
really?
whole. Yeah, I never went to every race. Just never did it.
So I mean, the team, Dan has me go to every race just for extra help. But I've never had the rider finish the whole season.
Right.
So it's cool to have a bike on the track at the very end. It gets how it is. It gets pretty boring there on the back stretch to just be a helper.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You practice bike guy, practice motor guy.
Oh yeah, anywhere you can fill in, right? So
sucks balls. Yeah. I was supermoto guy for a while when my rider got injured. Yeah, hey Mathis, go with Graves Yamaha and test with Burkhardt and Henry out at fucking Apple Valley. That's great.
I didn't have it that bad.
Right,
I don't hate me that bad.
Hey, a couple things. One, I did get a sense from talking to a lot of people in the paddock, and even Ollie Stone gave me a good interview this weekend after the race at TLD. It was a fatigue a little bit to doing these races, wasn't it? It's a long. You got to get up for a Supercross, get up for outdoors, and then get up for SMX. I did sense a little bit of fatigue with the teams and riders.
I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. It's a lot. I mean, you look at other forms of racing, and the fact that we do 3 different types of racing now, essentially, it's a fuck ton. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot for. I mean, I'm a practice bike mechanic and race bike mechanic. Went out because he lives in California now.
Yep.
So
that's true. I didn't think about
like
that.
When he's in Florida, there's a whole full-time guy taking care of his stuff. And when he moved to California, that guy doesn't come out here. So I got to give up to Dave Kelly for always having my stuff ready down there. It's way easier to send him stuff and just continue on race bike stuff, because I think what the general masses don't understand is how much prep goes into our stuff before they even see the bike on Saturday. Obviously, you guys know.
Yeah.
How early we get there versus when the riders even show up. So flying every week on Wednesday for 31 races. I mean, there's a couple local ones like this weekend, but it's a grind. It's a grind on the family. It's a grind on you. I mean, I have to say, hands down, Cowie probably makes it the easiest on anybody in the paddock for how they take care of things and their travel and their accommodations and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still 31 weekends, however you cut it. So, I mean, one less outdoors. I mean, outdoors are just hard in themselves, washing the bike 4 or 5 times a day and just being beat in the sun. Then you got to tear down, and then it never stops. As soon as the motor's over, you're ripping into the bike, pulling it apart. So
I've said this a few times. The worst thing as a mechanic is the tear down after a national.
Oh God!
That's the worst,
we don't fully frame our bikes, but we try to pull enough stuff off to get a head start on Monday.
Right.
Because it's a full build on Thursday. So anytime you can get a little bit of extra stuff in your OGO 9800 there, it's nice. But there's no way to chop it up. But the last 3, it's hard. I mean, I was excited for them. I tried to tell myself that it wasn't that much more. You finish the last round, you come home, and actually the truck team to come home, we had to plan for everything to stay, obviously because we're going to Charlotte. And it was exciting because it's a new venue. I get kind of cool. I like cities and stuff like that. So it was cool to go to a couple new places like Chicago. We got to actually go downtown a bunch or whatever. But man, getting ready for it, not knowing the setup, not really knowing what we wanted to do. I mean, we knew what we wanted to do. We just didn't know how it was going to work out. So we stuck with more of a Supercross-based setup, and then just kind of tailored the bike how we needed it to. But I don't know. It's a lot. Yeah, Ollie was right. You're done. Because it was at the Coliseum, it made it cool, and everybody's there, and all the sponsors and friends and family. It made it cool. Because I think if we would have ended it anywhere else, everybody would have spent even more smoke. But because it was a local race for most of us, I know a lot of us, Star and those guys are on the other coast. But for all the other factories that are here, we were ready to be done for sure. And then our 50th bike didn't. I mean, it was a great launch, and I thought it was really cool on Friday night. But man, getting all that stuff ready felt like day one again. Getting silver wheels built, all the product that we had to do. And
did you have to do your wheels, your own wheels, or did you have a wheel guy?
No, we built all of our wheels ourselves.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm prepping, like, after Charlotte, bring home a set of hubs, chop them up, Dunlop strips them, chop them up, and then put a set of silver ones on it. And there's always little things that pop up with one-off stuff, like, rims getting ordered weird and the nipples don't fit and then graphics don't line, just stuff that takes time where you would just throw your normal stuff on and go. So, yeah, it was an added taxing on you, but, we got through it.
Yeah, I thought that look was awesome. That was great. The team shirts, the whole thing, it was super cool. And then, but honestly, like, we were talking about this in the review show. Silver rims. Maybe silver rims are back. I thought it looked... Nope. You're out there?
Yeah, you guys can have them, man.
No way, dude.
No?
I'm not
like, I thought it was cool to go with what it was for theme, but if that bike would have had black wheels on it, it would have been... like ridiculously
bring back
better.
Silver rims.
Gas hasn't figured out.
Did you see
Silver rims.
Fabre, they posted a picture of Fabre's bike. He ran that kit last weekend and had black wheels on it. I think it looked cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Fabre did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was awesome. One time, Yamaha did a 50th, 40th year. I don't fucking know. 05 Unadilla. We wore all yellow. We had yellow gear.
Bike, my buddy bought one of those.
Yeah, so we did that for Unadilla. And this is the day of frame paint. So strip your bike down. We had to powder coat our frames, build the bikes up, yellow plastic, switch all this stuff over, brand new, do all that shit. And I just finished the bike. Timmy texts me, "Hey, I hurt my wrist. I'm out for the year." And I'm like, fuck, dude, you couldn't hurt your wrist yesterday? Like, fuck, I just spent. So the bike, I have a photo of it on my phone. Up against the wall at Yamaha because it was never ridden and it was just taken back apart.
All that for nothing.
Yeah, all that for nothing. So, Justin Shantie on the show, brought to you by Renthal. Please check them out. Renthal, we build championships. And also, that's the one thing about your bike, Shantie. I didn't like the Renthal pink pad. I heard that was Rude's decision. Didn't like that part of it.
I didn't really ask. I was getting on to Paul about not having like the old cloth pad, and of course, it's all about the numbers these days. He couldn't source them and sell them or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I would have rather it be like a splatter to match the KX on the side, but I don't know.
I heard it was Rude's
call. I was trying to be so uninvested in it because there was so much work. It's like if the pad was on my desk and it was shit brown,
it would have went on.
It was going on the bike, dude. I was pretty unmotivated until Friday when I actually saw like what it was about and like what Cowie did on the backside. I mean, we're grinding in the shop and they're doing their thing. So to see it come together was really cool, and to stay on Friday and watch what they had put together, like when I saw you upstairs and everything. And then we actually went down and were on the track with the unveiling because we had heard about what they were going to do and never really heard a final say. I mean, we're watching the box van get wrapped in the parking lot and stuff like that. So to see it all come together, it was pretty cool. Like to see both parts of the company, like. Kind of usually the race team takes it on or the marketing side does their own type of thing, but to involve the race team in it's pretty cool, and then to also sell a bike that's going to look like that's pretty neat.
Absolutely. No, it's pretty cool. Does Chicken still come in the race shop looking for parts all the time? What's this Chicken sightings?
Chicken's wild. When I worked at Pro Circuit, I'm a late bloomer on the moto side. I didn't get into it till like 13 or 14. So when I was 13 or 14. So the first person I really remember is like looking up to Ricky and stuff. So I didn't really know who Chicken was. But when I worked at Pro Circuit, there would be this guy that would come in like fucking like 50 miles an hour in the back of Mitch's shop in a Porsche and just pull right up to the back door and jump out. He's like, "Hey, is Norm here?" And I'm like, "Oh, dude, who the hell is this guy?" And it was Chicken looking for parts.
Check out my boat, dude.
He had a deal with Rude, I guess, that he would just go to Norm because it was closer for him if he needed a subframe or freaking chain rollers or whatever. But if Norm wasn't there, he would just jet out of there. He wouldn't ask anybody else. It was just he knew he had a deal with Rude and Norm, and like Norm would, I guess, give him the stuff and Kurt would replace it. So dude, if Norm wasn't there, he'd jump back in his car and he's out of there.
Chicken's got like the Japanese that are racing guys at Cowie.
Oh yeah,
because Chicken raced in Japan for a few years and won championships.
He's legacy.
He's legacy, dude. Whatever Chicken needs, you give him.
He is Japanese in their eyes.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny. A couple of his number plates are over top of my work bay, and I was actually upstairs when we were talking. Like like I said, I'm not that old school with moto, so I'm listening to all these guys talk, and all I can think about is when they're talking and seeing their number plates over top of our work bay, because Bruce has like all the like every championship plate that the entire the company's won.
Yep.
Over the shop. So yeah, I see all those names up there every day.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty good legacy
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, what was so you mentioned JDR, Shantie, and obviously you spent a lot of time at Pro Circuit with take us through the different teams and riders you've had over the years, just for people who don't know.
I mean, I started right out of high school. I worked at a buddy's shop that like family friend owned. You know, his parents owned it, and we were super good friends. And then, I mean, I'll fast forward it a little bit, but I ended up I went out to Vegas for like one of the last why am I drawing a blank? At the race at the MGM for the US
Open. Yep.
And I went out there to race, like qualified and everything, but I had a mission to get a job in the industry. So, long story short on that, I talked to all the team managers. I remember them. I remember Fisher for sure told me, like basically, don't talk to me. You need to go to school. Keogh was super nice. I talked to Roger and everybody, and then I looked over in the garage, and I was a huge fan of like the Alessis growing up. Like I wore alloy gear and rode CR85s and shit.
Wow. Who knew?
Yeah, right. And I talked to Tony, and when Jeff was riding like privateer Honda that year, that was the first year Mike was on Suzuki's. And I told him that I wanted to do something, and I told him I'd even move out to California for free and just do like tryout or whatever. And it ended up working. He called me and said he needed somebody, and I moved out there. So my first guy was basically, I mean, you ask the guys that work there like Sausage and Eddie Larrett and stuff, they call me Lot Boy.
Okay.
So I was just a shop bitch, just anything that needed done. Lonnie Taylor was like our track builder guy. And
At the house in the desert? At the house where the tracks are?
Yeah, up in the
there?
desert. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
So just did everything there. So that got me started. And then I stuck that out as long as I could. And then I worked for the Markoff brothers, I think directly after that, because I was really trying to get a job at Mitch's, but it was premature. I'm glad I didn't back then because I didn't know what I was getting into. Didn't have enough experience to ever really do the race team thing at that point. But Mitch did offer me a job in the service shop at one point, and everybody told me, "Oh, dude, if you ever get a job in the service shop, you'll never be able to go over the threshold to the other side." It's different now, but I was like, so I stayed away from that. So anyway, I worked for them. I worked for the Markoff brothers when they were in amateurs, and I worked for Les Smith his last year pro on Team Green.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we did, like, I think that was, so 09, I believe we did Yamaha 250 outdoor. And then he got the ride at Honda Troy, like the fill-in ride for Kilburger when he had Epstein Bar or whatever. So our deal was to bring a couple bikes up there, and we worked with Chad Sanner and, you know, Narco Nate and all those boys, and did that for that summer. And then some bad blood went down, and then the team split. I went where the money was, so I went to the Kilburger side. And then I ended up running, like I was working, we hired Nico, and Phil Alderton was back on the team, trying to do this thing out of Ohio with the Kilburger, you know, side of the funding. And that was actually really fun. Ran that team basically, like, went down to Barsh's house, brought a box trailer down there in a motorhome, and me and the other mechanic, John, and Levi, like, organized this whole thing. And Tony, his dad, bought a semi and raced that whole season like that. And then I think at Millville, I talked to Vince. I'm still trying to get into Pro Circuit. And every year I heard that, like, Mitch would, like, pick somebody from, like, Destinations he talked to overseas. He was bringing all those, like, Euro guys over. And so I talked to Vince Barini, who had worked there for Stroop for a while, and asked him, like, dude, how'd you get in at Pro Circuit? And he's like, oh, you know, it was different back then. Mitch called me, and then he was like, how come you haven't given me a resume? So I was like, dude, I never really thought about it. I only had my heart ever set on working at Pro Circuit. I told that, you know, that's what I wanted to do from an early age. So then, you know, I ended up getting a job there at JDR, and man, that was really cool. Like, Nate Dogg was the team manager, Vince was crew chief, Renee Zapata was our engine guy. We had you know, Serge, the guy was at WP. WP was kind of new over here. They were getting their footing. And yeah, we had Malcolm, and we had PJ Larson at one point, and we had Joey. That team was really cool. And then the funding, everybody thought like the funding ran out, but the dude that ran it, like Jay, I think he just had some different interests, and his dad kind of asked if he wanted to keep doing it, and I think he decided not to, and they were going to go into like this filming side stuff. That's what like Jason McAlpine from Gypsy Tales was our film guy, and that's how I know Jay. Like just everybody, it feels like that's where everybody kind of got their start,
right?
And then kind of went somewhere else with it. So, and then Richie, who works at R&D at Cowie now, one of my really good friends. But anyway, that team shut down in 13, basically right after we got started. I think we were in Phoenix that year, like round 2 or 3, and we were told we were only going to make it to May, so that sucked. So
okay.
We were trying to pull some funding together to get the outdoors done, and then it ended up just folding up. So, and then Vince got me the job at PC. Mitch needed a guy. Actually, Paul from Renthal was quitting. I think that's when he was going to go start his answer bout or whatever. And I went in there one night. Vince called me. He was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "I'm sitting on my couch. I don't have a job." He's like, "Well, you got to get to pro circuit right now."
That sounds sounds like a typical hire of Mitch. Yep.
Oh yeah, no, like it's like Mitch is like whenever it's ready. Like I feel like he's in the mindset in the headspace. And it was like the last day of the month. And if anybody knows that, like when you work over there, you got until basically the last day of the month in September to tell Mitch you're leaving or not, or you're getting a contract put in your face and you're going to sign it and go back to work. So, yeah, non-negotiable. So it was like September 30th, and I went down there, and Paul had a few beers. Everybody's, after 6 o'clock, kind of goes down over there. So I walk in like super. I don't really know a lot of the guys. Like Feeney was there. Yeah. I knew Paul a little bit, and Zach a little bit, maybe Aaron. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing. Vince just said to come down here. So I walk in the race shop, and Paul looks at me. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I was like, I don't know. I think I'm here to get your job. Because he had just told Mitch that he needed a guy, or that he's leaving, you know?
Yeah.
So I go in, I talk to Mitch, and he's like asking me all these questions, and I just leave, and I'm like, I don't know how that went. And then I think the next morning, Vince calls me, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "Dude, nothing." And he's like, "All right, well, go down to Pro Circuit and bring a toolbox." And I'm like, he's very matter of fact. And I was like, "All right, and do what?" He's like, "Oh, well, when you get there, Wayno's going to come out and bring you in." I was like, "All right, cool. Maybe I'm getting a tryout or something, you know?" So Wayne comes out back. I never got to park out back. Every other time I went to talk to Mitch, I parked in the front and like waited in the showroom for 10 hours and never got to talk to him. So.
Right. Yeah, that sounds about right too. Yep.
Typical, right? And I see him like 3 times go by the service shop and he's too busy. And I think one day I was there for Paula for the National, just as like a spectator hanging out trying to get a job, and I sat there from like 10:30 to 6 when they closed, and he's like, "Yeah, I can't get to you. Just come to the race and talk to me."
Oh wow,
jeez.
Yeah,
dude, that shows some dedication though.
Yeah,
dude, I tried hard, man. I tried. I'd bring him beer and leave it with my business card stapled to it, all kinds of stuff.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
That was it,
but,
dude. How many people ask all the time, "How do I get into this shit? How do I become a mechanic?"
Yeah.
There you go. Your story, Steve.
Yeah, you wait 8 hours.
Shantie story.
Buy Mitch some beer.
Dude,
right.
It's not easy.
I got let go at Chaparral Yamaha in it was late. It was like November when they finally let me go, which was stupid because I was supposed to stay on. It was a whole thing. And Brooks felt really bad. And he's like, "Hey man, I got you a job with Mitch Payton. I feel so shitty about this, but I called Mitch and he's gonna hire you. You got to go down right now. I mean, you're fired, but go to Mitch." And I'm like, fucking devastated because I should have got a hint when 2 days earlier, the guy that used to be Ferry's mechanic said, "Hey man, you know that tie I gave you to build the race bike? Yeah, can I have that back?"
Oh no.
And I'm like, "That's weird because, it's for my race bike, but here you go." Anyways,
had to get the tie back first before they cut him loose.
I haul ass from Chaparral to Mitch to Peyton, and I wait there again for an hour or so, and he's like, "Yeah, Larry called me," and he goes, "I got a shop opening for you," and he goes, "In the service department."
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm sorry.
He hit me with the same thing. Like after the Alessi's, I lived out here for just a minute, like for whatever I could afford. I actually lived with Kiwi. You remember?
Oh yeah, I know Kiwi. Yeah.
With Ross. Yeah. I lived with him, and I was going to Moto XXX, and Alan Brown was paying me like a little bit a day just to kind of do anything I could around there.
I didn't know this part of your job. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was only for like maybe a month, until I like ran out of cash, and then my last bit of cash, I just flew home, to like reset and reanalyze what the hell I'm trying to do. I was pretty homesick at that point because I moved out here so quick.
Right.
But every 2 days I would go and drive from Ross's house from Riverside over to Mitch's and wait in the lobby and try to talk to Mitch. And so I end up flying home.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I can't bullshit you. Like the second I'm walking through my mom's front door, Mitch calls me. And I'm like, oh fuck, okay, hello. And it's super awkward, like he definitely waits for you to pull the trigger first.
Yeah.
Like he'll sit there and just like not say a thing for 5 minutes until you say, and you're like, because he's like, I was like, hello. He's like, yeah, it's Mitch Payton. I was like, oh, hey, man. And he's just like, just dead quiet. I'm like, yeah, are you there? He's like, yeah, I'm here. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? And he's like, oh, yeah, so I was looking around, and I don't have anything on my race team right now, but I do have a spot for you in my service shop. And then just, like, waits for me to answer, and I'm like, I'm trying to, like, man, I've been told not to do this.
Yeah.
Like, I just moved back out here, and he's waiting for me to answer. And I'm like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, but I can put you in the service shop, see how it works out. And then he always says, I'll plug you in. And I was like, man, Mitch, I just moved back here. Yeah. And, like, I told him the whole story, and then just like this, just dead.
He just hangs up.
He already hung up, yeah.
I'm just like, are you there? He's like, no, I'm here. I'm like, yeah, so I guess I got to decline at the moment. Like, I'm back on the East Coast now, and I really wanted a race team job. And then I thought I'd burned my bridge the whole time, because for years after that, like, I would drive by there all the time. Like, dude, I'm going to work there one day. I swear to God, I'm going to work there one day. And every time I try to get a job, it was like, no, basically like, F you turn me down, whatever. But, yeah, we're good now. Like, it was so.
If you work at Pro Circuit and you last a few years, any factory team will hire you. That's the truth.
See, that's what it was. Truth. That was on the street. Like, dude, if you just get in at Pro Circuit, you're there for 2 years. Like, everybody will know the dedication you have to the industry and to the team, and how much you've learned there. And, you can do everything, because PC is still the only team that still builds their own engines. Like, every guy builds their own race engine, their own practice engine, some test engines. They get them dynoed, and I mean, it's a full-on operation, for a mechanic there. So when you can learn to be organized at a team like that, everybody else knows that you can handle like 450s. You're not as hands-on. Like, I mean, I still work just as much, but on other things, like we have a full engine department, so which most teams do now. So it was a whirlwind for sure. Like, I know I jumped around there, but yeah, I go in, sit down with him. He asked me a couple more questions, I come in the back door with Wayno, and he's like, "Oh, congratulations on the job." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, here's your work bay right here." And anybody that's ever worked there knows, like, the new guy gets the pole bay. It's the work bay that has no room in it because there's a damn
pole. That's
support
right.
pole standing in the middle of the shop, the way the shop was laid out. So you get the pole bay, and you put your toolbox on the bench, and you literally go work right then. Like, he's like, I'll let you get organized, and then we'll take an engine apart, and I'll teach you how. There's this whole book there of how to take it apart, and it's an operation, dude. Like, I can't say enough good things about that place. Like, it put me on the map. And
my first time at Yamaha, they're like, do you know much about four-strokes? I'm like, no. They're like, hey, well, there's a bunch of Doug Henry works motors from YZM. Destroy those. Take those apart, look at everything, and destroy them. And I'm like, okay, those are works motors. But okay.
Shantie, at this point, you hadn't even agreed to work there or knew what you were getting paid.
I didn't agree to shit. Like, I was taking the job regardless. I didn't actually see Mitch. All right, so I'm sitting there working. We take an engine apart. I'm moving in. I bring some of my other stuff, like, the normal mechanic shit that you have, like all the whatever. So I'm moving in, and then me and Wayno are in the middle of tearing one down. And I haven't even seen Mitch at this point. It's almost lunchtime, and I got there probably at 8:30 or 9. And he just comes rolling through the back of the shop like he does, like coming from outside of the dyno with the customer down. He's so hands-on. And he just comes rolling through, and he goes, "Shantie's in the house," and then goes out the front door like towards his office.
That's crazy.
Like, oh, well, that's cool. I mean, nobody even, like, turned around. Like, everybody's like, okay, yeah.
Like, can you imagine if something had happened and Shantie had gotten hurt? Well, he doesn't even work here. I don't Sorry.
He never showed up.
I started at Yamaha. I got interviewed at Yamaha, and Timmy's like, I'm like, how much do I make? And Timmy's like, tell him 55. And I'm like, okay. And I got interviewed, and I'm like, they're like, what do you want to make? I'm like, well, I was thinking about 55. And they don't say anything. Nothing gets said. They're like, you got the job. And I'm like, cool. I guess at 55, I didn't ask. I just started working. Got my first paycheck 42. And I'm like,
That's spot on, man.
I
That's spot
feel like you should tell someone, hey, we didn't
meet your ass.
We didn't meet your ask.
We didn't match your offer.
Yeah, and I literally went to HR and said, I think there's something wrong. And they're like, no, you make $42,000.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but
well,
yeah. So, anyways, it's great.
The beauty of Mitch's is he'll tell you there. If you ask the HR department, he'll turn his head and then whip it back. He's like, "Hello, I'm HR." Like no bullshit. That's actually happened.
Yeah, that's great.
I remember. Yeah, I was like, all right. I found a stopping point at one point, and then there's certain hours a day you'll catch him. He does he's pretty routine. So he comes in, yada yada yada, and then you catch him in his porta room towards the end of the day. So I'm like, hey. You know what? I'm going to go in there and just thank him for the opportunity.
Yeah.
'Cause I guess I got the job, and I'd love to know what I'm getting paid and when we get paid. And, just it's kind of like you'll just figure it out with the guys.
Yeah, do you need my W-2?
Yeah.
Yeah, is this do I just get paid cash or what are we doing? Is this a tryout? So I go in and he's like grinding this 2-stroke cylinder for. Dude, it had to be 10 minutes. And he sees me standing there in the porting shop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just standing there like a little kid, just waiting for him to, take a minute. And, just keeps grinding. I can see him looking at me out of the corner of his eye. Never misses a beat. I felt so awkward. I just turned around and walked back to work. I never talked to him.
He said in his mind, Mitch is like, works again.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, dude. I was like, wow, that was weird. I'm never doing that again. I swear, I don't think I actually talked to him about, contract stuff. Until he was doing contracts with everybody. It was 3 days later. I sit down and he's like, "Oh, how's it going back there? The boys seem everything's getting along." I was like, "Yeah." And I didn't want to make the mistake of telling him what I wanted for pay. So I was just waiting for him to just tell me a number or whatever. So he just said, "Here, sign this," and he flops the contract in front of you. And he's like, "This is basically for me, not for you. My mom makes me do this."
My mom.
So, and then
that's so great.
It's funny, I start filling it out, and there's a line that says salary, I was like, what, do you want me to fill this? And he's like, no, I'll fill that in.
I'll do that part.
We agree on some money or whatever, but it's kind of like your story where you're like, oh, I'm looking to make, let's say, 55, but I'm thinking less. Whatever you say is going to be less. Yeah, I'm thinking less.
Yeah.
So.
And then I was so pissed about my salary, and I was really going to leave after the first year. Timmy didn't give me great bonuses, which is fine. I didn't ask for him, but he didn't really bonus me out. And 42 was not much money in Orange County, where Yamaha is, to rent something, right? And I was super pissed, and I was talking to Mach 1 about working for Yogi. And I was like, I was going to leave. Timmy and I, we're fine, but I'm like, dude, I can't do this. And not to mention I wasn't really jiving with the people there. And I was talking to Yogi, and that team was $60,000. 1099, $60,000. So, that's even more than 40. That's more than 42, obviously. And then with the write-offs, you take home a lot more. It would have been a way better deal. And then I was called in the office because Mach 1 probably called Yamaha and be like, can we hire this guy? Because they were a Yamaha support team. Your guys, Mach 1. Mm-hmm. And then I was called into the office and said, I know you're underpaid to other factory guys. I'm going to make it right. Go to the Motocross of Nations, come back, and you'll have a raise above and beyond what the corporate world can give you. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And I get back, and they're like, yeah.
44.
No, $1,200 more.
and by then, the other deal's too late.
Yeah, by then I was committed.
Yeah.
I told Timmy I'm staying, went to Motocross the Nations. $100 extra a month.
Above and beyond. Nice. What an industry.
What'd you do?
I had to stay.
Yeah, he was locked in then.
And then I told Timmy, hey, man, I need a bit more bonus money. He kind of didn't stoke me out in 03. And he goes, okay, I will, and then promptly broke his wrist and never made another podium ever again for Yamaha. Yeah. So,
I think after my first year, my first year I worked for Justin Hill, and that was when he won his first race. We won our first race at San Diego that year or whatever. So I went in. I think this was my second year because my first year with Joey was 2015. And he had a good year. I'm actually looking at the number because I save all my the win plates, so I'm trying to look back on the date right here. But yeah, I think 2015. At the end of the season, I went in and I was like, I've been here for 2 years. I should probably have Mitch for a raise,
Mm-hmm.
And of course, wait for contract season, try to polish your story up, and you go in, and the second you sit down, you lose everything because he hits you blindsides you with some weird question, or he's good, man.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey man, I think I've been doing good. He's like, no, your work's good. Good with the work. looks good. And attitude's good and everything. I was like, yeah, I was thinking for a race. He's like, oh, really? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, you know, he's like, I don't know, you know, you've been probably doing pretty good with Joey with bonuses and stuff. I was like, yeah, you know, I mean, it is a bonus, you know, like it's not guaranteed and all this stuff. And he's like, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll ump your championship bonus because he bonuses out all the guys for championship.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, I'll double it for you, and we're good to go. I'm like, come on, man. Like, that's still just a bonus.
Yeah.
So.
And you're like, that's
yeah,
it? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a stickler. So
we got pizza whenever Chad won. I mean, there is that. You guys get pizza when you guys win.
We had pizza, yeah. I mean, we went through that dry spell for a while. I think we put the pizza business, shut down.
The local spot struggling.
Yeah, local spot was dried up. So, but no, it was good through there. 5 years there.
Yep.
The last 4 with Joey. There was times that it was sometimes I think just Joey racing. So.
Yeah.
We had our ups and downs. Obviously, Vegas was a big downer with us. That's a pretty memorable bummer there. But yeah, then what was it? I got a call. I think Theo called me one time and asked me if I wanted to go work at Cali for JG. And I was like really debating because I didn't know how it was going to work if Mitch would get pissed that Cowie's pulling guys like you were saying from his team and how it works politically with Dan and Bruce and those guys, and they don't want to upset the his team and all that. So it was cool. It was like the first time I got called and offered like a legit job at that point. So you feel like you've been noticed, and you try to make friends and network through the industry. And I actually turned that job down because I was hemming and hawing around because I didn't want to. I thought the next year with Joey was going to be I wanted to see his career.
You turned down Factory Cowie?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you how it worked. I was like, I really want to come there with Joey. I think he has the potential to go there. And right when I started going back and forth, it was the third time Theo called me, and we were good friends getting to be friends or whatever, because I'd ask him questions about Cowie, and we'd network through the races, and he'd come to the shop after, and we'd do lunch and stuff. And he's like, oh, you know what? I'm taking the offer off the table. I can tell that it's not the right time. There will be a time in the future, but I think you really want to finish the deal out with Joey, and you think there's something to be, So I was like, man, did I just blow it? I have all the faith in Joey, to turn it around, whatever happened. But yeah, it ended up working out because, Travis Perry from RCH ended up going over there and working for JG. And then on the second year, he went to Team Green, and then there was a spot open, and I'd already been told they're going to hire Joey, but it wasn't really his call to bring his mechanic. I wasn't in the cards for this deal. They were like, yeah, well, it's not going to be in your contract or whatever for Joey, but we'll hear what you have to say. We'll listen about your mechanic, So
yeah.
I was like, man, I turned that other job down and basically withdrew it or whatever. So it went pretty late in the season. I didn't really know, and then they had a dinner, and I think they asked Joey all right, well, let's talk about mechanics real quick. And Joey and his dad were both like, we want Shantie or whatever, and they're like, all right, they kind of needed a guy because Travis was leaving. If not, I don't think I would have got the job. But I think the last question they asked was like, hey, on the line, who's the last person you want in your ear before the gate drops? And, I think Joey obviously probably said me. So, it worked out. So, yeah, I've been there ever since 2018.
Well, after I got hired, Jimmy Perry said, I didn't really want to hire you. I wanted to hire Paul Deloria. I'm like, this is starting off great. Yeah. This is fantastic.
Great vibe.
Yeah.
It's funny. So I knew I was getting the job, and then so me and Kranz are super good friends now. But I think I rubbed him the wrong way in the beginning. I don't know if you know anything about Kranz, but he's a pretty quiet guy, pretty level-headed. Doesn't really, until he warms up to you, he doesn't really talk much. So I'm super chatty and loud, and you can know when I'm around. So I'd go over to the Cowie truck and talk to Travis, and I think I'd already rubbed him and B the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
And so after me and Cranston didn't tell me this for a year. He was like, hey, I just want to be honest with you. When we were talking about mechanics, I had a whole list I gave to Dan, and your name wasn't on it.
Wow. Damn,
I was like, thanks, Doc.
Were you?
So I throw that up in his face all the time.
Were you stressed when Joey left and Adam came on, and Adam obviously and Zim were super tight, and were you stressed?
Well, that's a really long story, but I was mega stressed. Okay. But me and Zim are best friends. He was I mean, a little bit more detail, but he was dating my sister at the time. Like,
Oh,
we were
wow.
best friends.
Oh, Jesus.
He lived in him and his buddy Josh that worked at Pro Circuit lived in the apartment above me.
Okay.
We were family, like him and my wife and his, everything was like super bitching, and we did everything together. And when I went to Cali, we already saw the writing on the wall, like that Adam was going to be slated to come up there.
Yeah.
And we didn't know how it was going to shake down. Well, I don't know what was said on like Steve and Adam's side or whatever. Won't really get into that, but like I think Brandon at the time thought he was coming.
I do too. Yeah, I think so too. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, it really tainted like me and Brandon's relationship. We didn't talk for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bad situation. Like, it's hard for both of us because it would have been like I would have lost my job and he would have got the job. He still had a job at Pro Circuit.
Yep.
I probably would have had to go back there, or you never want to backtrack, right? Like you're never too good for something, but you want to keep progressing. And even Mitch will tell you, like the smart ones are the ones that work at his place and get out of there and go on to 450 teams or crew chief roles somewhere or be a suspension guy. Like you learn what you need to learn and you realize when you've stayed your time there and then you bounce. So.
Yeah. Well, Zim.
Yeah, it was really difficult.
Worked out well for Zim.
Yeah.
He got a
Chase, right?
Yeah.
He got a 450 title.
Well, because when he didn't get the job working for Adam, which I almost took a job in Team Green or tried to anyway. That way he could still work for Adam and me be on the team, somewhat or whatever. So Dan didn't want it that way. He wanted me to work for Adam. And I guess, not to my own horn, but he liked my work and he appreciated like me getting along with everybody on the team and making my own relationships with everybody and just showing up and fitting in. So, I mean, you know how it is on teams. Like it's a lot about like the workmanship, but it's even more about like the fit. Dan's big decider on team members is how they're going to fit in with all the other guys.
Yeah.
So
That's
you got to
right,
be
Shantie.
accepted and you got to earn it.
I know how it is. Trevor and Dan do not know how it is.
Don't.
They don't know because they're riders.
They're just riders. They don't know shit.
I know how it is. I think Zim's going to KTM. I think, right? I don't know if you want to.
You're not.
Okay.
I'm not. That's not coming from me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, I think Zim's going to KTM with Chase. So
who's he going to work?
I heard Chase is going to KTM.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Heard that. I don't know.
What a coincidence.
I had heard twice already that I'm going to KTM with Chase. So.
Really?
Yeah. Two different people would come up and talk and like, oh, really, KTM, huh?
Wow.
And I was like, no. And of course, when you say no, everybody's like, yeah, you're bullshitting. I was like, dude, I will never leave Cali. I'll just say it right now. I'll never leave Cali unless they walk me out the door. I'm here until I'm done being a mechanic. This is where I'll be.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Rider in, rider out, whatever they tell me, I'll work on the bike. So.
I talked to Kranz at the Coliseum. He's back at work. That's awesome. Great job. Yep, Kranz is awesome. Good dude.
So the Coliseum day is the day he went into the hospital when he got diagnosed with cancer.
Was it really?
Oh, wow. The anniversary.
One year to the day.
I didn't know
Hadn't been to a race all year. Didn't go to any of them. Didn't, Dude, he was down and out for a while. He's still recovering, getting back.
Yeah, he told me. Yeah, he's not
it's
quite.
It's still a little bit of a road for him. Like he was there today. Like he grinds himself. Like he's been on his mountain bike. He's been at the track with Brock, like the 24 thing. He came back right when the 24, we were getting Brock's 24 up and going. And he's, some days he'll do a shop day. Some days he'll go to the track and go home. The other days he has to go to chemo still. Like he's a dude. He's a legend in my eyes. Like he's awesome.
Good guy.
Everybody's happy to have him back.
He was my mechanic on Geico when I filled in.
And he loves talking about you, Dan.
Absolutely the coolest dude. Me and him bonded, and then he's a Laker fan. I'm a Kings fan, so we just butted heads hard. But I'll always remember just the way. I mean, this is crazy how life works out. Is later in the year because we became friends that carried past my short little 6-week stint there. And I remember at the end of the year, he was like, "Hey, I got a question for you. I've got not like a dilemma, but a proposition being put in front of me. I'm working with Brett Metcalf. We're like banging down podiums. We're like right there. Race wins are right there. But I'm being offered the opportunity to maybe start over with an amateur. And I don't know if I want to go back to amateurs. I kind of like where I'm at. But what do you think?" And it was Tomac. Was the amateur kid coming up. Right. And that worked out pretty damn good. Yeah, I'd say for him.
Yeah, I think they did okay.
They did all right together. Yeah. But I remember that call, and I was just like, same thing. Like, you don't want to go backwards, but, man, sometimes you just get the right one.
Who's better with bonuses, AC or Joey?
It's about the same. Bonuses aren't what they used to be back in the day. Everybody gets dealt in now. Like, if the guys are doing it the right way. Like, Steve I'll be honest, he really takes care of the guys and makes sure the mechanics are thought about and taken care of. And obviously, when the wins are there and the podiums are there, like the money's coming in. So, it's good. Obviously we have some rough racing this year, and
right.
I mean, with Joey, I think in the beginning it was like our the standard rate, and then you bring on a trainer, you bring on all these people, and you just try to divide it up. So
sure.
Yeah, I mean at PC it's way different. Like
yeah.
You're fighting tooth and nail for bonuses because it's the lights class, right? You don't race as much, and the money's not as good, and it's just different. And it's even different now because I know all the rates have went up over there and at all the other teams, and it's just it's different.
Well, cool, Shantie. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
Good to have you on. Like hearing your story.
It's my first Pulp show, so thanks for the invite.
Yeah. Oh, really? I've never had you on before.
No, I thought we were better friends than that.
I've
had him on.
You need to clip that, his whole segment, his story.
Yeah.
And then when people say, so how do I get in the industry?
Yeah,
just send them the link.
Yeah,
Here
no,
you go.
listen, a lot of us have those stories, man. You just, I slept in a
when
race
I was
shop.
on Darkside show, I explained some of that a little bit, and it's everybody has their own journey because how it is. They'll come up to the truck and like, how do I do this?
Yeah.
And I always joke, I'm like, don't.
Yeah, I just have more. I have more respect for him than you do, Steve. I mean,
he's been on the Pony Pod.
He's been on the Moto X Pod show.
Okay.
Not the Pony Pod.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about horses.
I apologize to Darkside publicly that he asked Rango and I to do this piece on.
Nuts and
he
bolts.
He wanted to bag on both of us. He wanted us to bag on the other guy. And we just, I don't know. At the time, I was like, no, I do not.
Well, you guys misunderstood. It's not about bagging. Like I ask questions, I send them each the same questions. Like, what tool does Rango borrow from you?
It's
or
called
what?
Two Tribes.
It's a little different than that. It's not.
Okay.
It's different, but anyway, yeah.
I don't know. So Rango's super open to do that kind of stuff. He's like a little bit newer in the industry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was at the time. I was like, dude, I ain't doing this.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to start any shit over here. I didn't know the guy that well. Obviously, it's different now.
He's a star, man. He was Science of Supercross this year. He had a crusher episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rango's rad.
Yeah.
Tons of people come by and talk to him about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
The best part of having Shantie at the races is just when I come over and we make fun of RV. That's the best part. That's my favorite part. Yeah.
Dude, I love making fun of RVs.
It's just fantastic.
All you got to do is just ask him when his backyard's going to be done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's dumped a fair chunk of change in his backyard and still not done. So every time I see him, hey, dude, the pool done? Hey, is the grass in?
The guy bought a $4 million house and decided to gut it. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough.
Hey, Shantie, thanks for the time. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right,
good job this
All
year.
right.
And we'll talk soon.
Appreciate it.
Let's go
All right.
e-biking.
See you guys.
I'll go e-biking. I'll come down there.
Oh, dude, I love e-biking. That's my life.
Yeah, let's do this. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
going to Whistler next weekend.
I know. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
You should go. All right, guys.
See you.
All right. See you later.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, see you. That's Shantie, everybody. Justin Shantie.
Justin Shantie.
You actually had him on your show before.
Yeah.
It's a cool story.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys kept talking about Brian Kranz, but there's probably a lot of listeners that didn't realize maybe till the end that he was Eli's mechanic through a lot of those championships, and just
the whole run from his rookie moto at Hangtown.
No, he didn't, because he wasn't there for the last one, right?
He didn't go to Yamaha. He ended at Cowie there.
Yeah.
Daniel Blair brought to you by the folks at the Cherubies, NorCal's own
Lone Wolf,
Maximus Voland and Talon Voland. Please check out Cherubies USA on social media. Chain blocks, slider kits, frame guards, disc guards, hand guards, replica plastic kits, and more. Bring your bike back to life with the folks at Cherubies. Love a Cherubies plastic. Fits great. Don't got to drill any holes.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
Yep.
Also, the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by EVS Sports. For over 30 years, EVS Sports has established themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology when it comes to designing protection gear for today's motocross riders. Athletes like Hampshire, Chisholm, Pastrana all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever Travis decides to do that day. Pulp30, the code to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS Sports, we are protection, evs-sports.com. WUSA as well. Get data. PulpMX 20, the code to save with Works Connection, another NorCal company. Thank you to those guys. And Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Atlas, Neck Brace, all those guys on board. Trevor Reis from Maxima, Darkside from Darkside, and Daniel Blair from Main Event Moto and Orange Brigade. Race Tech Rant. We had a few call in tonight.
Yeah.
I don't have anything off the top of my head. Like, I don't want to make it up. I want to actually be pissed at something.
Yeah, you weren't complaining about anything this weekend, really.
Right?
Yeah, you were pretty good.
Even today, pre-show, positive.
Yeah. Just maybe the mountain bike ride with Trevor. I don't know what it was. I don't have anything I'm really angry about. I mean, I could be angry about Travis and Tits like not caring about this job. And,
yeah, but
and
that's normal though.
Making fun of me a lot.
That's normal.
I got to have my boys' backs over here. Without those two, this show would fall apart.
I know this. I agree, but they, I wish they had more passion.
Fuck you, you're fired.
See,
okay.
This is all they do. I think
Did I not rally the troops before the show?
You did. You did rally the troops.
That's true.
Conveniently left
It was
out.
feeling pretty down right before showtime. Mark's got us going.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Race Tech Rant, though. Pulp 23 is code to save. Race Tech guys, great guys, Southern California company for a long time. Gold Valve started way back in 1984, and they've been kept on going for many, many years. And they do motor work. They do suspension work as well. They got their seminars coming up, of course. And thank you to the folks at Race Tech for all that they do. I don't have a rant.
Yeah.
Maybe, what was her name?
Faith.
Faith had a bit of a Race Tech rant.
Faith was ranting. Yeah, she wants you to be nicer. Don't be a bully.
Stop being a bully, Steve.
I don't understand. I guess all these other people. I mean, you should see our group text.
Yeah.
I have one with Daniel, Weege, Paul.
That's in a group
and JT.
public. That's a private
and
setting.
All we do is make fun of each other.
Yeah, it's pretty violent.
Yeah.
So this is what friends do. They
I know.
bust the balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It is.
So I don't understand how people can't.
Some people think it's serious, and they don't understand that off air, you're a nicer guy than sometimes.
Part of
on
me
air.
wonders if you go around complaining.
I defend you all the time.
He's making fun of me. I don't know.
I have to defend you a lot.
Why?
Because people think you're an asshole.
Because I bust your balls as friends do, like that.
It's kind of relentless. And then the
stop nodding.
I've heard people tell him that he needs to tell you to stop being a jerk.
Quit being a dick.
It's fucked up.
It's all good. We're good.
Okay. We got the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment, but we also have we're gonna do some rock talk.
That's what I'm waiting on.
But let's just turn rock talk into trivia time.
Okay.
Trivia time.
Rock trivia.
So you're kind of out of this a little bit.
Even though he was a singer in a
rock
rock band.
Don't sell him short.
No, you can jump in, but I don't want you to think because you kind of said this.
You said it's the wrong era.
Well, it's not where I'm my most knowledgeable. So I'll sit out unless it's an easy one, and then I'm gonna jump in.
So
and intercept.
I'm gonna read. Wait, Brian's got a rant, and it's perfectly. What's up, Brian? What's your Race Tech rant?
Steven, I have a rant. So I guess mine would be revving the bikes, right? Deegan wins the Super Motocross Championship.
Yeah.
Weege does his post-show, and all you hear in the fucking interview is the goddamn bike just revving the shit. I couldn't even watch the post-race show. I had to just turn it off.
Yep.
I didn't I don't know how long he revved it for. Again, I'm not
long time.
I'm not against the burnouts. Just settle it down.
Is the goal to blow it up?
Yeah, it has to be.
You couldn't even listen to the show.
Okay, if the goal is to blow it up, drain the oil.
Yeah,
get it over with.
Yeah, just do it so it ends. Yeah, but because honestly, those things have been proven to be pretty damn durable.
Yeah.
They last forever.
Yeah. When Christian won the championship a couple years ago, we were up doing the press conference.
It was like
a half hour, 40 minutes. Even Christian was like, 30-minute is that still my bike?
30-minute moto wide open.
You saw Prado's bike. You guys saw Prado's bike.
Oh, my gosh. It got on my
No, listen, Brian, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Brian, it's I just don't get me going. It's so stupid. Do a little burnout, have some photos, make some smoke, turn it off.
Yeah, Lewis, Sean, and I left because we couldn't get any interviews. It was just so loud. I was like, all right, we're just leaving.
Yeah.
Smart move by the team.
Yeah, I understand Weege going there, to video it for a couple, or maybe 30 seconds, but then Weege continues to do the show for 10 minutes right next to there. Weege, why don't you walk somewhere?
Have you heard the review pod? Audio quality is not Weege's.
Yeah,
I got a question about that.
Hold up. I really like the review show. I've said that so many times.
It's your favorite thing.
My favorite podcast. I love you three. It's the sport I love. This week's episode, I almost text Weege and was like, dude, no, this week was, where was he?
He's driving.
Dude, it was cutting out, and I like his opinion. And then there was none. A lot. Because he was gone, and then it happened I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I feel like it's every week for the last 6 weeks or so.
Write him up.
Couple
Steve.
episodes he's making lemonade.
But they're just egging it on too. Yep. Yeah. Good point. Him and
why don't you write him up?
Dude, I've tried.
Send him to HR.
Again, talking about group text. I'm like, Weege, what the fuck, man? He's just like, I'm trying to find time, man. My wife, we're busy, the kids. I'm trying to find time.
That's fair.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
He's got it.
It's a good rant,
Thanks,
though, Brian. Good rant, Brian.
Yeah, good job.
All right,
Brian.
see you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Rock talk.
I do have a comment. You remember I got that T-shirt from my buddy that has the band Hellfire the other day.
Yeah.
His name is Tony Campos. He sent me a text a minute ago. Do you know Tony?
I know Tony.
Tony said he's in the
forever.
music industry. He wants to meet you soon, hopefully at some race. But he is working on, because of his connections, getting you a signed copy of 5150 by Sammy. Tony's a good dude.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. So just
I have a
Tony Campos.
I have
Tony
5150
fucking
framed
Campos.
somewhere.
Known him since we were little kids.
Yeah, that's right. You told me that.
Known him
Yep.
forever.
I have a framed copy of 5150 somewhere.
Oh, do you? Is it signed though?
No, not
so, okay.
signed. Not
Yeah.
signed.
Well, he's working on that. He's hoping to make that happen for you.
By the way,
does he know Sammy?
His band name?
How is he going to do this?
Hellfire is
Yep.
like a really cool band. I've always
Yeah,
said
oh,
that
yeah.
since day one when he had his band come out. I was like, damn.
How is he
that's
doing
a sick
this?
name.
He just said he has connections and he has people that knows Sammy. I don't know that
Okay.
he knows Sammy,
All
but
right.
through his music connections, he thinks he
All
can
right,
get it done.
So some of these questions.
Did you lose him?
No. But so I just kind of Googled like,
Okay. Hellfire. I drove to Dallas to see them when they did a tour through there this year, I think, earlier this year. Great band. Yeah, they're kind of a thrash metal, San Francisco,
cool band,
modern thrash metal band.
Okay.
Rip.
So the only thing I have up for grabs to win is something that Darkside already owns, but you can have another one.
Well, how about if I win?
It's a Manscaped.
If I win, let's give it to somebody else.
It's the Manscaped groomer.
Yeah.
I want it. I've still never been
Okay,
given
well,
a
there you go.
Manscaped
Okay,
ever.
well,
you need to win.
Okay.
Do you have one?
No.
Okay, so
Damn it.
that's up for grabs from the
Don't.
folks at Manscaped. Personal groomer. It's fantastic. It's great. The thing works fantastic. So that's up for grabs for this.
Okay.
And all I'm going to do is I'm going to read the question out, and you have to say your name if you know the answer. And if you don't answer within, I don't know, a few seconds,
yep,
that prevents you from just yelling
Say
your
your
name.
name?
Yeah.
Like I say Trevor?
Jamie. Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, you
Okay.
say your name.
Okay. I'm just checking.
Then the first person who says a name gets to go in. And if you get it wrong, you get -2 points. If you get it right, you get one point.
Wow.
So we're going to add it. So make sure you know.
Yeah.
Make sure you
Listen
know the
to
answer.
the whole.
Is this? Yeah,
Okay, so what?
Rattle over this
What are
Racer
you
X.
what are you doing with
He's
that?
keeping score.
No, I have the score.
Oh, okay. I was just helping. I was going to cheat.
Aren't you
going
gonna
to
play the game?
I was going to help him. I want to win the thing.
Okay,
Oh, I can be in the game?
You can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I'll win this
I'll
myself.
put you guys. But this isn't your era, so you may not.
I got it.
Trevor, you put the gauntlet down earlier that 80s rock is 80s metal.
Yeah.
Is your
We'll see.
And you're not quite of age like Mr. Side here.
I lived it.
Mr. Side lived this.
I lived the Sunset Strip.
The man.
He held a pony for
The man
decades.
had a pony. Like you're up against. Okay, so all right, here we go. All right. Name me 3 members of Kiss.
Jamie. Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Ace Frehley.
All right, Dark gets a point.
Names of band members is gonna
Okay,
be
all right,
tough.
all right. I'll throw this.
Yeah.
Here's one for you. What is the highest charting single for the band Skid Row?
Oh,
Trevor.
I remember you. Sorry. Damn it.
I was gonna say I remember you.
Wrong.
Really?
18
Daniel,
in
18
life.
life.
Oh.
well, you didn't let me steal.
Yeah, what the heck?
No, we're not doing that. Just -2 for
I'm
Trevor.
18 in life.
18
You know,
life.
I think you need to double
Wait,
check that.
That's what Google said.
That did more than I remember you?
I don't
Google
think that's
said-
accurate.
18 in Life is Skid Row's biggest single.
I mean, it's
Okay.
freaking.
I'm not sure that's right,
one
Trevor,
of the
but yeah.
sickest songs of all time, but still, I thought I remember you would have been bigger.
Yeah.
Google, I'll argue with Google, okay?
That's fine.
I'm fucking
Hey,
over it.
as long as Trevor's okay with it.
Do you want to argue with Google? Okay.
Let me text Rachel.
What year was
Oh boy.
Metallica? What?
Yeah, go ahead.
What year was Metallica's Black Album released?
Jamie. 90. I think it's 91, though.
1991.
Yeah.
Hey, so how many points do you get if you get it right?
1.
So I just
And
lost
you
one.
lose 2 if
I
you get
just-
it wrong?
yeah, I'm at -1
So he's
now.
down 2, you're -1, and I'm at 0, so I'm
Yeah.
winning.
Yeah, you're winning.
This is sick game,
Good
dude.
game.
Just don't
Good
play.
game.
This game
Daniel
is
just doesn't
sick.
play and he wins.
Next one, Steve. Let's go.
Shit.
See, Jamie getting cocky. He's gonna bite you.
I knew it was when I first moved to Texas, but I couldn't. Yeah.
Paranoid is a famous song by which heavy metal band?
Jamie. Black Sabbath.
Yep.
Crap, we're tied up again.
All right. Who is the original lead guitarist for Ozzy Osbourne?
Jamie. Randy Rhoads.
Shit.
What's happening, Trevor?
I'm too slow.
I don't know why I keep raising my hand every time.
Which band had a hit song titled Ace of Spades?
Jamie. Motorhead.
The man lived it, dude. He had a pony.
God, dude.
Okay. Breaking the Law is a hit by which band?
Jamie. Judas Priest.
Trevor, should we keep going? Or do you have... You said 80s metal. What's your thing?
I thought we were going like... I thought we were going to end up down the road of like Rat, Night Ranger, Crocus, these type of bands.
Same era. He just hasn't given any hair bands.
Okay,
really.
that's what I... Yeah.
What was Rat's biggest song?
Jamie. I'm going to say...
Round and Round?
No, I was just going to say Way Cool Jr.
Yes.
No, Round and Round.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Mine is 2, so what's he at now? And do I get 1 for being right also? That's like a 3-point swing right there, I think.
He only has 1 right now.
And I just got Round and Round, so we're tied at 1.
No, that doesn't, you didn't say your name. You didn't say anything.
Damn it.
So where I'm at? 1?
This name thing.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I probably shouldn't answer that one because I wasn't positive. But whatever.
One more wrong one.
Yeah,
and we
back
can
to
end
back
the
to
game.
-1.
What was Whitesnake's biggest song?
I'm not going to take a guess.
Daniel.
I know what I think it is.
On My Own?
No.
Fuck it, I'm going in, Jamie. Here I go again.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's the
You
same.
had
That's
it.
the song I meant.
You
I
had
didn't know
it.
that's what it was called.
Yeah.
That's
What's
I'm
going on,
out.
Trevor?
Yeah.
Well, I just lost it. I took a gamble. I'm out.
Tawny Katane.
Who was the lead singer of AC/DC before Brian Johnson?
Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Take a guess.
No, I know it, but I can't think of it right now.
5.
Yeah, I
4,
can't think of it.
3,
Blanking.
2, 1. Bon Scott.
Yep.
You had it?
I knew it. I just couldn't. I couldn't remember it. So no, I didn't have it.
What band's single? What band sang the song "Come On, Feel the Noise"?
Jamie, quite right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Damn it.
No, don't say sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
He goes, Jamie, sorry.
He got it. He got it.
Jesus. All right,
It's
do we
too
just
nice.
call this? or
That's
what?
it, yeah.
Do we
Yeah,
just
he
call
won.
I want to do the rest of them, but that's fine.
it?
Yeah.
Trevor's not.
How many more do you have?
There's 40.
Oh, jeez. You're just okay.
Yeah, he can have
Yeah,
it.
there's. Which band released the album "Cowboys from Hell"?
Jamie, Pantera,
Yeah.
Texas Boys.
All right.
Can we do some emo screamo like 0304?
Yeah, I'm out on that.
see
Who
what-
is the bassist and co-founder of the band Motley Crue?
Jamie, Nikki Sixx.
It's
Yeah.
over, Trevor.
That's fine. That's fine.
The man. I mean,
If you want
He's
to
not
call, if you
making-
want to call him a bassist, I mean he barely plays, but
Oh wow, he's not making the quad, but he's got this game.
Well, I'll give him
Covered.
that. I'll give him that one.
all right. Congratulations, Jamie. You win a Manscaped personal groomer. It's waterproof.
Derek Rankin said, "Good God, can't believe you didn't get that one. The Bon Scott one."
Oh yeah, Jericho. Well, there was one. No, I passed over a few questions. Who has a band? Who has a mascot named Eddie? Like I'm just like
Maiden.
Yeah, no, I am just like
Yeah.
That's. So you're more like later glam rock.
So
than
like
heavy metal.
who's the guitar player for Poison?
I wouldn't be. I mean,
I don't know
can't
members
think
either.
of band members.
I don't
now.
even know
It'd
members
be more
of-
like I could
Yeah.
tell you songs and band names, but I couldn't tell you
And
members.
albums probably, but
This is riveting.
Troll Training, trolltraining.com. You've been on Troll Training now.
Yeah.
Alex Martin, John
Yep.
Wessling.
Yep.
Working out well.
Yeah. I mean, look at me.
Shredded.
Shredded. I don't know about shredded, but I'm definitely in better shape than I've been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Brandon Hartraft on last week talking about it too, and he gave a lot of props to Troll Training, right?
Mm-hmm.
Grant Harlan, of course, used it. Aiden's on it. Aiden Kiefer.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're dedicated, if you know what you're doing, you want to check in and do you tell your riders at Orange Brigade like, do this kind of stuff, or I
Yeah.
mean, are there facilities? Are they, I don't know.
no,
Like,
they're all different places, and
Yeah.
I'm part of those decisions and help with that a little bit.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I feel like Troll Training would be great for you back in the day, privateer kid.
I
with
needed
a
it.
job.
I needed it today.
Yeah.
Trolltraining.com. Please check him out, John Wessling. Whether you're a vet guy like a Darkside, whether you're an up-and-coming amateur, whether you're a woods rider, you can learn from their mistakes. Please check out Troll Training to prepare you for the best season you've had. All aboard the Troll Train.
Yeah, I believe it starts out too like at $100 a month for the low
Okay.
package. I think
Yeah.
it's $100 a month, and then it goes up obviously.
Yeah, and from what I know, John and Alex answer all the emails. I mean,
Yeah.
you're dealing with these guys.
They have an app, and they'll
Yeah.
They give you your workout, and they'll send messages on there and ask how you're doing, and change things if you need.
Right. Awesome. I've been using them for unauthorized, on free advice. So, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It's great. Maxima 927 Day coming up on Wednesday. Great company, Maxima USA. It's really cool. You guys have a great legacy, so that's awesome. That'll be a great day.
Yeah.
You're in mountain biking. You're in automotive.
Yep.
Of course, dirt bike. Yeah, it's all of it. I've been my project bike I built. I used your assembly lube, a lot of your assembly lube, which I like it better than the PC stuff because it's not as watery.
So did you use the 4-ounce in the squeezer, or did you use the 16-ounce jar?
Jar.
The red.
Yeah, the red. Yeah. Squeezer.
So there's an assembly lube that's in a 4-ounce, like the chain
Like
lube
a
bottle.
tube. Yeah.
Same type of thing. It's thinner than what the
like a mountain
grease
bike
is going to
chain
be.
lube bottle?
Yeah, same
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Same thing.
And you got to spray it, put on the bolts?
Put it wherever you want.
No, that's stupid. I'm not dragging it across the
just
bolts.
A couple drips here, a couple drips there.
Yeah, when you turn the bolt, it
No.
works the stuff around.
You get the get the
that's
brush.
that's why we have them both.
I have the brush, dipping it in the
Yeah.
assembly lube, putting on my bolts. Okay.
Okay.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment. Let's do this.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
Love the guys at Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out, whether it's Maxima, whether it's Renthal, whether it's anything for your street bike, side-by-side, dirt bike. If you got a secret street bike like JT or an e-bike, they got e-bike stuff too. Motorsport.com, the #1 online spot out there. Dedicated team of gearheads there. Maybe not the guy in Vegas is that dedicated, but a lot of them are. But please check out motorsport.com. What?
Talent's helped me out plenty of times. So just text them, gets me stuff.
Really?
Oh, every time.
Texting?
Every time.
I'm not
Have
gonna
you
lie.
ever tried getting a return?
Just texting works.
No, I haven't tried to do a return for him. I've texted him, told him I need some stuff, and he's hooked me up. He's taking care of me.
Okay.
Motorsport came through pretty clutch for me this week too on something
Oh, yeah?
important. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Good.
I'll give them a big
Great
shout
guys.
out. It's
They do well with Maxima, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
All right, go through the banner to help us out. Thank you to those guys. These are questions submitted at PulpMX Show. Tits over there in the corner picks the best ones. That's debatable, but pick some of them.
Best 3 or 4.
Yeah. All right, let's do this.
From Sean, with the Chicago venue being unused for years, were the press boxes worse or better than Oakland?
I didn't go to Chicago, so I don't
Yep.
know. I think that it was better than Oakland, though. Let's face it.
I wasn't in Oakland. I wasn't in Chicago.
Have
but
you
I
ever
would
been in Oakland?
No, I haven't.
Oh, boy.
But I would assume they're along the start straight or the start stretch, just like any other speedway. So I bet they were better.
And Oakland had this year for baseball they had a possum living in there.
Oh yeah,
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of underground tunnels in Oakland too that are pretty cool. Like if you get lost,
it's
hard to get back.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. It's a weird place underneath.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to go with Chicago.
End up in San Francisco.
JT said that there was, because it has been used since before COVID, right? JT said there was a monitor in there that was like straight out of the 90s, and he called Kellen over to look at this monitor. Yeah.
When he said that, I was thinking, do you remember the movie War Games?
Yeah.
Like the old
Yeah.
DOS or whatever.
Right.
From Dumb Race Fan, Steve, how butthurt is Cade that you keep throwing his name out there every time the LCQ is brought up?
David Hand did 2 of them.
Jeremy Hand.
Yeah, I don't know who David Hand is, but who's Jeremy Hand?
David Hand's his uncle who used to race.
Okay.
He was national number 80. I get it mixed up a lot. I'm fucking old and stupid, okay? Don't clip that.
Hey, that might have been his tweet then, Dumb Racer. Was it the tweet from Dumb Racer?
It's like he heard me typing out the timestamp already.
Oh my gosh.
Did you get the one earlier from
It'll be good
from Phil? I pinched it off.
Don't clip that as part of the actual thing.
Yeah,
Jeremy Hand went to 2 of them. He went to Charlotte. He didn't qualify. He raced 2 of them. $25,000.
Priorities, man.
Now, okay, Jerry got like $26,000 or whatever. We finished 1 spot ahead of him. Jerry was actually pretty dedicated into this SMX thing, and he's probably a better rider than Cade, like talent-wise. Don't you think? Like just heater laps. Jeremy's
I don't know.
Jerry's
I don't know. I don't
really
feel like that would be a
flip
of a coin for me.
I feel like, anyways, the point is, what I'm saying is maybe Cade doesn't beat Jerry, but Cade beats Jeremy Hand.
Okay.
I feel. That's $25,000.
Well, clearly he wasn't worried about it.
He wasn't worried. Yeah, he had different priorities.
Okay.
So, but is he butthurt? Cade, probably not.
I don't
Cade
know.
probably doesn't
Me
give
and
a shit.
A-Ray have been having a hell of a good time in our group text with him.
Yeah.
So.
Has he responded any?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hunting
was the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called being a fucking friend. You should try it sometime.
He He tried to get in as an alternate the next two, but they weren't letting him because he refused the first one, and so then they didn't have room for him, I guess, is what they're saying.
I saw a room on the gate.
I don't really know the whole
saying.
story, but I just can't believe that privateers who complain nonstop about things, and I love these guys, obviously, but there's a lot of complainers with privateers. I don't believe that some of these guys turned it down. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Especially Cade's team. They were there with Yoder.
Yeah.
They were at the races with Goder. His bike was there.
Yep.
So, all right.
Got a call-in one earlier from a guy named Cage. What is the biggest sponsor, other than Monster, that the Supercross or Motocross series ever had?
Probably Wrangler, right? Like, I mean, Wrangler's fucking huge.
Yeah, probably.
And especially back then, like the jeans, like everybody, like jeans were like, they were like a country thing, and Wrangler was the.
I feel like Camel was doing pretty good in the early 90s.
Camel, yeah.
Coors.
Yeah, I was gonna say bigger than alcohol. I don't know.
What about not 1-800 Collector?
Coors, Wrangler.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said 1-800 Collector. That was
no. Before that, Coors, Wrangler.
That was it.
Camel.
Oh,
Camel.
Yeah.
Coors, Wrangler, Camel. I feel like are on the same level.
Just title sponsors. Yeah.
It's just So yeah.
Okay. From Eddie Piercy, is Phil the most popular PulpMX promoted rider ever? Does he have more fans than the 7 Deuce Deuce, Jimmy Albertson, or A-Ray/Cade?
Deuce Deuce got a lot of fans when he was at his height, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like
I think it's Phil.
I will say this. Phil, despite being negative and him and I not agreeing on things, he does agree that I've helped him a lot. And so at least we'll admit that on the show.
Dude, no.
Yeah. But he, honestly, listen to that interview. I mean, he's fucking funny.
Always.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Never disappoints.
Never.
Not only that, but take away all the funny and the laughter and
Yeah.
all that, but he shreds, dude. Phil is still so bad. Like the fact that he's doing what he's doing right now. I think we all give him a hard time because he's Phil and he's fun to give it and he takes it. But straight up, that dude is badass, man.
Yeah,
like I can't believe these results he's getting, and he's just knocking them out.
He's almost like hitting a little bit of a new level.
He is.
You know what I mean?
I feel like he's as good as ever when I watch him too. He is so good on the bike. So
I mean, the line of the night was, Daniel, you can't even hit a left-hand corner.
I walked into that for sure, but if I would have rode that out, Darkside, that would have been.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get into it, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, you ended up beating him, right? For the record, you beat Daniel.
Technically, yes.
I mean,
yes.
you tell me
the results say I beat him.
Right.
I DNF'd. So does it count?
A win's a win.
I mean, I ask Eli if DNF counts.
I mean, I crashed 4 times in one moto and almost lapped him, and then he much unlapped himself because I was laying on the ground.
You crashed the other moto too?
No, that was all one moto.
That was all one moto.
That was the final one.
That was the 4th crash in that moto.
It was a single moto format because they had
3 crashes, and finally you just finished yourself off.
Well, yeah, I mean, deservedly so because emotions got the better of me. I fell in the first corner, got up, panicked, freaked out, trying to get to the front, crashed again, looked up, thought it was realistic that I could still get to the front. Third time didn't really crash. That was more of an embarrassing tip over. I fell. It was a little muddy.
Yeah.
And then by that time I looked up and the leader was gone, and I'm like, you know what? This sucks. This is so embarrassing. My first race in 8 years. I just got embarrassed at my own track in front of everybody. And so I went over the big finish line tabletop thing, and it's massive, and no one had done it yet because it was in the mud. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this thing in front of the grandstands, and then there's this sick left corner, and I'm just going to rail this thing. I'm going to put on a damn show. That's it. I was going to make up.
Did.
I was going to make up for what had gone wrong in the moto, and I remember being in the air off the jump going, showtime, baby. Get your cameras out. I am going to annihilate this corner, and I go listen to it. I'm on the gas before I even start turning. I was just going to deegan this sucker. Next thing you know, I'm on my back, and then Randy Richardson's yelling at me. That's all happened super duper fast. And then of course,
this is why Trevor doesn't ride anymore.
I get back to the pit. And this dude's celebrating. Beat your ass, arena cross champ. Beat you. And I'm like, you didn't beat me, whatever. And then the results sheet came out, and I DNF'd. And so I got 8th, and he got like 6th. So I don't know if it counts or not. I mean, I don't feel like it does because
it's
ridiculous.
I was determined at the World Vets to not let this social media bully beat me, and I made it happen. Yep.
Then he signed up for the plus 45 class, and he's not 45.
Yeah,
so I had to do official protest
I was really
with Justin
upset.
Patterson.
I was upset, and I didn't want to end on the ground, so I went and signed up for the 45 plus, and I didn't even sign up. I just rode up to the gate and rode out there with him, and And I ended up getting my ass kicked by some dude in that one too, but I didn't fall in that one. I just got beat straight up by some guy in a Suzuki 450. And
yeah. Was
that
it Kenny?
No, it was not Kenny. It was
a local fast guy.
Yeah, Kickstart Kyle. Some guy. I don't know who it was, but he beat me. It was a really embarrassing day, but I'm just not taking the L from you because in the 45 one in a 4-lap moto, I lapped you.
Yeah, you might have.
In a 4-lap moto. So
I think it's more than it was more than 4 laps. It was 6 because they had extended motos that day because of the mud.
That's right. It was 6 laps.
This is why you don't ride anymore, Trevor.
Well, this is that's the type of thinking that happens out
yes,
there.
Yeah.
You go off the jump and you're like, oh, your mind still thinks like, I'll show you how to hit this turn.
It was all cute and fun until I realized that there's this guy named Doug Earls that was racing. That's pretty good.
That's who I thought you were
talking about. And as soon as I realized that I had competition, my brain spazzed out and went super dumb mode and gate dropped and just started crashing all over the place. I mean, it was really a sign that I need to probably never, ever race again. I don't have the maturity.
Okay.
At all.
Okay. From Sports Fan, how close are we to getting a Vegas Supercross back?
Yeah. Well,
Muye said he never heard anything about it, right?
Yeah.
What does he know?
Yeah, I don't know. I like I said, I heard SMX Speedway, so I don't know. Maybe that's wrong.
Good dirt.
Wind.
I may be alone in this, but I like the MGM Grand. Like, bring the U.S. Open back.
Be rad.
Whatever we can do.
So fun.
I know Salt Lake pays them a shit ton of money. That sucks. That stadium sucks. That dirt sucks. The last being the last round sucks.
Nightlife sucks. Everything closes at 10 p.m.
Yeah, it's not good.
From Darkside's Bent Bars, for you, Dark. Assuming you've blown right past your insurance's deductible, have you been required by Vital to use additional safety gear or possibly training wheels?
Not yet. I feel like that might be a fake account owned by Michael Lindsay.
What is your medical health insurance situation? Does Vital provide that or no?
Yeah, we have insurance. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. From Brian Colgrove, we understand budgets are set a year in advance, but what if a 450 guy earns more bonus money than budgeted? Do factory teams have insurance for that?
Sometimes they have insurance, sometimes they don't, depending on who the rider. Like, you wouldn't have been able to get insurance for Chase Sexton this year. Just wouldn't be able to. No insurance company would take it because he was going to do really well. But Jet could have had an insurance policy that Honda made. So, yeah, it depends. Depends who the rider is. Depends how good they are. So
What's the truth? I've always known some of this story, but what's the McGrath-Sinisalo story? Didn't he bonus his way into ownership somehow there or something like that back in the day?
So he might have bonused them, super badly. Like
I thought
I don't remember.
I thought I had heard from someone that it was so bad that he ended up just getting like stake in the company because they owed him so much or so.
I didn't hear that story. I'm not saying that's not true, but I never heard that. Yeah,
I heard that from somewhere.
Okay, from Peter McPhail, it's officially the off season. Marks will have nothing to do for months.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please send him to Ouija's house to sort out his phone? Maybe life swap Ouija and Marks. And I'm going to add in or work on the app.
I will say, Tits, you texted Ouija today with a tip on the iPhone.
I texted everyone, but Ouija was included on it, yes.
When you say everyone, who else?
Truman and Paul Parabinos and JT. Did you not realize any of them were on
No,
there?
I thought it was just Ouija.
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Trying to help your whole empire have higher audio
there's a
quality.
Tip for calling in on an iPhone to silence the background noise.
Really?
It's not hard.
Voice isolation mode.
Yeah, and it's on the drop-down menu.
Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Who knew?
And Tits knew. Yeah. So he's trying to help people, but yeah.
Look at your guys, your minions.
Yeah, I think he deserves
through.
a raise for that. That's my opinion.
I'll show you guys. It's easy.
Constantly improving the show.
Give him a raise.
Okay. All right. Leave me alone.
From Thomas Cranston.
He just literally hung up on the guy that called.
No, he didn't answer. There was nobody there. Steve, how was talking to Blake? Will we be seeing him around more?
Nothing. I said, hey, and he came up to me and shook my hand, and I said,
who, Baggett?
Yeah.
Oh, I talked to him for.
And I said, how you doing? He's like, I said, you're a mini dad now, and he's like, yeah. And then then we talked about like, I don't know, the kid and then he was gone. So it was real short.
Yeah, I never saw him.
I was in the Husky truck, and he came in for a while, and it was 30 minutes of extreme entertainment for me. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He was revved up too.
Yep.
From
no comeback though. Yeah.
Zero.
The question was,
he reminded us multiple times the calls that have come that he gladly says no to. There's no comeback coming.
Okay. From Ollie Dillon, out of Kitchen, Ryder D, and Joe, who has the better 2024 on their new teams?
What do you think, Trevor?
Kitchen, Ryder D, and Shimoda.
I'm going to go Shimoda.
I'll go Kitch.
I like them both.
Kitchen. Yeah. Dark?
Joe.
Probably Joe, I would say. I mean, you're asking which one of those three do the best against each other?
Of the three of them, yeah, comparatively.
I mean, I think Ryder D is going to be a lot better. He's starting to
go.
wake up.
Figure.
No.
Shocking. The guy
In case you don't know, he's going to Gas.
Hey, the Austrian bike guy. He's looking good.
Okay. No. All right. Let me say right now. In order, he would be my third of the three as far as how they do against each other. I just think Ryder is breaking out right at the right time, and I think he's going to be really good next year. And he's going to come in probably a little under radar. And
Tell you what he's got. He's got starts, and that's half the battle, man.
Well,
he's got starts.
And the only thing he doesn't have is those late race things, which he didn't prepare this season correctly. He was in a really weird spot, if you remember, during Supercross and into outdoor. Give him an off season, and he's going to be good because he does get starts, and he was showing a lot of promise. What are you holding the bat?
I don't know. Sometimes I hold the bat.
Yeah, so no, that's not an Austrian brand thing. I just think he's going to be really, really good, but he would be the third of the three.
So I went to dinner with Chris Betts and Phil and Thomas, our buddy Thomas, and Christina Denny, and J-Bone and his kid on Friday night, and my guy Chris Betts, whose bat this is.
Fuck my ass.
And Betts, he's like a big moto fan, and I'm like, we're talking, and I don't know what he knows or what he doesn't know, and I'm like, hey man, J-Bone used to be Stu's mechanic back in the day, and dude, he gave me a look like, are you fucking serious? Like, I don't. And then today he's like making fun of him and JT are bagging on me. I don't know that you know that this is Stu's mechanic.
Right.
He loves Ricky, and he's from that era. But I mean, is it common knowledge that J-Bone was Stu's mechanic?
I think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known that Betts knew that. But
do you think a minor league baseball flunky should have known that?
Well, I'm not gonna. I don't know if I want to touch that one.
Okay, well.
I probably would have leaned that I didn't think he would know that.
Okay,
either,
thank
so,
you. Thank you.
I'm being fair.
So I just thought I was doing my friend a little favor, but apparently not. So, but he was very stoked to talk to J-Bone. J-Bone's a great
miss
guy.
Betts.
Right.
I'm sure glad I got to see him play one last time.
Yep. There's a funny story you told me about that.
Him or me?
You going to see him.
Yeah, I yelled out, hey, Betts, you got a bike? When he was going up to bat. And he was laughing, yeah. Nobody else in the stands.
He was laughing on the way to the game.
Yeah, because I asked him, did you hear me? He goes, oh, yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
From Rogers MX93, Daniel, what sucked more, your viral crash last weekend or the Cowboys' performance in Arizona?
Oh.
It's a good question.
Both unexpected.
Look, I have gone 10 years of being super quiet about the Cowboys. I have been very, very quiet, privately and publicly.
I don't feel like
for
you have been.
years.
He hasn't been the typical Cowboy fan.
I
don't know the typical.
decided to be way mouthier this year because they're pretty dang good.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, after their performance against the Jets, I got aggressive on Twitter. And I said some things.
You aren't the only one.
And retweeted some things. And I finally was like, it was time to say some things. And they got their ass kicked so embarrassingly bad that it's not even explainable. I don't even know what went wrong. It was so bad.
I really feel like being a Toronto Maple Leaf fan and a Dallas Cowboy fan is very similar. I really do. Just the pain. I mean, just the money they have and the things they try to do and they want to do the right thing and it never works out.
And then other teams just pull it off all the time.
Yep.
Like I don't get it, man.
No, I get it. Yep. Tits hung up on that caller too.
He's trying to end the show.
I did. You're right.
Isn't it
time? I mean, it's overtime now.
I almost started the outro right when it clicked 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
but
it's overtime.
All right.
I cited
Next
that.
question.
All right. From Zach Osborne.
Oh,
Zacho.
Trevor, what is your favorite El Cajon night track memory?
That's a good question.
Is there only? Oh.
So
yeah.
So the El Cajon
Is
Speedway.
this the Zach Osborne?
How
does he know anything about the El Cajon Late Night Speedway? That wasn't there when he was even racing.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay.
He may have rode there. He spent some time in California.
Okay.
Because when
I rode there a few times.
when KTM was releasing the 85.
Yep.
myself and Zach were the guys that were testing it at the time. So the Austrian dudes came out, we rode the bike. So I know he spent some time out here in California.
Okay.
But so that track, that place, I wish it was still open.
It was fun.
I would probably ride if that place was still open.
It was fun, right? It was like dinky,
it was
but
awesome. It was
fun.
like it had fun jumps, like decent dirt, and it was somewhere you could go 4 nights a week if you wanted to ride.
Yeah, we took our race bikes out there, like KTM, with just mechanics. We're like, just grab the fucking test bikes and go.
That's and so they had they had 50 races. They did everything there, but some of the best memories probably. I mean, I saw probably 3 or 4 different bikes go over the fence at that place.
Oh, really?
So there was one fence in the front, and people would you would get there early and unload and then back up to it, so you could stand in the bed of your truck, look over the fence. Well, coming at that fence was like the finish line jump. That was actually a decent sized jump. Like, here's the grandstands, here's the fence, the jump comes this way, hairpin turn here. Well, I mean, you would get everyone from the guy that thought he should start riding to people that knew how to ride, everything in between. So, and that jump, it would turn into guys cutting the track and trying to do Superman seat grabs off it or whatever. It was just a free this place was literally a free for all.
Yeah.
And
the lights were good too. The lights were good from what I remember.
Yeah. Super good. So I vividly remember 2 different times, guys going long off the berm, into the fence, bike over the fence, into the bed of someone's vehicle. Oh yeah. So those are probably some
I don't
nice.
remember, I didn't see that. I don't think I missed those nights. But
so that
sounds fun.
There was that, and they had the 50 craze was going on back then, and I remember racing I think it was Pingree and a couple other guys, and I ended up winning the 50 race against those guys. I mean, I had a little bit of an advantage just being younger. I think I was probably on an 85 at the time. But I mean, I remember McGrath coming there, a bunch of guys coming for during the 50 craze. The place used to go off. So
10 minutes from the KTM shop. It was great.
That's cool.
It was a great time to go because we would just at the end of work be like, hey, let's go riding. Grab test bikes. At KTM
so
we
rad.
had 520s and 125s and EXCs and shop bikes, just whatever you wanted to grab.
It was like a big fairground track that was lips to tables type of thing, fun jump. It was good.
Daniel made a bunch of money on over the years.
Oh, night racing, dude. Fairgrounds. No bumps, no ruts, short motos.
All right, next question.
It's life.
All right. Next one is from Greg Wilcox. What percentage of Chase leaving Honda was due to Jet moving up?
Something for sure. I do believe the number one thing was that Keir and Chase didn't like the bike, think the bike's a little more of their problems. But I also think they didn't like how the team was Team Lawrence, right? You got the dad, you got the agent and the girlfriends and the kids Honda has sold out a little bit to Darren Lawrence and that facility during the week. He does have a lot of say there, more so than a regular parent, but he's also a smart guy. But if you're Chase and Keir, you're like, what about, it's a whole political thing too. So that's part of it, 100%.
How does things work? Let's play a little game called What If. What if Chase never left and just is like, yeah, love it here, staying here. And you have Jet, Chase, and what happens with Hunter?
Yeah, I think Hunter stays down. I don't know. Where he leaves.
You don't think they open another spot?
Maybe they open another third 450.
Yeah. How much money they got? I mean, I know it's Honda and all, but we're talking Jet and Chase and then Hunter too.
Yeah, I think they tried to sign Chase.
Did Chase have an option? Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, they wanted him back. Yeah.
They would. It would be crazy to be like, yeah, thanks for your services.
But when Chase made the decision to go, I mean, Supercross championship, it was old. It was in the middle of Supercross, or before then.
Before that.
Yeah, he, no matter what he did this year in Supercross, he was gone.
Yeah.
So
it's just crazy to see how it's all worked out so perfectly with just Cooper goes back to Yamaha, Chase goes over to KTM, so they get a restart there. Hunter and Jack move up together. A lot of things all worked out on the board that could have not worked out that way if one move was different, but it all kind of works out for everybody.
But I do think in this era, the days in the 80s when all the big dogs rode together or even some of the Yamaha super teams, we had Reed, Ferry, Villeman. I mean, all three of those guys thought they were the top guy in the team, right? Those days are over. You have a guy and a B guy, and the A guy doesn't want to share the spotlight with another A guy, and so Sexton was out of there. I don't think that he was stoked with everything. So, but I do think the bike had more to do with than the Jet than what the question was.
And as weird as it, you want to make it with Chase and Jet because the inevitable is coming with those two. If you go back to the very last round of the outdoors, they are riding in the cart together back from the track after the podium to the truck together.
Yeah.
Like, so I think it's a natural competitiveness there, but there's not really like this weird thing where they hate each other all the way or something like that.
Yeah, no.
So
yeah.
I could see him probably being over the idea of what was coming, which is a lot of that around all the time and maybe not getting his attention. But from what I'd understand too, like you, the decisions were made before, and it was based on the inability to get the bike right indoors more than out.
He, he's not going to Baker's program. He's going to ride at Sandbox. He's going to.
A lot of guys aren't going to Baker's program. Sounds like.
Well, Vial.
I thought there was one. I thought there was one more.
Who?
What you got, Dark?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Dark Scoops.
Well, and Brownie's gone. Yeah.
Dark Scoops.
Just seems like there's people unhappy with.
Just tell us more.
Elaborate.
Those guys leaving, and then Brownie's. I don't think there anymore, and it just kind of seems like things are amiss at Baker's Factory.
Oh, by the way, we were talking about those lights on the bikes earlier. According to checkers from Racetech, Shane McElrath had a bike problem from the lights. The lights caused the DNF, right?
Like maybe an electrical issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So the lights did cause a DNF, so that would be a big.
So the reason I asked about him, and I think it's more so because that race in Chicago, the lighting wasn't as so. Like in the back section where Kenny had gone by Chase, but there was that sweeping left-hander. It was super dark, and so I was watching Jets every lap. He'd come around there, and I can see the light like on his leg and shroud, like super bright, and so I'm like,
distracting, maybe.
Yes, like if I'm seeing green light in front of me or on my front, I don't know. I don't know.
I'll tell you what. Going back to the Baker's thing though, having Vial leave and Chase say no thanks.
Yeah.
That's a blow to those guys, and I wonder, like, down the road a little bit. Like, because Roger, Ian, Robert Jonas, they are all in on Baker, obviously, for obvious reasons. And, having guys leave is not good. Not a good look.
Doesn't look good, no.
So.
From Abide Moto, Daniel, I need the OG main event EP download link. It's not on MySpace anymore. #Heartless.
Tell Abide Moto he's getting nothing ever.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. The memes got to stop.
Okay.
From Abide Moto.
Okay.
When the memes stop, the EP goes up.
He's not talking about the.
Is this Moto Memes guy?
Is this like an old EP or the one?
Is this Moto Memes guy?
There's another one of those, right? Abide Moto.
Abide Moto.
Oh, it's a
I don't know who
guy?
he is,
Okay.
but.
Is that Twitter though?
It's Instagram.
Yeah, different. He's on both, I think.
The memes got to stop.
Different guy.
Okay.
Memes of you?
Yeah, I got one account out there that likes to go at me.
I've said this before. I don't like that. I know everyone in the industry laughs at it. Everyone follows these guys. I get it. I think some of them are funny too, but I don't like making fun of people's personal looks or height or whatever, fatness, whatever. Let's see what you look like. Let's see what you look like.
It's not even about that.
But that's my opinion. Like, I think if you want to make fun of a situation like Kenny, if you want to put a Mario Kart and the fucking dinosaur and the frog goes by and you say, this is Kenny going by jet, okay, ha ha ha. But when you start making fun of even JT's haircut, which I'm his buddy, I get it. But like, it's me, Steve Mathis, saying it. Let's see your haircut.
So, to be fair,
so that's what I don't like about these guys.
To be fair, Abide Moto's Instagram is very funny. It does make me laugh, but they go at me for being like obsessed with Jet, and it's like relentless about my obsession with Jet. Which, if anyone knows me well enough, has heard me on all my platforms and all the things I've done. I like Hunter more than Jet. I always have. Like, I acknowledge what Jet is on the motorcycle, which is an alien. But, like, I actually really like Hunter. I've always liked Hunter way more than Jet. I don't even talk to Jet. But this Instagram's got me pegged out to be, like obsessed with him, and it's not. It's like wrong brother, and I get it right.
What do these guys look like? Let's see you.
I don't know. What was the question again, though?
Okay, all right.
Oh, about the EP?
The EP.
Someday. I've been meaning to do that, but it's been since 2007. I keep forgetting.
New music coming soon.
Next question.
Yeah.
Okay. From Randy, future headlines. Kitchen carries Cowie to 2024 title.
Carries with a K?
No.
Should be.
Oh, he dropped the ball on that one.
You want it to be KKK?
Kitchen carries.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, he goes.
Or Shimoda shows CRF's rule all.
Kitchen. I already did Kitchen. Yeah. I'm Team Kitchen.
Okay.
I like Kitchens a lot
Listen,
too.
Shimoda's the same questions for Shimoda next year that we had this year.
Yeah.
When you're a title favorite, what can you do?
Yeah.
And so far, he's not shown when the pressure's on, he's been able to come through. So
But
we'll see.
Kitchen hasn't shown that he can be consistent yet either.
No, but don't you feel like Kitchen's on the rise?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
They'll get second and third to Deegan.
Okay.
Okay. From Shane Bagley. Steve, since you're an AMA rules expert, is OnlyFans out as a sponsor based upon the rule changes they made before SMX? Question Carnow rule?
What did it say? I saw the thing about fantasy stuff and all that. I didn't see anything about OnlyFans being affected.
Yes, news to me.
I'm assuming OF is OnlyFans. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, did we?
First of all, is any
Darkside? Oh yeah.
No,
OF
is any
OF is OnlyFans?
Is anyone a expert on AMA rules?
I don't
even
remember
the AMA.
I don't see anything about OnlyFans. I don't know. Marks, do you know what he's talking about?
No, but I did see them. OnlyFans was still listed as a sponsor on Kessler in the results sheet, so clearly they're not too worried about it right now.
Okay. From Darkside's old shovel.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Used to dig ditches.
Oh yeah, that's right. We saved you from that.
What a great name.
Do you realize where you were like 2 years
He
ago?
does. Hey, we actually talked about that when he was out in the East. We talked about that.
Your pony, your greasy bandana, you're digging ditches like you were moving fiber optic cable or something.
No,
what were you doing?
we did water mains and sewer mains. Yeah. Not much different than fiber optic, but
and now you're going to these races and you're a celebrity. You're meeting Dak Shepard.
Breaking bones in Italy.
You're meeting Dak Shepard.
Oh yeah, that was a highlight, man.
You're meeting Gilby Clark. Like look at what we've done for you.
All because I answered the phone for him and put him on the air.
Who said it's
Thanks, Marks.
impossible
I'd like
to
my
change
credit,
careers
please.
at 60?
Oh, the Dak Shepard one, man. Whew. Anybody that knows me knows that was a huge
Do you
deal.
think you meeting Dax when you're in bumfuck Texas?
No.
The greasy bandana?
No, probably not.
No chance.
No chance.
Fucking bandana and the fucking pony and
Hey, man.
all of that.
I told you that I'm on board with that now. Like after the dude at Iron Man.
He saw a guy at Iron Man with a pony.
Looked just like me for
he was
distance.
like, did I look like that? We're like, yeah. Yeah, that was you, bro.
I got the picture. I'll show it to you.
Of the guy?
Yeah.
I gotta see this.
I was up on the tower and I looked down and I was like, holy shit. I think when I said to Chris and Steve was like, okay, you're right, thanks. Or something like that. Yeah.
I gotta see this.
Yeah.
Speaking of callers, what happened to was it Dylan?
Superfan Dylan?
Oh,
Yeah,
Superfan Dylan.
Tomac Superfan?
I think he had a night job and that was it. I haven't even seen one.
He used to call literally like.
Yeah. That's him.
Can I send it to like Marks? Can we get it on? Can you put it up?
It's pretty great.
Email it to me.
It's pretty great.
All right.
Yeah, that was you, bro. And guess who saved your life? Me. And Kiefer. And now look at you. I remember in Minneapolis, you're like, oh, dude, I got Michael Lindsay. I might go work for that, and he needs me. And you're just like, I don't know what I should do. And I'm like, do it. And then if it doesn't work out, go back to the fucking ditch digging thing. But take a chance. Take a swing.
It's sent, Marks.
Thank you.
You know?
Yeah.
Take a swing.
Yeah, I have told you thank you, and
Not enough.
You and Chris both have a lot to do with helping me out. There's no doubt you are not the only reason that this has happened, but you're
Now
a
look at
big
you.
part of it.
Look at you now. You got Trevor on one side of you, Daniel on the other. Like,
Dude, I know. It's like it's
all right.
Hey, man, you
middle
beating off?
seat. He's got the middle seat even.
Yeah.
That's normally my spot.
All right. All right.
you sat down there first, didn't you?
I actually didn't
did.
get to ask the question from Darkside's old show. Trevor, is Maxima waterproof grease acceptable for a mountain bike free hub?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right. That's motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
That's old news.
Did
right?
you end it? Not him.
I ended it. I ended it. I know he's going.
I had more.
No, it's fine. I know what you're thinking.
There was like 3 other accounts with Darkside's name on it. I really
What are
wanted
they?
to-
What are
they?
they? Yeah, I
I'm
just want to
kidding.
hear
There
them.
was
Darkside's bandana.
I know there's a Darkside
Darkside's
ponytail.
greasy pony.
There's a Darkside's ponytail.
Definitely, yeah. That one's been that was one of the first ones. Yeah.
What was the one? Darkside's bent handlebars?
Yes.
Is that one of them? That's
Darkside's
really
shovel. Yeah. All right. Best interview tonight. Shantie, Phil, Mike Muye, and
I'm going Dogger.
Dogger, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going Dogger.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to get him on.
I feel like Dogger was the best, but since he picked Dogger, I'll go Muye. I feel like I learned a little bit from Muye.
Phil. It's easy.
That was too easy. Yeah, it's that kind of just.
Phil entertains.
I mean,
me
honestly,
every
I
time.
think Doggers was the best.
And Shanties was really good.
Yeah, Shantie's stories.
I didn't know all that. That I didn't know that about him either. That's cool.
Yeah, we didn't have to really ask any questions. He just rolled.
He told his whole story
Yeah.
on like
Loose.
one good thing. That was cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna read this as my sponsors.
Oh, boy,
First
here we
thing
go.
that comes to your mind. All right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
First thing that comes to your mind.
Okay.
Motorsport.com.
Sponsor of the show.
Bryce.
Talon
Fly
Taylor.
Racing. No, it's one per guy.
I know. I was just
Fly Racing.
the new formula. That thing is bitching.
Formula what?
Oh, isn't it? Fuck. S.
Yeah.
Smart.
And you ain't getting one.
I don't think I am. That's fine.
Yeah.
I never asked for
S
one.
stands for stealing. You're gonna have to steal one.
Never asked for one.
Otherwise
I
you're
have
gonna get one.
4 formulas.
You're an FXR guy, and it's fine. Just embrace it.
I wear it all.
Decal Works.
Darkside. Too many logos on his front fender.
All right.
That wasn't them, though, to be fair.
Nice.
Yeah. Race Tech.
Seal grease.
That's random.
All right.
But you are
Wow.
an oil guy,
Jeez
so
Louise.
yeah.
It's there's a backstory to that.
X Brown goggles.
Best goggles out there. The Lucid's best goggle out there, period.
Do they help you see the ground when it comes up really quick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Renthal.
Paul Parabinos' new look.
All right. That could be a Twitter handle too.
Paul's gold chain.
Yeah,
we could get some.
Paul's gold chain. Paul Diesel.
If you if
Paul Van Diesel.
Paul Van Diesel.
if someone had that and they tweeted Paul, he'd smash his computer.
Hey, I hope he's not mad at me for saying it, but when I saw him this weekend, I was like, oh my God, he looks so different and like hard, and I like it. I mean, he looked intimidating
hard. He said
to me.
hard.
Okay.
He did. I mean, his hair and the necklace, and he seems buff right now. Is he like working out or something?
Yeah.
I was just like, damn, Paul. I haven't seen him in a while. So
Does JT need some competition here for the medium shirts?
JT's
is
yoked.
absolutely yoked, dude. Okay, so some this weekend, I had to give it a squeeze. I walked up, gave his arm a little. I had to get a little just to feel.
Yeah.
Good God,
Yeah.
what's going on there? He is absolutely
Listen,
shredded.
He is. I'm not denying this, but look, the guy is a monk.
He's happy.
He's up at 5. He's checking stocks, and then he's pumping iron. Then he's going to work. Then he's pumping iron on lunch. Then he's going to work. Then he's checking his stocks. Then he's doing some media, and then he's going to bed. And
He's
then
a
up-
machine.
Yeah, no, he is.
He could easily be the next WWE superstar. Can you see him all greased up? Just come out in a robe.
Cocoa butter all over him. yeah, rubbed up
You
on
know
his
you
arms.
look good when you have veins bulging out of your arm when you're not flexing.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
relaxing.
Michelin. Who did the Paul thing? You?
He did.
Michelin.
Randy Richardson.
Acherbis.
Brian Fullerton.
Firepower.
I like Brian.
Martin Davalos. I don't know.
Maxima USA. It just worked out this way.
927.
Pro Filter.
Trevor. Trevor Reis.
Renegade Race Fuels.
Oh God, I don't know it. I don't even know any. I don't know. Purple pale.
Purple cans.
Is it
Yeah.
pale? Purple.
It is purple. Yeah.
Purple pale.
Yeah,
Purple
yeah.
pale.
Good job. ORW. And they started saying
They sell Maxima Performance Automotive
Okay.
products.
All right. OGO Power Sports.
Dozer. The new Dozer bag.
FMF.
Little D. And working with him now in my role, like Little D is rad. Like so, double shout out.
Guts Racing.
The first, I'm gonna forget it now. Seat covers.
Atlas Neck Brace.
Cal Chisholm.
Works Connection.
Oh, NorCal represent. I don't mean just great NorCal company.
WUSA.
John Anderson.
Weisco Piston.
The big fork tube sticker. Fork guard sticker.
EVS.
The Travis Pastrana knee pad thingies that he has out.
The 199s.
The 199s. What they're
I
called?
said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things.
And the
They're
new ones.
good. I wear them.
The knee cups.
The new ones are
Slaco.
Slaco, yeah. Purple.
They're really good. Really good product.
In 10 Cycles.
Maxima Partner.
So bring it around to that. Did you text that guy about the primer?
I'm working on it.
What'd he say?
I'm working on it.
You want to take it home?
How much do you want for it?
I told you.
Okay.
You can take it home tonight?
Maybe.
Really? Yeah. All right. Mark's best interview tonight?
Shantie.
You think Tits was listening? Is it worth it?
No.
No.
It's not.
Okay, all right.
Nope.
All right, everybody. That's a wrap on the show. Darkside, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks
Good
for having
job.
us in.
Thanks for coming in, Mr. Side.
Lots of fun.
SMX is done. We're in the off season of PulpMX. We're here next week with Lewis Phillips in studio.
Yeah, Lewis will be in.
Yep.
Yeah, Lewis is
And then
great.
that's a Motocross the Nations preview show. Then we're gonna bring it around to the Motocross the Nations wrap-up show on Monday, and then we're off, I think, for a couple of weeks. So we got 2 more shows, and we'll take a couple weeks off, then we'll come back. No?
Don't we have that one, the live one?
Oh yeah, and we're gonna do a live show from Skip's Brewery. Sorry,
yeah.
and then we're taking some weeks off.
When is that?
Are you coming in for that?
Minion.
I don't know. When
Did
did
I
it get,
ask you?
You did, but when did it get moved to? I forget.
It's Monday the 16th.
It's a cool spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we went in
October?
February.
Yeah.
Full tour, the whole deal. Hung
Yeah,
out.
we're doing a live show, so it's
That's
gonna be
cool.
great. Mark's, you gotta figure that out, right, with the cameras and the
I
mic
guess.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Since
got
I'm
a
the
show
only one that-
showtime.
I'm
One of the
only
beers.
one that remembered it. so.
That's right.
Speaking
I
of live
remember that.
shows, you're going to up your game in 24, probably, right? With live shows? That's the plan?
Who knows? I'm gonna try. Yeah. I can't commit to that.
That's kind of why you asked Sean early for the schedule, if you could have the schedule early to confirm so that you can start doing
You
that.
should
So
do more. I mean, I know
Yeah.
they're probably
They're fun.
not
Yeah,
easy,
they're-
but they're really
Yeah.
good.
They're really fun.
I've done, I think, 3 of them now with
Yeah.
you, and they are real. It's
Good time.
And the fans are super engaged. They're really, really fun.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm working on it. Venues are full, but I'm trying to do. So we want to. That's the plan. So yeah, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely. Thanks for having
Appreciate
me.
it, Daniel. Thank you, Orange
Thank
Brigade,
you.
Main Event Moto. Always fun to have you in.
yeah.
And you were in California anyway, so it works out really nice.
Heck yeah.
Come in, Trevor Reis from Maxima 927 Day on Wednesday.
Awesome.
Big Wednesday.
Big Wednesday. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Appreciate it. Always good to mountain bike with you and
Yeah.
have you in for a show. And you always do a good job on it.
Thanks.
So
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep.
And appreciate all of our guests, Phil Nicoletti, Mike Muye, Justin Shantie, and Ron Lechien, of course. That was great. And man, thanks for listening. Thanks to our sponsors. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the callers. Thanks to Pookie. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Roto.
Debbie.
Tits.
Debbie.
Yeah, man.
Great work.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That might have been the most lively response I've ever got out of him.
He's unbelievable.
Okay, cool.
Talk about sound clips. Can we just clip him? Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just,
we need more tits drops.
we do. Marks, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yep,
Great
no
work
worries.
tonight.
Thanks.
Thank you, people, for watching and listening. Really appreciate the listens and everything else. Congratulations to the dude in Texas wins the YZ450.
Yeah.
Guy
Whiskey
in Texas.
Throttle.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know he was from
Yeah,
Texas.
he's from Texas.
Do you have his name? Do I know him?
I don't remember.
If you
his
don't,
name.
that's fine. No worries.
How would
Texas
he
is a
know
big
if you
place.
know him?
Well, if he said his name, yeah.
Yeah, but when you said,
I was
kind
kind of asking myself, do I know him?
Sort of like you apologizing to Trevor for putting your hand up to trying to win
Man.
the game.
Colvin Allison.
I felt bad. I was just
Thank-
dominating.
All right, and yeah, so thanks to that dude for playing PulpMX Fantasy.
So
Wins
is this
himself a
mine?
YZ450. No, get your hands off of that. That's the beard trimmer. You're gonna get the groomer.
And you're giving it to me. You already have
Yeah, you can have it.
All right, that's enough of this.
This thing is pretty badass.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We're out of here. Thanks, everybody.
Don't eat that dick.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.